Except for his brain, the man was in the hospital. His body was completely immobile, like a vegetable, and he was confined to his bed. He had been in the hospital for 3 years, unable to cry or laugh. He couldn't make a sound, and there was always someone by his side. His name was Susan Jacoby, an 18-year-old with an incurable illness. Besides the TV on the wall, he often saw his mother crying every night. Suzanne Alaba, his attending physician, informed his mother that his condition was deteriorating rapidly. He needed to be switched to a device soon, and he could stop breathing at any moment. The doctor also advised preparing everything necessary. He feared death, but he considered it better than his current life. He hoped to meet God when he died, as he believed he had done nothing wrong. A golden-haired girl pleaded with her master to wake up quickly, insisting that he couldn't die there. The succubus rubbed his eye and was surprised to find that his hand was moving. The girl sat on top of Suzanne and said her master had finally woken up. When he saw the girl, he asked who she was. Somehow he was astonished that he could speak and didn't understand how it was possible. The girl introduced herself as Zhao Ping and said she was his personal guard for the day. He asked her to wait, explaining that he didn't understand what was happening, but noticed that the girl was dressed unusually and sitting on top of him. Embarrassed, he started mumbling about being 18 and how beautiful she was. Before he could finish speaking, he felt an unbearable pain that was impossible to endure. He didn't understand why he had such intense pain in his crotch. He realized he wasn't dreaming, while Zhao Ping stood aside, confused about what was happening to him. He wondered why he was still alive, given that he had been diagnosed with myasthenia gravis, which seemed to have disappeared. Zhao Ping asked if he was okay. He turned to Zhao Ping and mentioned that he felt fine, but was curious about why she called him master. Zhao Ping explained that he is the heir to the Protoss throne, chosen by the Heavenly Lord Liang Min. Zhao Ping elaborated that she would sell the only place still inhabited by humanity. He is the king of Protoss, the king of all people, and also responsible for everyone. He commented that while listening to her, it seemed Long Ming had brought him from another world. However, he considered this nonsense as he only believed in science. Zhao Ping bit her finger until it bled, stating that since he didn't believe her, she would provide evidence. She explained that the smell of blood would attract predators in the area, and when he met them, he would understand everything. He heard rustling noises from the forest and turned towards the sound, stunned by what he saw. He saw a horde of zombies approaching from the depths of the forest. He asked if these were the predators Zhao Ping had mentioned. She confirmed, stating that most of the area was inhabited by them. Zhao Ping said the zombies had turned their world into a nightmare. He noted that her name seemed to be Zhao Ping and told her it appeared she wasn't lying to him. He instructed her to leave quickly, saying he would handle them after being bedridden for 3 years. He could finally move his muscles again. Zhao Ping told him there were many zombies and asked if he wasn't afraid of them. He admitted that he was afraid, in fact terrified. But even more so, he didn't want to witness her death. Zhao Ping smiled and said she understood. She then flew into the air, thinking Mr. Long Meng had chosen a good heir. He thought that they were almost like corpses themselves. If he ran as fast as he could, they shouldn't catch up with him. Just as he thought the zombies were slow, they started approaching him quickly and leaping high. He heard a voice in his head telling him not to be afraid and demanding him to show courage. Su Xiaobai was confused about who was speaking and where he was. He saw a man with long white hair in front of him who said he was his inner strength and that they shared one soul. Zhao Ping asked Mr. Long Meng to inform her if his consciousness still remained in this world. A horde of zombies attacked, while Zhao Ping watched from above, wanting to witness Long Ming's power. There was an explosion with a purple glow, scattering the zombies into small pieces. Su Xiaobai was surrounded by a purple aura and wondered if this was the feeling of rebirth. He began to absorb energy, feeling warmth as it concentrated in his body. Jumping, he landed and said there was no need for Su Xiaobai to panic, confirming it was Long Ming's endless darkness ability. Zhao Ping explained that endless darkness could not only absorb surrounding energy, but also energy from opponents during battles. Su Xiaobai thought about how formidable this ability sounded, realizing this world had supernatural powers. He understood that his myasthenia gravis was cured due to his newfound strength. He asked Zhao Ping what she was doing, and she bowed before him, saying the Protoss couldn't last a day without a master. Zhao Ping urged him to return to Protoss and inherit the crown. Su Xiaobai and Zhao Ping walked along a bridge leading to Protoss, with dragon-like creatures flying above. Zhao Ping asked if he was unhappy about becoming king, and Su Xiaobai questioned why it was necessary to return to Protoss immediately. As they crossed the bridge, Su Xiaobai's stomach growled. He said the most important thing was to find something to eat. When they approached the city wall, he asked if this was the last surviving shelter. He noted that the wall was very high, but that was all. Su Xiaobai mentioned that there was no gate and hoped they wouldn't have to climb over the wall. Zhao Ping reassured him, explaining it was just a security system, and a Protoss resident could open the gate. Zhao Ping touched the wall, explaining it was 700 meters high and 20 meters thick, enough to keep any predator out. When the gate opened, the system greeted Zhao Ping and welcomed her home. She told Su Xiaobai to follow her. Zhao Ping explained that while everything looked abandoned from the outside, inside Protoss, inhabitants could still live peacefully thanks to the Protoss guards. As he watched the gates close, Su Xiaobai asked about the Protoss guards. Zhao Ping said they were the protectors of Protoss. She explained that Protoss was surrounded by a vast abyss with only 12 guarded entrances. She mentioned that the guards were elite fighters selected based on their strength, divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. Su Xiaobai wondered if there was just one person guarding the gate. When they entered the city, a C-rank Protoss guard, Tian Meng, confronted Zhao Ping, accusing her of repeatedly leaving the city without permission. Zhao Ping replied that he had misunderstood, explaining she was just searching for Mr. Long Ming. People whispered that she still couldn't give up searching, calling her foolish. Tian Meng said that Long Ming had died 3 years ago and that she was looking for his corpse. The crowd behind Tian Meng laughed loudly, which infuriated Zhao Ping. Zhao Ping remembered searching for Long Ming in a downpour, finding only a battlefield full of dead bodies. Su Xiaobai stretched his hands and told Tian Meng to take better care of the gate. He walked towards the crowd and remarked that it was shameful for so many of them to bully one girl. Su Xiaobai, with a confident face, said their behavior was disgraceful. As Su Xiaobai continued warming up, Tian Meng asked about him being a stranger. People whispered that this kid dared to provoke Tian Meng, a C-rank guard who was the most important at this gate. Tian Meng leaped to punch Su Xiaobai, declaring that Protoss didn't welcome strangers. Su Xiaobai easily dodged Tian Meng's attack. He realized his body felt lighter, likely due to the energy absorption. Tian Meng's subordinates shouted insults, accusing him of daring to attack a guard, and charged at Su Xiaobai. Before they could reach him, they fell as if magnetized to the ground. Zhao Ping had activated a magic circle that magnetized the attackers to the ground. She declared that as long as she was present, no one would harm Su Xiaobai. Tian Meng commented that the magnetic ability created earthly gravity within a radius, though it was only 10-fold. However, Tian Meng felt nothing and was able to lift off the ground to attack Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai caught Tian Meng's fist and held on. The force of Tian Meng's blow was so strong that it pressed the city's asphalt under Su Xiaobai. Tian Meng was shocked by the purple glow and didn't understand what was happening as his strength faded. Su Xiaobai grinned at Tian Meng, saying he didn't expect such an outcome. Su Xiaobai was absorbing Tian Meng's power, and Tian Meng begged him to stop. Meanwhile, somewhere in Protoss, someone contacted Count Dracula. The nine-tailed fox Wu said he felt it too. Holding a glass, Count Dracula remarked that he sensed the power of Long Ming. Tian Meng retreated from Su Xiaobai, recognizing the power as endless darkness. Tian Meng was left shriveled, like a dried lemon, reduced to just skin and bones. He brightened up, asking if this was the strength of Mr. Long Ming and who Su Xiaobai was. Surrounded by an aura, Su Xiaobai angrily declared himself as Tian Meng's daddy. Su Xiaobai called Zhao Ping and asked if they could go eat, feeling famished. As they walked, Su Xiaobai mentioned his enormous appetite. Zhao Ping, walking cheerfully beside him, assured him it was okay to eat as much as he wanted. People were scared that this kid had just arrived from outside, easily defeated a C-rank guard, and used a UR-rank ability. 2 young women approached them, one asking where he came from. Zhao Ping was surprised to see a girl she called Little Sister Qin. The girl's name was Lan Qin, part of Su Xiaobai's personal guard. She asked Zhao Ping about her issues with Tian Meng, offering to chop him into pieces. The second girl with green hair, named Li Xin, also from Su Xiaobai's personal guard, told Zhao Ping she couldn't act without them. Su Xiaobai was surprised that Zhao Ping had warrior friends. Zhao Ping asked her sisters not to worry about her. Zhao Ping held Su Xiaobai's hand and said that the master had already helped her. Su Xiaobai asked her not to act recklessly as she did last time. Lan Qin questioned Zhao Ping, calling him master, and Li Xin was skeptical about it. Zhao Ping insisted there was no mistake. Su Xiaobai could use endless darkness, chosen by Long Ming as the heir to the throne. The girls also expressed their willingness to protect their master at all costs, unanimously declaring Su Xiaobai as their new master. They all went to Long Ming's residence, where Su Xiaobai devoured noodles quickly, commenting on how delicious they were. Lan Qin sat with her eyes closed. Li Xin rolled her eyes at his eating, and Zhao Ping watched him with affectionate eyes. After finishing, Su Xiaobai placed his plate on the table among many other empty plates, saying he had eaten too much. Li Xin wondered how long it had been since he last ate, and who would have thought Mr. Longming would choose such a person. Zhao Ping asked if he liked her dishes, and Su Xiaobai confirmed they were delicious. Lan Qin suddenly stood up and addressed him by name. She told him that even though she didn't understand how Mr. Longming gave him the ability of endless darkness, if he didn't live up to Longming's expectations, he shouldn't expect mercy. Li Xin agreed with Lan Qin, emphasizing that being their master wasn't easy. Li Xin explained that he must fulfill Mr. Longming's last wish, become the king of Protoss, and destroy all monsters. After the conversation, Su Xiaobai trained in his room, doing 100 push-ups to end his evening training. Su Xiaobai was frustrated that everyone was telling him to ascend the throne, questioning why it should matter to him. Long Ming appeared behind him, stating that it did concern him. Su Xiaobai turned around to see the Protoss king, Long Ming, sitting in a chair in his room. Long Ming told Su Bi that he wasn't as foolish as he might think. Su Bi pointed at him, stating that he should be dead. Long Ming remained seated, explaining that while his physical body was dead, his soul survived. Su Bai repeated that only the soul survived and suggested what that meant now. Long Ming, appearing ghost-like, said he was now completely powerless and invisible to everyone but Su Bi. Su Bi approached Long Ming, accusing him of pulling him from another world and placing his soul into his body. As Su Bi leaned closer, he said Long Ming just wanted to use him and his body. Long Ming replied that he wasn't interested in that. Long Ming moved to the bed, stating he called Su Bi to Protoss just to make a deal. Long Ming explained that he gave him the strongest ability in this world, granting him endless wealth and the highest status, in return for becoming the king of Protoss. In return, Su Bi needs to find those who orchestrated the palace coup and killed Long Ming 3 years ago. Su Bi listened and responded that he didn't care and wouldn't do it. Long Ming said it was unfortunate, but Su Bi was in a position where he couldn't refuse. Su Bi took a banana, saying that since Long Ming summoned him to this world, he must have a way to control him. As he opened the banana, Su Bi asked Long Ming to explain, indicating he wanted to know what his trump card was. Long Ming acknowledged Su Bi was smarter than he thought, revealing he placed a seal on Su Bi's body, which can only be removed after fulfilling the condition. The seal activates whenever he becomes attracted to a woman, causing unbearable pain, making life worse than death. If he refuses, his life will be one of constant suffering, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Su Bi remarked that he never expected the Protoss king to resort to blackmailing someone like him. Long Ming coldly responded that it was merely to ensure Su Bi would follow his commands. Su Bai questioned why he was chosen, considering he was just an ordinary person. A more suitable candidate should have been picked for revenge. Long Ming admitted that for some reason he could only choose Su Bi. Long Ming thought to himself that the kid was right. Due to an incurable disease, Su Bi's muscles had completely atrophied, making him a blank slate and ideal for endless darkness. Su Bi sat in the chair Long Ming had just vacated, acknowledging the second life he was given and expressing gratitude, but asserting he was a living person, not a tool for revenge. Long Ming smirked, admitting he had initially underestimated Su Bi. Lan Ting sat on the roof under the full moon, reflecting on how he had finally finished talking to himself. Su Xiaobai lay in bed, pondering if the seal truly existed, doubting he could endure waking up in pain every morning. As Su Bi slept, someone entered his room and pointed a machine gun at his head. When Su Bi woke, he saw an angry girl with pink hair standing over him. Su B, scared, asked what she wanted to do with him. She demanded to know if he possessed the power of endless darkness. Su B asked her to calm down and questioned who she was, noticing her large gun was not meant for play. She ordered him to shut up. She told him she wasn't like Zhao Ping. She wasn't so gullible. He had used a sneaky trick to seize Brother Long Ming's power. This girl was named Wang Xiu and had long been known by the nickname Little Demon. He tried to understand the situation with Zhao Ping and Brother Long Ming and questioned whether she shouldn't be his personal guard. After these remarks, he fired a burst from a machine gun at a pillow. Su referred to her as insignificant trash and suggested that she genuinely wanted to kill him. She demanded a detailed explanation of how he had gained Long Ming's power, threatening that otherwise he would end up like the pillow. Su revealed everything to her. She cried and asked if Long Ming was truly dead and whether his soul was within Su's body. Su, feeling suicidal, requested her to lower her voice. Long Ming's enemies must not learn of this, or they would also kill Su. Wang wanted to embrace Su, thinking of him as her brother Long Ming. Somehow Su told Wang Xiu to stop clinging to him. He wasn't her brother Long Ming. He told her that if she really wanted to please him, she should take him to a certain place the next night. With tears in her eyes, Wang Xiu asked what place he was referring to. The next evening, Wang Xiu sat beneath a building adorned with pink lanterns. A crowd gathered around her. She warned them that it was crowded inside and told them to leave if they valued their lives. She felt embarrassed and ashamed. She thought that if Su dared to make such demands again, she would turn him into a sieve. One of the girls commented that it seemed like this was Su's first visit there. Another girl suggested that he should relax and indulge in his desires. The girls observed that based on his appearance, he didn't seem to be doing very well. Another remarked that his face looked very tense. Somehow he rolled his eyes and thought that if he began to feel pain now, he should break free from Long Ming's control, specifically the seal. He had to endure. He was in agony but gritted his teeth. Somehow he believed he needed to be persistent, as worry only led to futility. The girl embraced the back of his head and whispered in his ear, urging him to tell her everything. This was the breaking point, and he could no longer tolerate it. He screamed in pain, loud enough for the entire street to hear. Su Shibai immediately went outside. Wang Xiu sat waiting for him in front of the establishment, looking calm and composed. Wang Xiu smirked and told him he had lost his resolve, and that she understood his true nature. She called him a filthy pervert. Somehow he had a vacant expression and told her that she realized he was struggling against fate. Su Xiaobai thought Long Ming was a bastard for placing such a painful seal on him. As they walked towards the house, Wang Xiu mentioned that next month there would be a new selection for the Protoss Guard Group and asked if he planned to prepare for it. He asked what was required for preparation and noted that he wouldn't be guarding the gate. She explained that to become a Protoss Guard and inherit the throne, he needed to meet one condition. Somehow he turned to her and asked if she had changed her mind. Somehow, Bei responded that he hadn't changed his mind. He had just drunk some water and needed to use the restroom. After relieving himself, he noticed a ball with a mouth bouncing past him. Su Shibai picked it up and wondered what kind of toy it was, as it appeared quite unusual. A large ball fell from the roof of the house. A demonic predator, a demon devourer of a high level, descended upon him. Wang Shu stood around the corner, wondering why Brother Long had chosen this man as his heir to the throne. A scream echoed from the alley where Su Shou was, and Wang Shu was curious about what the little man was doing there. Turning around, she saw Su Shou leaping out of the alley, trying to dodge the demon's attack. Wang Shu realized that there was a demonic-level predator in the city. Somehow he understood that he wouldn't have time to escape. The small demons flying towards him were shredded into pieces by Wang Shu using her machine gun. Wang Shu, with the machine gun on her shoulder, asked somehow if he had wet his pants, calling him a dirty pervert. Su Shou retorted that she was the biggest pervert and that her entire family were perverts as well. Wang Shu glanced at the roof of a nearby house and told the person there that she could see them and didn't need to hide. Wang Shu mentioned that anyone capable of controlling demonic-level predators could also bring them into the city. In all of Protoss, only she had that capability. Wang Shu referred to her as her brother's wife. Somehow pointed at her and said that she was Long Ming's wife. Wang Shu told Su Shu that she had a marriage contract with her body, and at age 20, she was supposed to marry the Protoss king. Wang Shu initially thought she would become her little sister, but now regarded her as cheap. Su Shou didn't understand what was happening. The girl leaped from the roof onto the demon and asked Wang Shu not to joke, questioning how she could marry such a loser. When somehow saw her up close, he was both surprised and embarrassed. His heart started to race uncontrollably. Mu Yan suggested that if she killed him, the marriage contract would be nullified. Su Shou recalled how he was once rejected by a classmate who resembled Mu Yan. The classmate had told him he wasn't her type and asked him to leave her alone. After that, she had turned and walked away, leaving Su Shou holding the love letter he intended to give her. Su Shou was captivated by Mu Yan and thought of her as a goddess. Wang Shu wondered why this guy was so odd and hoped he hadn't gone mad. Su Shou was oblivious to anything other than her and asked if she had truly come to this world just for him. Mu Yan leaped off the demon to strike Su Shou and questioned what kind of goddess he was referring to. The force of Mu Yan's blow was so powerful that Su Shou was thrown against a wall a few meters away. Wang Shu was furious about the attack and declared that if he thought she was a bride, he wouldn't dare defeat her. Mu Yan reminded her that she had already stated that killing him would void the marriage contract. Mu Yan then looked at Wang Shu and questioned how she could marry someone who seeks pleasure in brothels. Wang Shu replied that she didn't care, but it was the last wish of the Long Ming brothers, and if Mu Yan wanted to kill him, she would handle it herself. Wang Shu faced the demon controlled by Mu Yan as it opened its mouth. The demon swallowed Wang Shu, destroying her machine gun in the process. Mu Yan declared that she would kill Su Shou before he was digested in the demon's stomach. Mu Yan approached the spot where Su Shou had been thrown and thought that she had struck him with all her might. Even if he survived, he must have been severely injured. She aimed to finish him off quickly. From the dust cloud where Su Shou lay, a hand reached out toward Mu Yan. At the last moment, Mu Yan managed to react and dodge the hand. Mu Yan jumped to a safe distance, astonished that Su Shou still had the strength to counterattack. Su Shou said that if he had just a bit more time, he would have caught her. Mu Yan noted that he was using endless darkness and was surprisingly calm despite having been slammed into the wall. Although he had only been there for a day, he had already mastered this power to such an extent. Su Shou clenched his fist and said it was fortunate that her blow had brought him back to his senses. After all, she had never visited him in the hospital over the past 3 years. It was clear she hadn't come to this world for his sake. They were simply too similar, and that was all. Mu Yan responded that if he already had someone he loved, then it was even more reason she wouldn't marry him. She declared that he must die today. Su Shou told her not to be mistaken. A lot of time had passed, and he had not felt anything for her for a long time. Moreover, he had already been informed that he could become the king of Protoss, so he wasn't the only one interested in him. He advised her not to cling to him or be jealous just because he had gone to a hotel. He asked if she truly liked him. Mu Yan was shocked and furious at his words, declaring that his claims were utter nonsense. Mu Yan activated her power and explained that her presence was due to the marriage contract she bore, not out of affection. The asphalt beneath Su Shou began to crack, and demons emerged, attacking him from all directions. The demons ricocheted off the buildings and hit Su Shou with such force that they slammed him into the ground. Mu Yan declared that it was over and that the demons would leave no trace of him. She approached Su Shou and told him that she didn't actually want to kill him. He was just unfortunate to have ended up in this situation. As the dust settled, Su Shou was surrounded by the aura of endless darkness and remarked on how truly unlucky he was with his circumstances. Mu Yan noticed that all the demons had withered away. Su Shou walked over to Mu Yan and said he had no intention of becoming the king of Protoss. He didn't want to be king merely because his body had endless darkness. Despite everyone's insistence that he follow a certain path, no one cared about his own desires. He had already died once and wanted to live this life for himself. The demon's mouth began to open, and Wang Shu questioned why she was using a machine gun. Wang Shu widened the demon's mouth further and explained that her power was too immense. If it weren't controlled, it could harm innocent people. Mu Yan thought this was impossible because the demon's compression force was 2 tons. Wang Shu used a rank power cell enhancement to alter her cells, making her power limitless. As Wang Shu fully opened the demon's mouth, she pushed away from it and flew towards Mu Yan at high speed, warning that if she struck, her little sister might die. Mu Yan managed to evade Wang Shu's attack by leaping upward. Mu Yan jumped from the walls to avoid Wang Shu's reach. Su Shou shielded himself from the flying debris and thought that Wang Shu had a very hot temper. Mu Yan hovered in the air, reflecting on how challenging this girl was due to her incredible and explosive power. With only 2 choices left, hit or miss, Mu Yan's eyes began to change to the color of the blue moon. Wang Shu commented that Mu Yan was running too fast. The moon's color matched Mu Yan's eyes. Her ability was named Blue Moon. Su Shou and Wang Shu were affected by her power. The Blue Moon ability, ranked SSR, could control weak predators simply through eye contact. When using the moon's light, the power increased significantly, allowing her to control people for a short period. A sharp sound was heard as a sword was drawn and it flew toward Mu Yan. Mu Yan saw the reflection of the katana blade in the moonlight. The katana intercepted the moon's attack to protect Su Shou and Wang Shu. Before Mu Yan lost consciousness, she was told that if she wanted to kill Su Shou, she should have consulted the one who intervened first. Mu Yan fell from the roof, unconscious. Su Shou ran and jumped to save her. Su Shou attempted to revive her, urging her to wake up and not die there. In Mu Yan's blurred vision, Su Shou's face became indistinct as her eyes closed. The last thing she heard was him asking her not to close her eyes. After some time, Mu Yan regained consciousness. She looked around, trying to determine where she was. Checking herself, Mu Yan noticed there were no wounds on her chest, though she was certain she had been struck. Mu Yan recalled the girl and the way she had unsheathed her katana instantly. She felt a chilling realization that Lan Chung possessed terrible power. Mu Yan looked around and noted that her chest still hurt. She thought that if Lan Chung were around, she would never be able to kill Su Shou. Through the glass door, she saw a balcony where Su Shou was sitting on the fence and talking to someone. Su Shou was conversing with Lan Chung, asking her how she had found them and noting that she had regarded him with contempt from the beginning. Lan Chung explained that she was his personal guard and was obligated to ensure his safety within Protoss at all times. She also mentioned that Mu Yan wasn't the only one wanting to kill him, and Su Shou acknowledged this. Lan Chung said that Long Ming's assassins would soon emerge from hiding, and that Su Shou's every move was under threat. Lan Chung recalled that the other 2 heirs, Count Dracula, who had significant influence in Protoss, and Long Ming's elder sister, Archangel Long Yan, were also displeased with him. She added that he now appeared weak, which could lead to future losses. Mu Yan overheard their conversation and was struck by how easily Su Shou spoke of the situation, noting that she couldn't just watch him fall to his death. She remembered that he had caught her in midair and helped her. She hadn't expected it to be him. She realized that the Blue Moon ability hadn't affected Lan Chung. Although she would have killed her, he had saved her. She wondered what his motives were. Su Shou stated that even though he wasn't interested in becoming the king of Protoss, he didn't want a wife for nothing, so she couldn't die. Mu Yan threw open the doors to the balcony with great force, making a loud noise. When Su Shou saw Mu Yan, he was frightened and asked her to forget what he had just said. Mu Yan, enraged, told him that no one would marry him for nothing, and that he was an arrogant fool. She was infuriated by the idea that if he saved her, she would be obligated to marry him. She insisted that she would never marry him and forbade him from having such delusional thoughts. Su Shou was puzzled by the harsh rejection, finding it too blunt and straightforward. Chung began to draw her katana when she noticed Mu Yuan and mentioned that if she intended to kill him again, she would not be using the sword hilt this time. Mu Yan felt frightened and realized it was no wonder she had no injuries, as the sword had only been struck with the hilt. Meanwhile, Bi leaped off the fence and wondered if Mu Yuan appeared somewhat afraid. Had Lang Chung's sword impacted her confidence? Mu Yuan decided that as long as she was having lunch with Su, she should focus on other things. Mu Yuan leaped into the air and called out, "Lu Han!" His name echoed loudly. A massive bird flew in, its shadow casting over the entire rooftop of Long Ming's residence. Bi and Lang Chung were astonished to see this was also her beast, though it looked entirely different from the demon devourer. Mu Yuan mounted the bird's back. The bird remarked that they, being insignificant, dared to address a celestial being without proper respect. Lanting mentioned that, according to ancient texts, this was a high-level beast. Lang Cheng assumed a stance to deliver a fatal blow, suggesting that it would be quite intriguing to finish him off. Mu Yan called out to Su Shou, expressing his desire to marry her and requesting to discuss their engagement privately. Meanwhile, B thought that Mu Yuan likely wanted Sister Chen to leave, but her serious expression made it quite intimidating. Bai offered Lanting a chance to rest while he spoke with her, but she declined. Su Shou told Lan, attempting to calm him down, that if Mu Yuan intended to kill him, she probably wouldn't succeed. She had only just managed to mount her beast. Lang Chung sheathed her katana and declared that if he wanted to die, so be it. Su Shou reassured her that everything was fine and that he could handle himself. Su Xiaobai remarked on the considerable effort it took for little Sister Chen to leave and questioned Mu Yuan about her fear of her. He noted that if that's what she wants now, it's just the two of them, and asked her to express her true needs. Mu Yuan acknowledged that he isn't as bad as she initially thought, but this doesn't change anything. He pointed out that he relies solely on the power of endless darkness to employ people and is just a pawn. Su Xiaobai was upset by her insult and asked if no one had informed her that her words were very offensive. Mu Yuan mentioned that the annual guard selection process would occur in a month, in front of the delegation. While fixing her hair, Mu Yuan added that he could defeat her and become a Protoss guard, which would then allow her to assist him in ascending the throne. Su Xiaobai said she had been informed about this before but didn't understand its meaning. She explained that during battles with predators, Protoss guards often perish. The selection process occurs in 2 stages, replacing deceased guards with outstanding newcomers to identify the best candidates. The Protoss can maintain a guard force of 72 people, which helps them protect and preserve the human race. Su Xiaobai inquired if winning would activate their marriage contract. Mu Yuan advised not to get overly excited. She clarified that becoming a Protoss guardian alone isn't sufficient. The primary requirement is to ascend to the throne. She can only marry the king of Protoss. Mu Yuan explained that the top rank is the S-class, the most powerful guard who is revered as a hero by the entire Protoss. When Mu Yuan recalled Long Ming's appearance, she felt embarrassed and commented on how he looked and asked if Succubi thought he could become like that. Su Xiaobai wanted to ask if she was in love with him, but out of embarrassment, shouted to prevent him from mentioning it. Su Xiaobai was puzzled and didn't understand how the deceiver managed this. He had gray hair, wasn't particularly handsome, and had a weak appearance. Mu Yuan warned him that if he failed the first round, the competition would be over for him. For him, this meant that failure equaled losing the chance at the throne. Mu Yuan, with a smirk, asked if something was wrong and if he had changed his mind about participating. Somehow B said he was willing to join him. A month later, the guard selection began. A young man without a coat and wearing large bracelets remarked on the intense pressure and noted that the strength of this place was worthy of creating guards. He stood before the Colosseum, observing the numerous and strong participants. The blood of hell in his veins was about to boil, and he had a lot of work ahead. This young man, Ma Fuji, was from Major Dong Village. As Ma Fuji considered the arena's level of challenge, he felt it was worthy of his strength. He then noticed one of the participants had collapsed. A man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses told the fallen participant not to touch him with dirty hands. The fallen participant protested, saying he didn't fall on purpose and was trying to defend himself. Other participants discussed how the selection had already become interesting, even though it hadn't officially started. The fallen participant, now standing up with his fist covered in pink flames, declared that he was stronger and would be fine. The man with the glasses formed ice around his fingers and commented that this was a harsh reaction. The suited man was stunned, and the other participant was frozen. The frozen participant thought he had only touched him lightly, but he was terrified and confused about who this person was. A participant in a red cloak recalled the man with the ice abilities. He noted that this man had SSR-level elemental powers, extreme ice abilities, and a penchant for purity, though he was unsure about the love for purity part. He was likely the number 10 S-rank Archangel, the son of the Long Yan family, and known as Long Ming, an ice soul eater. The girls instantly became infatuated with him, cheering that they loved him and found him handsome. Ma Fuji placed a hand on Long Ming's shoulder and remarked that he appeared very strong. The other participants were shocked that this country bumpkin was so daring as to challenge Long Ming just for a touch. Ming, one of the participants, recognized Ma Fuji and mentioned that he was from Ma Jiao Gie, having killed dozens of ghost-level predators the previous year. He was known as a total battle maniac. Mafuji mentioned that he also had SSR rank elemental abilities and inquired if they would engage in a fight. The woman at the podium told them they were too eager. She requested that they wait until the selection process officially started before beginning any fights. She was Yao Lu Wu Ju, the nine-tailed. Mafuji assured her that she shouldn't misunderstand. He was simply greeting her. Long Ming shook his head, thinking that everyone was being very rude. He wondered if the outsider who inherited the endless darkness would appear. The participants were relieved that the master intervened, as it would have had a negative impact on them. They discussed that with two super rookies having SSR-level abilities, it seemed like the competition might already be skewed. After some time, Yao Lu Wu Ju announced that the time was up and the selection would begin. Someone from the crowd raised their hand and called out for them to wait. It was Mu Yuan who mentioned that another participant had not yet arrived. Long Ming recognized Lady Blue Moon and thought she had come for Su Xiaobai because of the marriage contract. Yao Lu Wu Ju inquired about the person who had been enveloped in endless darkness. She expressed greater interest in hearing that he had defeated the class Si Jiang Tian men. She mentioned she would only wait for him for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, members began speculating that he seemed hesitant to show up. Given that he only possessed Long Ming's abilities and that the selection of guards was a genuine test of talent, they assumed this was normal. They believed he must have been scared of being eliminated in the first round and losing his inheritance. Long Ming was beginning to think that this individual might not come at all. Mu Yan felt deceived by the succubi. When Mu Yan saw the succubi enter the arena, he was pleased that they had kept their promise. Su Xiao arrived with his personal guard, including Zhao Ping, Lan Chen, Li Xin, and Wang Shu. Although many people had gathered, it was noted that these individuals appeared quite unfriendly. The participants were frustrated by the long wait and accused him of pretending someone was forcing him. They agreed it would be best to team up and eliminate him in the first round. It was also pointed out that he had brought Long Ming's bodyguards, leading some to question if they were trying to form an illegal team. Only Ma Fuji remarked that he must be feeling overheated in all his clothes. Su Xiao told them that the girls were only responsible for the selection process, and he alone was sufficient to handle everyone. Mu Yan thought Su Xiao was truly bullying them. Strangely, after his statement, he would become their primary target. As for the others, Mu Yan decided they needed to wait and see how things would unfold for them. Yao Lu Wu Ju leapt from the stands and announced that, with everyone present, it was time to stop the idle chatter. She declared the conference for the selection of guards officially open. Yao Lu Wu Ju activated the portal with her smoking pipe. The participants were puzzled by the activation of the space portal, as such an event had not occurred before. Yao Lu Wu Ju clarified that the selection was divided into 2 tournaments. The first round was straightforward. This portal would randomly transport them out of town. All participants had to do was stay in the designated area and survive for 5 days. She also mentioned that only those who survived would be eligible for the second round of selection. The participants were enraged, believing it was impossible to endure 5 days outside the city. One participant warned that if the teleportation happened to land someone in a predator's lair, they would be killed immediately. Yao Lu Wu Ju explained that it was the Celestial Spirit Guardian's duty to protect the Celestial Spirit family. If anyone was afraid, they could choose to abstain from this year's selection to preserve their eligibility for next year. Many participants raised their hands to indicate they would abstain and return the following year. Yao Lu Wu Ju informed those who did not vote that it now appeared that only those ready for the challenge remained. She asked who would go first. Shu Xiao stepped forward and declared his readiness to go first. Mu Yan wondered about Shu Xiao's intentions, noting that Long Ming was watching silently. Yao Lu Wu Ju thought that Mu Yan wasn't the only one eager to defeat Shu Xiao in the selection. Shu Xiao might explore the area first, gaining an advantage that others should not overlook. Zhao Ping nervously grabbed Shu Xiao's cloak, expressing a bad feeling. Shu Xiao reassured her not to worry and promised to meet them after completing the first stage. Upon stepping through the portal, Shu Xiao encountered a squid-like monster and thought he was incredibly unlucky. The monster, at the level of a ghostly predator, informed him that ordinary people dared to invade its territory and that he must die for it. The monster attacked Shu Xiao with its tentacles. Xu Xiao managed to catch one of the monster's tentacles with one hand and remarked on how fortunate he was to have teleported to a ghost-level predator. Xu Xiao added that he didn't have time to fight and had an appointment to keep. The monster directed all its remaining tentacles toward Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao was surprised by the speed of the tentacles. He leaped away to avoid the attack and then jumped onto one of the monster's tentacles. The monster remarked that these were impressive abilities for an ordinary person. Xu Xiao realized that if he didn't act quickly, his position would be exposed, so he decided to finish the monster off swiftly. He pushed away from the tentacle and aimed a punch at the monster's head. Wang Shu wondered if Xu Xiao was really okay. If Xu Xiao was killed, he wouldn't get the chance to advance. Wang Shu noted that while Xu Xiao was quite strong, the changes in the competition system this time didn't guarantee his advancement to the second round. Lanting mentioned that Xu Xiao was not idle and was much more capable than he appeared. Wang Shu and Li Xin listened attentively as Long Ming recounted that from the first day Xu Xiao entered the Celestial Spirit Garden, he was extremely disciplined, going to bed at 10:30 p.m. and waking up at 7 a.m., strictly following his ideal schedule. Xu Xiao performed 100 abdominal exercises, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and ran 10 kilometers daily. He never stopped, regardless of the weather. His body was always full of energy, and if he couldn't move, he felt he would die. He and Lan Cheng shared a strong fighting instinct. Xu Xiao struck the monster's head, causing its eyes to pop out from the force of the blow. After the attack, Xu Xiao began to absorb the remaining energy from the squid. A dead entity emerged from the squid's head. Xu Xiao realized that the monster wasn't dead yet and was signaling other predators. The monster was enveloped in a thick layer of ice. Long Ming emerged from the trees and told Xu Xiao that the ghostly predator was calling for help from its kind. Long Ming explained that these creatures were originally humanoid predators who, after consuming too much, transformed into their current state. Xu Xiao questioned who Long Ming was, accusing him of stealing his loot and having the audacity to spy on him. Long Ming responded that if he hadn't intervened, Xu Xiao would be surrounded by predators now, and that he should be grateful for the help. Xu Xiao turned away and began to leave, stating that he didn't have time to fight and needed to find the person he was supposed to meet. As it started to snow, Xu Xiao activated the power of endless darkness, enveloping himself in its aura. He asked Long Ming what he intended to do. Long Ming reminded him of the rules for this round, noting that to qualify for the next, he had to survive outside the city for 5 days. Long Ming added that the rules permitted eliminating any threatening opponents. Xu Xiao inquired about the threatening opponents, specifying that he was referring to Long Ming. Xu Xiao was running from monsters, feeling unlucky for teleporting into a group of predators. He began to pass through a barrier. As soon as he crossed the barrier, he exploded. Zhao Ping had defeated all the monsters and sighed in relief, glad it was over. She wondered where her master had been teleported and realized she needed to find him first. As she walked, her bracelet started beeping. She recognized it as a locator given to players upon entry, indicating a warning. Zhao Ping recalled that the only rule of the game was to survive outside the city in her designated area for 5 days. Exiting the boundaries would result in disqualification. Zhao Ping continued searching for her master, asking him to wait for her. An unknown person observed Zhao Ping as she searched for Xu Xiao. The unknown person pulled up his hood and laughed, declaring that he had found her. Zhao Ping realized she was being followed. She abruptly stopped and turned to face her pursuer, announcing that he was caught. She demanded that he reveal himself and explain why he was following her. The man jumped down from a tree, still laughing. He complimented her as worthy of being Long Ming's bodyguard and asked when she had first noticed him. Zhao Ping stated that she had noticed him right from the beginning and insisted on knowing what he really wanted. He adjusted his cloak and said he needed her to help Master Xu Xiao. Throwing off his cloak, he revealed that someone wanted him dead and requested that she lead him to that person. Zhao Ping coldly refused, telling him he shouldn't even think about it. She mentioned applying a gravitational field of 10 to 20 times normal, causing him to sink into the ground in surprise. Zhao Ping continued to increase the gravitational field to 30 times and told him to proceed. He laughed and remarked on her ability to alter gravity. Long Ming told Xu Xiao that he was not threatening him, but noted that Xu Xiao could not be Long Ming's opponent. Xu Xiao thought about what an audacious person he was and what he wanted from him. Long Ming reassured him not to be anxious, as he had come to deliver a message. Xu Xiao asked what the message was. Long Ming approached Xu Xiao and urged him to do his best to stay alive. As Long Ming began to leave, Xu Xiao questioned why he was saying that. Long Ming explained that someone wanted Xu Xiao dead. Xu Xiao told Long Ming that many people wished for his death. Long Ming continued walking without pausing, telling Xu Xiao that he still didn't grasp Long Ming's intentions. When the rules were announced, Long Ming clarified that this time the rules were different from before, with a new objective to make it easier to eliminate Xu Xiao. Anyone capable of changing the rules was clearly someone important. Long Ming went on, saying that to be a part of the Celestial Spirit Garden, one must first survive the initial round. Xu Xiao was confused about who this person was and why he was offering help. He experienced an unsettling feeling of danger and an instinct to move in that direction. Jumping was in combat with a man known as Electric God. She managed to block his attack. However, he broke through her defense with ease. His strike was so powerful that it sent her flying. She was propelled with such force that she crashed into and destroyed several trees. Zhao Ping was unaware of his lightning abilities, questioning why he used electric shock to accelerate. She realized he was a former soldier and shouldn't have acted this way. Due to the impact of his blow, she was severely injured. As she got back up, Zhao Ping was writhing in pain, and her only thought was that he was too dangerous and she needed to prevent him from locating Xu Xiao. The man drew a dagger that crackled with lightning and declared that if she didn't guide him to Xu Xiao, he would use her corpse to find him. He claimed he would capture Xu Xiao using her corpse if necessary, as it made no difference to him. Zhao Ping vowed that while she was present, he wouldn't dare to harm even a single hair on her master's head. Bai sprinted at high speed, and the guard selection participants who saw him recognized him as the person they had been informed about. One of the 3 participants remarked that they had just been teleported here, and it was unfortunate for him to run into them. Somehow, Bai dashed through them, and his speed sent the guard selection participants flying in different directions. As Xu Xiao fled, he sensed that Zhao Ping was in danger. Zhao Ping struggled to get up, thinking that she was there to help her master advance to the second round and couldn't afford to die there. The Electric God remarked on her beauty and questioned why she followed such a weak and short-lived master. He swung his electrically charged dagger, preparing to deliver the final blow, and expressed his regret that she had to die. The Electric God noticed a bright purple glow behind him that was growing increasingly intense. Xu Xiao struck the Electric God's neck with all his might using his elbow. The Electric God was thrown several meters away and crashed into a rock. Succubi stood nearby, observing to see if the Electric God was dead. Bai, catching his breath, expressed relief at having arrived just in time. Bai sat beside Zhao Ping and apologized, feeling responsible for her suffering. Zhao Ping tried to reassure him, saying that her injuries were minor and she just needed some rest to recover. Bai became disheartened, feeling that as a bodyguard, he had failed to protect his master and believed he was the one who needed to apologize. Zhao Ping commented on the forest vastness and asked how he had found her. Xu Xiao replied that he could sense her location due to a feeling of danger. Zhao Ping expressed disbelief, wondering how he could sense her whereabouts, and speculated about the nature of Xu Xiao's abilities. Zhao Ping questioned again about how he could track her, pondering what kind of supernatural power he might possess. The DNA cells of the Electric God sent signals indicating that he was still alive. As the wind blew, Zhao Ping began coughing from the cold. Xu Xiao removed his jacket and told Zhao Ping to put it on. Xu Xiao urged her to wear the jacket and rest, promising to take care of her. Zhao Ping replied that he wasn't obligated to do so. Xu Xiao reminded her that she had cared for him over the past month and endured pain for his sake. Now it was his turn to look after her for a few days. Zhao Ping smiled warmly and thanked Xu Xiao. While Zhao Ping slept, Xu Xiao stood guard. Suddenly, spikes erupted from the ground aimed at his back. Unaware, Xu Xiao sensed the danger just in time. Xu Xiao managed to react, tearing the spikes from his back and holding them in his hands. He questioned the Electric God, expressing surprise that he didn't automatically absorb the energy. He suspected that if the Electric God couldn't absorb energy, he must have been pretending to be dead. The Electric God thought that without the Predator Serum, the elbow strike would have been fatal. He told Xu Xiao that he was not so easily defeated. The electric god returned his hand to normal, reflecting on how Su Xiao had absorbed the energy of C-class guard Zhang Tianmeng and had grown stronger over the past month. He wondered if Su Xiao might reach B-class level. The electric god's body began to transform, and he warned Su Xiao that it was too soon to celebrate. Spikes erupted from his body, and the electric god challenged Su Xiao to face them. Su Xiao was shocked and confused by the transformation occurring in the electric god. The electric god declared that this was his ultimate form, combining the strength of a predator with SSR rank lightning. Laughing maniacally, the electric god claimed he was the best among B-class and that Su Xiao was now doomed. Su Xiao struck him in the face, commanding him to be silent. Su Xiao grabbed the electric god's face with his palm and forcefully slammed the back of his head onto the ground. Su Xiao stood over the electric god in a fury, declaring that if he was the best in B-class, then he was at the top of his class. The electric god lamented that the worst part about Dark Infinity was its excessive drain on energy. Confused, he couldn't understand how Su Xiao had mastered Dark Infinity so thoroughly in just 1 month. He recognized that his mission had ended in failure. A man in a protective biochemical suit inquired about the situation. The scientist revealed that the predator serum was still experimental, with unstable effects that could endanger the subject's life. The scientist explained that subject number 1 was experiencing a high rejection rate, with a heart rate surpassing 210 beats per minute, and asked if the experiment should be halted. Despite the pain, the subject insisted that the experiment continue. After some time, the electric god was informed that although he had survived the experiments and gained a powerful predator body, the fusion of the predator's cells with his own had been insufficient, and no secondary power had awakened. It was concluded that the attempt to create an artificial predator with double strength had failed, as they were still missing one crucial element. The conversation turned to Su Xiao and his Dark Infinity crystal. Succubi prepared to deliver the final blow and questioned the electric god on how he managed to take on a predator's appearance and retain his sanity. Su Xiao demanded to know who his boss was and what their objectives were, ordering him to reveal everything he knew. The electric god responded that he had planned to divulge everything. The electric god remarked that based on his calculations, Succubi should not have been his opponent and expressed curiosity about why Succubi was much stronger than anticipated. Su Xiao attributed it to his extraordinary talent. As it began to rain, the electric god felt that luck was on his side. He laughed and asked Su Xiao if he knew why lightning strikes during rain. Su Xiao asked the electric god for his final words. The electric god responded that the electric charge in the clouds, which attracts negative charges, causes electric discharge. Zhao Ping, sensing danger, warned Su Xiao that it was perilous. Zhao Ping pushed Su Xiao away and exposed herself to a powerful lightning strike. As the lightning subsided, Su Xiao saw Zhao Ping lying unconscious and feared she had died. The electric god walked past Zhao Ping's fallen body towards Su Xiao, boasting that creating enough negative charge to attract lightning was easy for him. He added that Zhao Ping's willingness to die for Su Xiao had thwarted his plans. The electric god claimed that the lightning had provided him with sufficient energy and that even the heavens were on his side, leading to Su Xiao's defeat. Furious, Su Xiao demanded to know how the electric god could do this to Zhao Ping. Su Xiao leaped at him, vowing to kill him. The electric god retaliated, declaring that Su Xiao had met his end. The electric god's spikes impaled Su Xiao. The electric god thought Su Xiao was mad and attempted to strike him back. Despite the counterattack, even with his injuries, Su Xiao managed to slam the electric god into the ground with a powerful blow. Su Xiao delivered numerous blows, shouting for the electric god to die quickly. He drove the electric god into the ground until he appeared lifeless. Su Xiao declared that he didn't care who the electric god was or who was behind him. He vowed to find them and exact his revenge. Su Xiao began to absorb the electric god's energy. However, because of his serious injuries, he lost consciousness. A month earlier, Zhao Ping had handed him a bottle of water to help him refresh. She warned him that the tests might be risky and asked if he was sure he wanted to take part. He was curious about why she was asking, especially since it seemed like everyone wanted him to participate. She explained that as a bodyguard, she naturally wanted the owner to join in. However, she didn't want to see a friend who was acting recklessly get hurt. His response caught him off guard. He had assumed that everyone viewed him solely as a means for Long Ming's revenge. unaware that Zhao Ping genuinely cared about him. Zhao Ping stood up from the bench and mentioned that since she wasn't a Protoss guard, she also had the right to apply. She said she would accompany the owner so that she wouldn't have to worry. The girl noted that the operation had failed, and the electric god signal had vanished. She remarked that with his strength, losing to this unknown individual should have been impossible, and speculated whether their information might have been inaccurate. The old man pointed out that they had made an error. Someone else had been training this individual for the entire month. The girl in the red dress mentioned that she had believed there were only 4 bodyguards accompanying him. The old man advised that this was not their primary concern. With only 4 rounds remaining until the end of the selection, she needed to retrieve the corpse of the electric guard. Mu Yan stood over their bodies, contemplating seizing the moment to eliminate him. Doing so would allow her to end the engagement. Mu Yan moved in closer, preparing to deliver the final blow. She asked not to be judged harshly, as this was simply fate. Mu Yan used her strength to rip out the heart. However, it turned out to be the heart of a predator she had shielded Su Qiao and Zhao Ping from. The scent of blood drew predators to her, and she found herself surrounded by a swarm of them. Mu Yan explained to Su Qiao, who was lying unconscious, that she was only helping him because he was unable to defend himself. Mu Yan swiftly dealt with the entire swarm of predators, standing triumphantly on their corpses and declaring that their numbers were insignificant against her strength. Something massive emerged from the ground. It was a demonic-level predator known as the Arbiter. He told her she was worthless and that attacking his minions was a grave mistake. The Arbiter swung at her, proclaiming that he was sentencing her to death. Mu Yan managed to evade the attack and landed on a tree. Leaping from the tree, she charged back at the Arbiter, taunting him for being too large to keep up with her. The Arbiter, however, was clever and succeeded in forcing her back to the ground. Mu Yan, covered in numerous wounds, recalled that a predator's level is determined by the number of people it consumes. After consuming 100, a predator reaches ghost level, but this one seemed much stronger. Had he really devoured 1,000 people to attain demonic level? The Arbiter reiterated that he was condemning them all to death. Mu Yan pointed out that he wasn't just attacking her, but Su Qiao and Zhao Ping as well. The Arbiter responded that no one could escape his justice, and she was no exception. He unleashed a barrage of rapid and powerful attacks on the ground. When the Arbiter finished his assault, only craters remained around him. A large figure appeared in front of Mu Yan. The Arbiter told him that he had managed to stop his attack. A ghost-level predator, the macho rhinoceros, emerged. He was thrilled and found pleasure in the powerful and brutal blows. This was exactly what he enjoyed. Mu Yan thought that the more he was beaten, the more excited he became, which could be useful. She looked at Su Qiao and Zhao Ping, who were still alive, and felt compelled to help them. Since Su Qiao had once saved her, she felt a need to repay the favor. The macho rhinoceros flexed his muscles and playfully asked the Arbiter to hit him harder, urging him to please him. The Arbiter was confused by the rhinoceros's behavior. The Arbiter responded by punching the macho rhinoceros in the face, declaring that he would die. The macho rhinoceros took great pleasure in the Arbiter's blows, expressing how much he enjoyed them and loved the experience. Mu Yan thought that while the macho rhinoceros was tough, there were limits to his endurance. If things continued like this, they might lose. Mu Yan pulled out a card with a phoenix emblem and decided it was time to act. The Arbiter yelled at the rhinoceros to die already and prepared to strike him with a powerful jab. Mu Yan activated visual exchange mode. The Arbiter stopped, realizing he couldn't move and understood that she had mastered control techniques. He warned her that at his level she couldn't restrain him for more than 3 seconds. The blue hurricane racing towards the Arbiter assured him that 3 seconds would be sufficient to handle him. The blue phoenix's piercing attack struck through the Arbiter. The Arbiter's final words were that he wasn't prepared for this, after which he fell dead. Mu Yan felt a sense of triumph at their victory. The blue phoenix warned her not to get too comfortable, as the Arbiter had only fallen temporarily and would regain consciousness. The blue phoenix explained that the Arbiter had a unique ability to exploit creatures within his territory, absorbing their life energy. Even if they defeated him again, he would continue to draw energy from his surroundings. To avoid an endless battle, they needed to move away and take advantage of the opportunity. Mu Yan was displeased with the idea of having to retreat. 4 days later, Su Qiao awoke suddenly, calling out the nickname Penny, which he affectionately used for Zhao Ping. He was confused about where he was and how he had arrived there. He began to look around in search of Penny. Penny was surrounded by a green aura, with a small animal beside her that seemed to be treating her. The animal was a low-level predator, a white hedgehog. Su Qiao wondered what the hedgehog was doing with Penny as it began to climb onto her. Su Qiao, annoyed, demanded to know where the hedgehog was putting its paws. Mu Yan entered the cave and requested that he not be startled, explaining that she was healing their wounds. Su Qiao asked if she had brought them here. Mu Yan clarified that she didn't want to misunderstand her intentions. She just couldn't bear to see them consumed by predators, which would haunt her in nightmares. Su Qiao inquired if there was any chance of curing Zhao Ping. Mu Yan expressed doubt about it. Mu Yan observed Zhao Ping and noted that such severe injuries usually don't allow for survival. But since her pulse was steady, she had never encountered anything like this before. She mentioned that the injuries were very grave, and even if Zhao Ping regained consciousness, her survival was uncertain. Su Qiao was frustrated, feeling that Zhao Ping had been hurt while protecting him. He pleaded with Mu Yan to help for Zhao Ping's sake. Mu Yan responded that he needed to find the one responsible for all this. A month prior, Long Ming had said he would spend the entire month mastering the endless darkness. They were running out of time, and Long Ming would share everything he knew, leaving the rest up to Su Qiao. Long Ming also mentioned that instead of resting, they would train, and Su Qiao acknowledged that it was crucial for them to stay unnoticed by others. Long Ming then asked Su Qiao if he understood why. Su Qiao, munching on an apple, explained that when he first joined the Protoss and used endless darkness, he had attracted a lot of attention. If he used it again, he would be seen as boasting, which would be fatal. Su Qiao told Long Ming to make the most of it, enjoy himself thoroughly, and follow his instincts. He added that due to the marriage contract, Mu Yan wanted him dead, and Long Ming was aware of this. Su Qiao noted that if he simply signed up for the city guard qualifying competition, his plan would be easily exposed, and he might not survive. Long Ming, full of enthusiasm and strength, was expected to participate for the sake of a beautiful woman, which was part of his strategy. Long Ming complimented Su Qiao, noting that for someone his age, he was very perceptive. On the final day of the Protoss Guard selection's first round, Su Qiao was hiding among the trees. The person he was looking for was avoiding detection to prevent exposure. As it was the last day of the qualifiers, Su Qiao planned to set an ambush and hoped to catch his target and discover their identity. He set up the ambush and hoped for luck in capturing his quarry and uncovering who they were. A girl in a red dress, a weapons master named Mo Yan, arrived at the corpse. Using her weapon, the ku origami, she launched a chain at the corpse. The chain wrapped around the corpse and with great force pulled it out of the ground. As the corpse landed at her feet, she remarked that it had been turned into a predator but was still weak. Mo Yan expressed a desire to meet Su Qiao. Su Qiao noticed that lightning was heading toward him. Su Qiao, with a satisfied expression, mentioned that he had concentrated and released energy from his fingertip for the first time. He found it relatively easy and felt he had fully mastered the power. Mo Yan blocked Su Qiao's attack and revealed that she possessed an SR rank ability, allowing her to change her weapon type at will. Mo Yan explained that she had been sent to deal with the corpse, and Su Qiao's ambush was a clever move. Su Qiao released his energy and asked her who held a grudge against him. Mo Yan realized that Su Qiao had quickly mastered Long Ming's ability and could release a powerful, causing her to underestimate him. Mo Yan charged at Su Qiao, intending to carefully assess his capabilities this time. She transformed her shield into a Guandao dragon crescent and swung it at Su Qiao, questioning what he wanted to know. Did he want to know who she was working for? Mo Yan executed her attack and told Su Qiao to force her to reveal information. Su Qiao blocked her attack and responded that since she was using a weapon, he would. Mo Yan was surprised when Su Qiao created a weapon from lightning. Mo Yan used a smoke bomb to conceal herself. Su Qiao scanned the area trying to locate her but realized she had vanished. Mo Yan hid in the bushes at a safe distance and switched her melee weapon to a sniper rifle. Mo Yan was a highly skilled killer known for her incredible accuracy. She operated without fear or hesitation, and her smile masked her deadly intent. As soon as her target relaxed, she would take a precise shot to the head. Mo Yan carefully aimed at Su Chao's head and fired. Su Chao heard the shot, stamped his foot, and a stone was lifted into the air. The bullet struck the stone, altering its trajectory. Su Chao informed her that he had located her. Mo Yan was astonished that Su Chao had managed to alter the trajectory of the bullet using pebbles. She couldn't believe such a feat was even possible. Su Chao, gripping his zipper with both hands, declared that he knew how to deal with a sniper. It was now his turn. Su Chao unleashed a lightning attack and hurled it at her. Mo Yan realized the attack was much stronger than before and commanded her rifle to transform into a sacred shield. The shield protected her, but it was destroyed in the process. Mo Yan felt disheartened as a weapons master left without weapons. Overcome by despair, Mo Yan questioned if this was a feeling of humiliation, acknowledging that Su Chao was far stronger than her. Su Chao approached her, and Mo Yan inquired about his intentions with the belt and what he planned to do. Su Chao unbuckled his belt and asked her what she had revealed. He warned her that if she refused to disclose her employer, death would be a merciful outcome. As he threw away the belt, Su Chao remarked that the situation was ideal. They were alone, and the surroundings were beautiful. He assured her that if he made any mistakes, she would not be offended. Mo Yan retreated, watching the belt fall to the ground. Su Chao continued, mentioning that his bodyguards had praised him as the best of men in a brothel and that the girls were never satisfied. He assured her she would be satisfied. Mo Yan was embarrassed, thinking that not only would she be humiliated by her defeat but also defamed. Mo Yan demanded that Su Chao stay back and asked what he wanted to know. She agreed to reveal everything. She disclosed that her employer was Liu Jianyu, the dean of the Academy of Sciences. Su Chao wondered why Liu Jianyu wanted to kill him, as the Protoss throne should not be a concern for him. Mo Yan explained that the issue was not about him personally, but rather about Su Chao's ability, endless darkness. Su Chao squatted down and questioned why Liu Jianyu wanted to kill him because of Mo Yan. Mo Yan responded that it related to the theory behind the origins of his abilities. She explained that the abilities and predators stem from a meteorite held in the Academy of Sciences. The dean had used this meteorite to transform predator guards into powerful warriors. However, the experiment was a failure. While the subjects gained predator bodies, they also inherited their bloodthirstiness, and the transformation proved unstable. Su Chao remarked that it was no surprise the experiment failed if they had sent one of these transformed beings to kill him. Mo Yan clarified that the failure wasn't due to the bloodthirstiness, but because the meteorite's power was flawed and they could not fully harness its abilities. Su Chao inferred that his own ability might be able to perfect the meteorite's power. Mo Yan confirmed this, revealing that the dean had detected two cores within him, light and darkness. She elaborated that the light core emitted radiation, while the darkness core had absorption abilities. Combining them would unlock the meteorite's full potential. Mo Yan identified endless darkness as the core of darkness inside Su Chao. She explained that using his darkness core, the dean could create an artificial predator with enhanced abilities. Su Chao asked why the dean needed such a creature. Mo Yan said the goal was to strengthen the Protoss Guard and counter the numerous predators outside the city. Su Chao pondered whether she truly believed her own lies. He zipped up his fly and mentioned that he had a friend at the academy and would verify her claims. He warned her not to deceive him. Mo Yan thought that despite being a witness, Su Chao was not going to kill her. She inquired if he was leaving. Su Chao smirked and asked Mo Yan if she was against him or just waiting for something to happen. Mo Yan saw a fist heading toward Su Chao and shouted a warning to him. Su Chao stopped the Arbiter's fist with one hand, leaving the Arbiter confused about how the smaller man had managed to block his blow, especially since he had regained his strength. The Arbiter wondered if there was an issue with his exploitation. Su Chao told the Arbiter that it wasn't his fault and that he shouldn't blame himself. Su Chao activated the power of endless darkness, using absorption. The Arbiter's power began to wane. Mo Yan realized that this was endless darkness. The predator couldn't even hit Su Chao. Mo Yan noticed that not only was the predator weakening, but the surrounding plants were also withering. Mo Yan was impressed by Su Chao, observing how an entire forest area had been depleted. She marveled at how much stronger he had become. Su Chao prepared to leave, mentioning that the last day of the qualifiers was ending and he couldn't afford to waste time. He bid her farewell. Mo Yan sprang up and said that since he had forced her to reveal information about the dean, she would return to him and be killed. She asked what he intended to do. Mo Yan said she had nowhere else to go and pleaded with him to take her with him. Count Dracula was informed that time was almost up. Only 33 participants remained alive after the first round. Count Dracula was disappointed by the low number of survivors. Nine Tails reassured Count Dracula, saying there was good news. She reported that 3 demon-level predators had been destroyed in the competition area. Count Dracula inquired about the identities of these 3 predators. Nine Tails indicated that, according to her data, the entity in question was likely the Ice Soul Eater. This involved Long Ming, who has the Hellfire ability, Ma Fuji, and Succubi with boundless darkness. Count Dracula found this quite amusing and declared that the time was up, instructing her to bring them back. Somehow, she appeared in front of the portal and asked Mo Yang if she had chosen to accompany him. Mu Moon stood beside Zhao Ping. As the portal opened in front of her, she realized that time had run out and that somehow she had not returned. Mu Fugu was perched on a pile of predator corpses, chewing on one of their hands. He felt disheartened that it was over, as he hadn't had enough fun yet. A unique predator approached Mu Fuji. The predator mentioned that he was fortunate because another one had arrived. The predator informed Mu Fuji that there was a portal behind him leading to the Protoss. Mu Fuji questioned what would happen if the portal did indeed lead to the Protoss. The predator requested permission to pass through the portal. Mu Fuji was covered in numerous cuts. It turned out to be an illusion. Mu Fuk started having trouble breathing, recalling the extreme cold from earlier, and even began to choke. He examined the predator but couldn't determine its nature. It was a demon-level predator, and he realized that normally, demonic predators grow larger with their consumption, yet this one had a physique similar to a human. Was it truly a legendary spiritual-level predator? Mu Fuji broke his bracelets and recognized that if the predator were allowed through the portal, the potential consequences were hard to imagine. Mu Fuji broke his bracelets and realized that allowing the predator into the portal could lead to unimaginable consequences. The tattoos beneath his bracelet started to glow. Flames covered Mu Fergie's palms as he told the predator that this would quickly subdue him. The predator remarked that the boy's performance wasn't bad. Mu Fuji unleashed the Dragon Flame attack towards the spirit-level predator. After the Dragon Flame attack, only a scorched trail remained stretching several meters. Mu Fuji felt relieved that was all it did. He boasted that this was his most powerful skill, capable of turning anyone into ashes regardless of their opponent. Mu Fukui found himself enveloped in a blue mist, unsure of its origin. The mist began to seep into his body. Once the mist had fully entered him, he opened his eyes to find himself no longer as Mu Fuji. Emerging from a portal, Mu Fukui observed that the remaining survivors were watching a hologram of Count Dracula. Count Dracula congratulated them on completing the first round, the survival test, but cautioned them not to celebrate prematurely. The second round would be much tougher, with the final 8 competing in a knockout format, where only 2 would become Protoss guards. They would have a month to rest before it began. Mu Fukui, now controlled by the predator, listened to Count Dracula's announcement. Dracula stated that the entire city would gather to witness their fight when the time came. Mu Fukui pondered whether Penny would recover in just a month. He looked at Zhao Ping with envy as she closely held on to Sushi. Finally, Count Dracula announced the pairings and wished everyone luck. The participants were surprised that there would be no drawing for matches. Mu Yuan was set to fight Zhao Ping, knowing that Zhao Ping was severely injured and that defeating her wouldn't be an honorable victory. In the semifinals, Mu Yuan would face Su Xiao. She believed he had grown stronger but still thought he was no match for her. Mu Yuan felt embarrassed and glanced at Su Xiao, thinking about the possibility of losing and what it would mean for her. Su Xiaobai stood with an expressionless face, casually picking his nose and asking, "What's up?" Mu Yan turned sharply and snapped that he was watching her. She was irritated by the sight of him picking his nose in front of everyone, and Su Xiaobai assumed her anger was directed at him. Long Ming observed Mu Fuji and noted that although they were in the same group, Mu Fuji's energy had changed from before. Mu Fukui, now under the predator's influence, sensed a calling from a particular scent. He left the arena and stood on the edge of a cliff, reflecting on his 10-year search across the continent without finding what he was looking for. The only place he hadn't searched was Protoss. He realized that the meteorite, the origin of predators and their abilities, was indeed located there, and it was a gift of light. Acquiring it would allow him to surpass the spiritual level, achieve perfection, and become the ruler of the world. The next day at Protoss Central Hospital, the doctor informed that they had done all they could for Zhao Ping, but her condition was not improving and there was nothing more they could do. Shu asked if the doctor was sure he had done everything possible, expressing doubt. Wang Shou and Lan Qin were ready to attack the doctor, who accused them of being robbers and urged them to calm down. Li, standing behind them, intervened, asking them to leave the doctor alone. The doctor felt relieved. Li Xin mentioned that there was one person who might be able to help Zhao Ping. Wang Shou asked who this person was and offered to bring him to Zhao Ping, but Li Xin said it was impossible. Lanting inquired about the strength of this individual. Wang Shou doubted that anyone could be stronger than her. Lisa clarified that the person was not a doctor but an S-rank guard of the 2nd Squad, currently the strongest person in Protoss. Li Xin explained that the master of mind flow control had perfected his skills to a flawless level, and if he agreed to treat Zhao Ping, she would undoubtedly be healed. Li Xin regretted that he had retired and vanished years ago, and despite their efforts, they had been unable to locate him. Mo Yan added that this master was an S-rank Protoss guard from the 2nd Squad, aged 56 and standing 188 centimeters tall. She noted that while his initial ability was merely N-rank, he had perfected it to become a master. After Long Ming's death, he could have ruled Protoss, but he was uninterested in power and willingly relinquished his claim to Count Dracula of the 3rd Detachment. He now resides on a remote snowy mountain. Li Xin was asked how she knew so much, and Wang Xiu questioned why they should trust her. Mo Yan explained that the dean had his own secret informants who provided detailed information about the guards, so she had no reason to lie. She was with Su Xiao and also had no reason to deceive them. Mo Yan mentioned that the master's disposition was peculiar, and it was uncertain whether he would agree to save Zhao Ping. Su Xiaobai commented that given the master's expertise in mind flow control, he might be willing to help Zhao Ping and would seize any opportunity to do so. Su Xiaobai took Zhao Ping to the top of the sacred mountain. Upon arrival, they saw a mansion and a white hedgehog building a snowman. When the white hedgehog saw them, it tried to flee. Su Xiaobai chased after it, questioning where it was going and mentioning that they seemed to have met before. Su Xiaobai identified the hedgehog as Mu Yan's pet and concluded that this must be the home of the master of mind flow control. He asked why the pet was there. A figure emerged from around the house, accusing them of trespassing and harming his pet. The master of mind flow control, Musha, an S-rank Protoss guard from the 2nd Squad, confronted them and called Su Xiaobai an arrogant brat. Musha warned Su Xiaobai that he did not belong there. Su Xiaobai noticed Musha's strength as the snow around him melted upon contact, suggesting he was enveloped in a protective aura. Anything near him seemed to dissolve like snow. He was impressed, realizing that Musha was the strongest Protoss individual he had encountered. Mu Yuan arrived after Musha and inquired about the visitors. Musha responded that society had come to them. Mu Yuan then asked why Su Xiaobai had come to their home. Su Xiaobai was stunned and asked if this was her house and if Musha was her father. Su Xiaobai acknowledged that his visit might have been intrusive, but it was a necessity. He requested their understanding, explaining that Zhao Ping was critically injured and only Mr. Mu could help her. Mu Yuan reflected on the lengths Su Xiaobai had gone to for Zhao Ping's sake, while Musha listened quietly. Su Xiaobai offered to pay any price for Musha's assistance and asked him to heal Zhao Ping with his abilities. Musha refused to treat her. Su Xiaobai had anticipated this response. Su Xiaobai questioned the reason for the refusal, wondering if Musha feared that helping Zhao Ping might lead to suffering. Musha explained that while saving her would be simple, they were insignificant to him, and he saw no reason to help them. Musha further clarified that helping them would set a precedent, leading everyone to seek his assistance, which he did not want. Mu Yuan asked if Musha would help if he were asked directly. Musha explained that Zhao Ping was his opponent in the next round, and he did not want her victory to be seen as undeserved. Mu Yuan was confused about why he would be on their side. Musha explained that his treatment would cause cell regeneration, significantly raising Zhao Ping's temperature. To manage this, she would need to be undressed, and he asked Mu Yuan to assist with this. Musha activated his ability, and a blue aura appeared around his 2 fingers. He instructed Zhao Ping to comply with his commands. Musha placed his hand on the back of Zhao Ping's head to take control of her body. Mu Yuan learned that Zhao Ping had a special gift. Su Xiaobai felt embarrassed, realizing that Musha was genuinely treating Zhao Ping. Mu Yuan told him not to peek. Zhao Ping opened her eyes, confused about what was happening. She felt an intense heat as though she were on fire, but also felt unusually light. Zhao Ping noticed she was unclothed and screamed. Mu Yuan and Su Xiaobai rushed into the room. Su Xiaobai blushed and turned away to avoid looking at her. Zhao Ping asked what had been done to her. Musha remarked that Zhao Ping seemed to be improving already. Su Xiaobai thanked Musha for his assistance. Mu Yan mentioned that this was Su Xiaobai's room, and Zhao Ping would be moved to the adjacent room. Su Xiaobai was relieved that Zhao Ping's situation was resolved and hoped for some rest. Su Xiaobai thanked Mu Yan for his support. Mu Yuan questioned whether the effort was worth it for just a bodyguard. Mu Yan explained that even she couldn't have reached this place without the help of the Phoenix, who carried her all the way. She noted the risk he took, including the potential for death in a snowstorm and the possibility of losing his future place in the Protoss hierarchy. She questioned if it was worth it. Su Xiaobai responded that it was indeed worthwhile. He considered Zhao Ping more than just a bodyguard. She was his friend. He recalled having close friends in the past, but they had all abandoned him. He realized that those who truly care for him will stand by him, even if the entire world turns against him. He had risked his life for her, just as she had for him. Mu Yan abruptly turned to leave the room, instructing him to rest until Zhao Ping fully recovered. Once she was better, Mu Yan would help them descend the mountain. Su Xiaobai noticed that Mu Yuan was feeling jealous. Zhao Ping stood on the balcony, gazing at the snow-capped mountains. She was surprised by how much her master had done for her. As she looked at the snowy scenery, she remembered how he had carried her. Musha commented on the strong wind and asked if she was worried about catching a cold. Zhao Ping inquired if Musha was still awake. He replied that he couldn't sleep and decided to have tea with milk. Zhao Ping thought it might make him gain weight. Musha asked if she was aware of what it means to be gifted. He explained that anyone touched by a meteorite typically gains 1 ability, but there is a rare chance of acquiring 2 abilities, classifying them as gifted. Musha noted that she was the second gifted person he had encountered, and Zhao Ping confirmed his suspicion. He remarked that given her injuries, an ordinary person would have died, but she survived, suggesting one of her abilities might grant immortality. Zhao Ping revealed that her ability is called a genesis. She cannot die while her connection is alive, but she endures great suffering in the meantime. Musha found this remarkable and wondered about the nature of her connection. Zhao Ping explained that the ability chooses its bearer, and she only recently became aware of this connection. She thanked Musha for saving her, and hoped that their conversation would remain private. Musha reassured her not to worry. Zhao Ping made a request, asking if Musha would consider becoming her master. She was unsure of his reaction. Musha expressed that he was tired of teaching and had many commitments. Zhao Ping apologized for her request, realizing it might have been too much to ask. Although Musha was reluctant, he agreed to help her, acknowledging the effort she made to reach him. Musha and Su Xiao were soaring through the sky on a blue phoenix. Su Xiao inquired about their destination, and Musha mentioned that he had not yet been enlightened by the meteorite. Musha clarified that many individuals in Protoss possess abilities that are often similar and are categorized by rarity. These abilities are ranked into 5 tiers, with the highest being SR and SSR. Musha revealed that he possesses 2 abilities, Endless Darkness, which is ranked, and SSR-ranked Clap of Thunder. However, he explained that these abilities are not naturally his. Su Xiaobai was impressed by how much Musha knew about his own abilities. Mu Saya observed him and mentioned that he would discover his own abilities by the end of the day. Su Xiao realized they were heading towards the Academy of Sciences, where he hoped to learn more about the Dean. Upon reaching the Academy of Sciences, the guards stopped them and inquired about their purpose. Musha mentioned that he had been away from society for a while and that people had forgotten him. He also expressed that the guards seemed to not recognize who they were dealing with. The guard asked what they were talking about in whispers. If they didn't need anything, they should leave, as the academy was not a place for idle wandering. The guard suddenly felt disoriented and unable to move, realizing that Musha was responsible, even though he hadn't done anything overtly. Su Xiao thought this was accurate. Mr. Mu remained standing still, despite the apparent paralysis of the guards. A powerful, almost living mental presence filled the space, and it became clear why the snow hadn't touched Musha. It was intentional. An elderly man with a cane approached them and noted that such a dense, unique aura could only belong to one individual. The old man remarked that Mr. Mu seemed uninterested in the city's events and inquired about their purpose for visiting. He introduced himself as Liu Jianli, an S-rank Protoss guard of the 9th Division. Musha explained that his friend had not yet awakened his ability and hoped that Dean Liu might be able to assist. He had initially mistaken the blind man for the Dean. The Dean inquired about where Musha's friend was from, noting that he had been living in isolation for many years. Musha advised not to underestimate his charisma and instructed Su Xiao to greet the Dean. The Dean reflected on how he ended up meeting Musha. He recalled that Musha had killed Li and kidnapped Mohan, and that he was being pursued due to the Darkness Core. He was surprised that Musha had come to him directly. Musha mentioned that he had heard about a meteorite capable of awakening abilities. The Dean believed Musha was trying to gain his support, realizing that dealing with him would not be straightforward. Musha asked to see the meteorite. The Dean explained that he couldn't show it to him. The use of the meteorite required approval from Count Dracula, and he didn't have the authority to handle it personally. However, the Dean said that since Musha was his friend, he could put in a good word with the Count. Musha suspected that the Dean was merely making excuses and didn't want him to gain the ability. Musha inferred that if the Dean was obstructing them in a polite manner, it meant he would be obstructed in a less favorable way if necessary. Musha, quicker than Su Xiao, aimed to understand the Dean's true intentions. Musha instructed to let them through and promised not to oppose the Dean. The Dean was struck by the immense power Musha radiated, feeling compelled not to resist him. The Dean then asked them to follow him, and Musha thanked him for his understanding. Musha asked if they were on the right path, and the Dean reassured him that despite his blindness, he knew the Academy's layout perfectly. Su Xiao followed everyone and was impressed by the Academy's security system. They had passed through 4 checkpoints, each requiring the Dean's presence, which made it clear they wouldn't have made it without him. He also sensed that as they neared the meteorite, the endless darkness reacted more intensely. Upon arrival, the Dean informed them they had reached their destination. He explained that the meteorite was behind the door, and Musha, following his instructions, opened it without hesitation. Inside, Musha inquired if this was the source of the abilities, as he was seeing it for the first time. He examined the meteorite and commented that it seemed rather ordinary. Musha asked Su Xiao if he was paying attention and noted that he had already provided all the information. So what was the issue? The Dean explained that light and darkness were originally unified and attracted each other. The meteorite might react if it came into close contact with the light core. He added that if Su Xiao lost control, the meteorite would merge with him. Over time, as his power increased, the Dean could realize his dream of creating an army of powerful predators, all thanks to Musha, who had brought him the Darkness Core. Musha started shaking Su Xiao to bring him back to his senses, urging him to stop daydreaming and heed the advice of his elders. Once Musha had dealt with Su Xiao, he embraced Dean Liu and asked if he could activate the meteorite immediately. The Dean confirmed that he could. The Dean activated the meteorite, which began to sparkle and emit a yellow glow. The Dean wondered what ability Su Xiao would receive, hoping it would be the weakest in rank ability. The meteorite shone brightly, and once the light subsided, Musha asked what was happening. The Dean inquired if Su Xiao felt any changes. Su Xiao replied that aside from the bright light hurting his eyes, he felt no different and didn't sense any new ability. Su Xiao then questioned if the Dean had led them to a fake meteorite to deceive Musha, as it seemed that the Dean did not want Su Xiao to gain any abilities. The Dean angrily shouted, questioning how Su Xiao could assume that using the meteorite just once would grant him an ability. He insisted he had nothing to do with it. Su Xiao, still feeling no effect, asked why they had been led to a fake meteorite if the Dean had no intention of granting him an ability. The Dean realized that Su Xiao likely possessed a rare ability and was pretending otherwise to keep it hidden. Su Xiao, frustrated, declared that since they were disliked so much, they wouldn't leave. He then invited Musha to get some excellent milk tea he knew of nearby. As they left, Musha mentioned he only drinks tea with sugar, and Su Xiao assured him it was no problem. He also suggested ordering coconut pudding and grass jelly. The dean viewed Musha as a brat and was insulted. He assumed that Musha's presence meant he wouldn't dare to kill him. The dean discreetly drew a blade from his cane, planning to attack while their backs were turned. He thought that even Musha wouldn't have time to react, allowing him to kill Su Xiao in front of Musha. Musha, sensing the dean's hostility, turned around with a fierce expression and warned him that he had forgotten the consequences of crossing him. The dean quickly retracted his blade and apologized, saying he wouldn't detain them any longer. Su Xiao noticed the dean's intense rage and realized that had he not backed down, he would have been killed. Despite the dean's seemingly harmless appearance, Su Xiao recognized the hidden power within him and understood the strength of a top Protoss. On their way back home, Musha finished his tea in one gulp, and Su Xiao noted that he seemed to enjoy milk tea a lot. Musha turned to Su Xiao, and now that it was just the two of them, asked him to demonstrate his newly awakened ability. Su Xiao replied that nothing could be hidden from Musha. Su Xiao explained that he had deliberately kept his ability hidden from the dean. It had only just awakened, and he hadn't yet tested it, so he wasn't sure if it would work. Musha told Su Xiao to stay still and not move while he examined his ability himself. Musha entered Su Xiao's mind and discovered that his new ability was related to controlling evil spirits. He realized that this power to control evil spirits was extremely rare. The rank of the ability was difficult to determine and likely depended on the rank of the spirit. Musha sensed the spirit, noting its immense size and the malevolent aura it emitted. Su Xiao stood still, growing tired of waiting and unable to move. When Musha opened his eyes, he commented that Su Xiao was fortunate. Su Xiao asked if his ability was something terrifying or if the meteorite had granted him a gift of light. Musha reassured him that he was mistaken. The gift of light is a highly prized Protoss treasure, but Su Xiao's ability, while rare and powerful, was linked to evil spirits. Musha then gave him a brief lesson on its use. Su Xiao inquired about the nature of this ability. Musha explained that Su Xiao's ability was ranked SSR and was called Spirit Ashura. Su Xiao commented that Ashura seemed like a simple name. Musha disagreed, saying that it was actually a prestigious name. He noticed there were still some balls at the bottom. Musha clarified that the spirit was incredibly powerful, as were its thoughts. If Su Xiao used it, there was a risk it could rebel against him. Musha advised using it only when absolutely necessary. A month had passed since Su Xiao had awakened his new ability. Today, all Protoss were climbing the sacred mountain to enter the arena for the most significant event of the year. This day was important not only because of the final competitions, but also due to the ranks, as Protoss guards would be in attendance. The crowd saw Count Dracula and Miss Wu Yue for the first time in person, having previously only seen them on TV. The onlookers noted that many S-rank and A-rank guards would be present. Wilya told the Count that there was no need for him to arrive so early. Given his status as the most important person in Protoss, making people wait was beneath him. The Count replied that he enjoyed waiting, as it reminded him of waiting for the moon to emerge from the clouds. The Count likened the participants to the moon and expressed his hope that they would not disappoint his expectations. The Count sensed someone sitting above and found it difficult to remain still while seated on the canopy. As the Count moved through the canopy, he recognized Musha and noted that he did not expect Musha to be interested in such an event. The Count speculated that Musha's interest might be due to his daughter participating and wondered if Musha had come specifically to watch her. Musha clarified that wasn't the case. He mentioned that there was a discount on tea today and that they had a new product, Giant Pearl Milk Tea. He invited the Count to try it. The Count declined, explaining that he avoided sugar because it accelerates aging. Musha pointed out that since the Count was no longer young, worrying about appearance was unnecessary. He encouraged him to live in the moment and enjoy life. Note: Count Dracula is 56 years old, the same age as Musha. A woman approached their podium and asked what they were discussing. Wilya wondered about her presence. Without waiting for a response, she commented on their conversation about who besides her son would become the new guard. She introduced herself as Long Yan, the leader of the Milky Way faction, an S-rank Protoss guard from the 10th Division. Will Ye questioned Long Yan's confidence in Long Wei-ung and mentioned that she was unsure how her presence might affect him. Long Yan responded that as his mother, she had come to support her son and did not see how her presence could be a problem. She remarked that if Ung saw someone who had left him with his father, it wouldn't affect him negatively. Will Ye didn't finish her thought as Long Yan interrupted and told her to be quiet. Long Yan demanded to know who Will Ye was to judge her. Will Ye responded that she was merely reminding Long Yan of something. The two girls watching the argument felt uncomfortable. The girl with black hair asked why Long Yan and Wu Yue were quarreling. The other girl, munching on popcorn, admitted she wasn't sure but mentioned unflattering rumors about Long Yan. She said that Long Yan had abandoned her ill husband and child to become a faction leader, leading many to accuse her of corruption. She also whispered to her friend that Long Yan seemed to lack any abilities, achieving her S-rank status with the help of Long Ming. The blonde girl expressed sympathy for Wei Young, noting his good looks and questioning why he had such a mother. A man approached the girls, asking why they had called him handsome. This man was Fang Mian, an S-rank Protoss guard from the 7th Squad, known for embodying the 7 deadly sins. Fang Mian used his ability on the blonde girl, causing her to feel an intense, unfamiliar sensation. Her heart raced, she felt overheated, and was unable to control her thoughts, feeling extremely embarrassed. She struggled to keep herself together and asked for help. Fang Mian commented that she was a lustful girl. Someone told him that his behavior was very low. Fang Mian recognized another person and asked Li Su if she also wanted to experience real pleasure. Fang Mian attempted to use his ability on her, but Li Su, an S-rank Protoss guard from the 6th Division and Paladin Lisa, informed him that she had resisted his attempts many times before and that his ability wouldn't work on her. Lisa ordered Fang Mian to release her and warned that if he tried this again, she would sue him. Fang Mian snapped his fingers to cancel his ability on Lisa, puzzled by why his technique had no effect on her. He wondered if she had never fantasized about such things. Lisa asked what he was mumbling about, and Fang Mian replied that he was merely admiring her beauty. Lisa turned away and told him to be quiet. Fang Mian told Lisa that she was clearly embarrassed by his comments. An hour later, Wu Yi announced the start of the qualifying competition. Will Yi instructed all participants to enter the arena. The crowd cheered them on, wishing them good luck and encouraging them to do their best. Wang Xiu yelled at Su Xiao, telling him to handle the competition, while Mo Yan wished him good luck. Wang Xiu warned Su Xiao that if he lost, he might not make it back home. Su Xiao was confused by their strange behavior. Su Xiao asked Zhao Ping why Li Xin wasn't present, to which Zhao Ping replied that she was unable to come because she was on duty at the academy. Su Xiao realized that the dean must have kept Li Xin at work, knowing she was his friend, which irritated him as it affected his concentration. Long Yan saw Wei Young and thought about how much she missed him. Wei Young noticed her and looked in her direction. Long Yan saw that Wei Young was looking at her and hoped that he might have forgiven her. Long Yan wished him good luck and shouted that she loved him. Wei Young turned away and remained silent. Will Yi explained the conditions for winning the competition. The opponent must either fall unconscious or be immobilized for 10 seconds or admit defeat. The results would be announced afterward. Wu Yi warned that if a participant's life was in danger, she would stop the fight and asked if everyone understood. Su Xiao yawned and said he understood, asking if they could start already. Zhao Feng noticed that Su Xiao looked tired and assumed he might not have slept well. Musha wondered if Su Xiao had ignored his advice about getting enough rest. Will Ye instructed the participants to leave the arena and announced that the first battle of the Protoss Guard qualifiers would be between Su Xiao, who wields the Endless Darkness technique, and the warrior Kohaku. Su Xiao and Kohaku, both formidable in their own right, stood facing each other. A boy told his mother how impressive the figure in the raincoat looked and asked about his strength. His mother explained that Kohaku was a frequent participant in these qualifiers and was known as the strongest among ordinary people. She added that Kohaku had been participating in the qualifiers for 5 years, always facing very strong newcomers as opponents. Kohaku believed that he would be defeated by the latest prodigy, Su Xiao. He thought Su Xiao's endless darkness would be no match for his abilities, and that Su Xiao wouldn't be able to overcome him. Su Xiao questioned why Kohaku assumed that endless darkness would be his only ability. Kohaku speculated that if Su Xiao absorbed energy, he would have to be either dead or unconscious. He admitted that Su Xiao was a skilled fighter, but he himself was battle-hardened. Kohaku then charged to attack. Su Xiao vanished and the crowd cheered, recognizing Kohaku's flying dragon ability. Kohaku moved so quickly around Su Xiao that he seemed to be a blur to the spectators. Kohaku realized that Su Xiao could only absorb energy if his opponent was incapacitated or if he could catch him. Since Su Xiao was too fast to grab, Kohaku planned to wait for an opportunity to attack. Kohaku noticed that Su Xiao appeared to be yawning and seemed distracted. He saw this as the perfect moment to strike. As Kohaku prepared to attack, Su Xiao noticed him and jumped back immediately. The spectators were puzzled by Kohaku's hesitation, thinking he was failing to seize a great opportunity. Some criticized him for his apparent lack of aggression and questioned his decision to retreat. Kohaku's face showed fear as he realized how close he had come to a dangerous situation. For a brief moment, Kohaku felt as though he was being scrutinized by 1,000 piercing eyes, leaving him confused and questioning if he had imagined it. Kohaku couldn't understand why he felt such fear when Su Xiao appeared quite ordinary. Su Xiao confronted him, asking why he seemed to be hesitating despite his desire to defeat him. Kohaku's supporters urged him not to be a coward and to not give in to the newcomer, as they had come to see him become a guard. Kohaku realized that the audience's excitement was intense. Surrendering would ruin his reputation and make him lose all his fans. He decided he needed to take a risk. Kohaku mentioned that he had saved his special move for Long Yan and Ma Fuji, but he would use it now against Su Xiao. Su Xiao, with an air of self-confidence, told Kohaku to stop wasting time and quickly reveal his trump card. Kohaku readied himself and vowed to defeat Su Xiao before he could blink. Kohaku activated his supersonic bounces technique, sending stones flying throughout the arena as he leaped away from them. He acknowledged that while the technique's drawback was that the stones could crumble if overused, it was still highly effective. Kohaku seized the moment to strike Su Xiao, thinking it would end the match. Su Xiao slapped Kohaku once and remarked that he had been waiting for Kohaku to make his move. Kohaku was dismayed, realizing that this was the 6th time he had failed. The spectators were astonished that Su Xiao had defeated Kohaku with a single blow and hadn't even used Endless Darkness. Su Xiao added that he had forgotten to mention that he had reached B rank the previous month. Su Xiao yawned and exited the arena, announcing that Su would win the first match. Mucha observed that he was despondent, moving slowly and barely noticeable, which suggested that Asura might soon revolt. Mucha understood that the child would be unable to resist the urge to exploit him. After making that statement, he performed excellently, and now they are awaiting the match between Zhao Ping and Mu Yuan, the daughter-in-law of their leader. Liu Jun King, the head of the Iroquois, mentioned that it was now time for Mr. Mu's daughter and Su Shelby's bodyguard to compete. He remarked on their great beauty. When Lin Ye Heng, the owner of the Wind Sword, asked Jun King who he thought had a better chance of winning, Jun King replied that it was hard to say as both had equal chances. Mu Yuan requested not to receive any special treatment merely because her father had assisted Zhao Ping. Pin assured her that this would indeed be the case. Zhao Ping declared that she would fight with all her might. Zhao Ping considered the role of a bodyguard, noting that while she often didn't give her all, Tsuchiya always approached battles with courage. In times of danger, he assists her and shields her when she is unable to protect herself. He was the one who carried her to the top of the mountain when she needed support. Zhao Ping aims to demonstrate to her master that she is deserving of being his bodyguard. Mu Yuan requested Zhao Ping to showcase her abilities to determine who was the stronger of the two. When the fight commenced, Zhao Ping effortlessly lifted a massive boulder, catching Mu Yuan off guard. The onlookers were astonished, speculating if she had lifted nearly all the earth from the arena. Some spectators were bewildered, unable to gauge how much strength was required to hold such a large mass of land. They believed it was beyond her capabilities and doubted she would manage it. Mucha speculated that she had expended all her strength, suggesting she planned to end the fight with a single decisive blow. He recognized that she was aiming for a dramatic victory. Mucha also believed that Yuan could endure such an attack. Mu Yan realized that Zhao Ping wasn't bluffing. She had truly invested all her strength into the attack. Despite the massive size of the land, Mu Yan knew her speed would allow her to dodge the strike. Zhao Ping applied a 100-fold increase in gravity to the arena. Mu Yan understood that Zhao Ping had anticipated her strategy and increased the gravity to immobilize her. Before the block could fall, she acknowledged her defeat. Mo Yuan declared that no matter how difficult the challenge, she would never surrender. The block crashed into the arena, scattering fragments everywhere. The impact was immense, shattering the block into pieces. Everyone wondered if they had survived. Someone was concerned about Zhao Ping, while Musha was worried about Yuan. As the dust settled, Mu Yuan stood up and exclaimed her satisfaction with the fierce and powerful blows she had received. Musha realized she had merged with the macho rhinoceros, adopting both its strength and characteristics, along with its peculiar traits. One person shouted that they wanted more and desired another hit. The spectators were astonished, with some even bleeding from their noses, surprised that she had survived and was now taunting her opponent. They hadn't expected battles to be so thrilling. One person noticed that her consciousness had returned and she was unharmed. She hadn't expected the gravity to return to normal, otherwise the macho rhinoceros wouldn't have been able to save her. Yuan speculated that Zhao Ping had seen she wasn't giving up and allowed her to dodge. Yan noticed that Zhao Ping had exhausted all her strength. Zhao Ping could no longer maintain her position in the air and began to fall. Musha jumped in, thinking that he would prevent anything from happening to Zhao Ping. Su Xiao caught her and remarked that it was just a competition, and she didn't need to risk her life. Zhao Ping apologized for the extreme effort. Since Zhao Ping could no longer continue, the outcome of the round was clear. Mo Yang expressed regret, noting that Zhao Ping had been close to winning. Wang Shu was almost in tears, lamenting the long hours of training. Wu was about to declare the winner, but Yuan interrupted. Mu Yuan admitted her defeat, acknowledging that had Zhao Ping not reduced the gravity, she wouldn't have managed and would have lost. Musha felt proud of her daughter. Someone thought that Yuan seemed to prefer losing over an easy victory, noting her strong sense of pride. Zhao Ping grabbed Su Xiao by the collar and asked what she had won. He confirmed her victory, praising her strength. Zhao Ping was ecstatic and hugged Su Xiao so tightly that he began to choke. Seeing their embrace, Yuan became enraged and ordered them to control themselves. Wang Shu noticed that their daughter-in-law was envious, and Lanting agreed. Mo Yan felt jealousy as well, thinking that the hug must have been very pleasant. Wu announced that Yuan had conceded defeat, and Zhao Ping was the winner. She also stated that the competition would be paused for an hour to repair the arena and apologized to the viewers. Su Xiao told them both that they had performed well and there was no need to quarrel over the competition. Yuan apologized to Su Xiao for withdrawing early and not fighting him as promised. Yan admitted that despite this, she had realized she was no match for him. Yuan added that she no longer opposed him ascending the throne and wanted to discuss the engagement, but didn't have time. Dean Liu approached them and remarked that the boy was very successful with women. Su Xiao told him not to pretend that he had come to congratulate him on his victory, as he wouldn't believe it. The dean told him not to speak nonsense. He had previously humiliated him several times with Mu Sha nearby and questioned whether he thought he would just let it go. Su Xiao thought that the old fox was still trying to uncover his secrets while trying to demean him in front of others. The dean produced a blade and mentioned that he had already dealt with Musha. He had gone to buy time before returning and said they would now see who would protect him. Yan criticized the dean as an unpleasant old man who was overstepping his bounds. She pointed out that, according to the contract, she was his daughter-in-law. Zhao Ping added that he was part of their family and should not even think about harming him. The dean expressed regret that Musha was not present, as he would have supported the kids. Su Xiao noted that Dean Liu was serious, but the choice of location was unfortunate. With so many witnesses, it would be unreasonable to kill him in front of them, as it would disgrace the Protoss guards. The dean questioned if he was sure he wanted this, claiming that Count Dracula would bring him to justice. The dean argued that Count Dracula was merely a deputy, not the king of Protoss, and was not in a position to judge him. Su Xiao sensed a change in the dean's energy and anticipated an attack. Dean Liu launched an attack on Su Xiao and told him he was too young to teach him. Someone intercepted Dean Liu's attack. Initially, Su Xiao thought it was Paladin Lisa, but she was known for her superior fencing skills and had no reason to intervene. He mentioned that among all the Protoss swordsmen, aside from Li Si, he couldn't recall anyone who could block his attacks. He asked who was responsible for the intervention. She introduced herself as Su Shao's bodyguard and indicated that she was about to take action. The dean recalled that she was one of Long Ming's bodyguards. Although he had studied information about her, he had still underestimated her strength. Wang Shu noted that they had been searching for the blind man and that he had come to them on his own. Wang Shu questioned whether the dean really thought they would allow any disrespect towards their master. Mo Yan accused the dean of having killed many innocents for his selfish plans and declared that she would not support him this time. They asserted that if the dean wished to harm Su Shao, he would have to go through them first. Both Mu Yuan and Zhao Ping declared that they would also not stand aside. Dean Liu claimed he wasn't afraid of anyone, believing they were far from opponents who would simply fall without a fight. As he sensed a presence touching his shoulder, Dean Liu was surprised and noted that it could only be him. Turning around, Dean Liu saw Musha and was advised not to fear anyone, but to be cautious with his words. The scene shifted to a small forest outside the arena, where Matthew Guy, called by his brother Majo Kai in a childlike tone, was searching for Gia. He hadn't seen Gaia for a month and couldn't locate him. He assumed Gaia was alone, training a new deadly technique, and wanted to wish him good luck. When Matthew Guy received no response, he thought he might have run out of money. He had never previously denied his younger brother money, which might explain his silence. Suddenly, Matthew Guy expressed uncertainty about how to handle the situation, indicating he didn't know what to do. The younger brother was also surprised by the absence of the Hellfire seal, thinking it only disappeared when Fuji was in grave danger. Zhao Kai remarked that the ability was impressive, capable of inflicting tremendous damage with a single hand. He had sought out the finest blacksmith in Protoss to carefully seal his Hellfire ability. The sealed state did not affect the fight against demon-level predators. By removing this ability, he believed he was preparing a new technique that could help defeat his rival from the Iroquois. However, he reconsidered, thinking it might not be necessary if it posed a risk to the audience. He decided to think it over carefully. Marja Kai couldn't persuade Ma Fuji and strongly insisted that he reseal his ability, believing it would lead to victory. Ma Fuji was so annoyed by his brother's persistent insistence that he felt like killing him. Ma Zhao Kai sensed something was amiss with Ma Fuji, who had become too dangerous for him. He decided it was best to flee. The brother was extremely frightened and couldn't tell who was facing him. Meanwhile, the arena repairs were completed, signaling that the competition would resume. Musha brought Dean Liu to watch the matches. Despite Dean Liu's persistent complaints about being blind and not wanting to disturb the youth, Musha managed to convince him to stay. Succubi, standing nearby, remarked to Li that the old man had become much more pliable in Mr. Mu Sha's presence. An announcement was made in the arena for the upcoming fight between the head of the Iroquois, Lucayan King, and the owner of Hellfire, Ma Fuji. Lucayan King told Fuji that he knew many people were eager to see him fight. King wasn't intimidated by Fuji and refused to let anyone underestimate him. He believed everyone would be astonished by his ability. Abruptly, King removed his mohawk, revealing it as his main weapon. His hair grew rapidly and could be deadly due to its roughness and sharpness. From above, Musha commented to Dean Liu that such an ability was a valuable weapon, to which the old man agreed. As soon as the battle started, Qian Qing, glaring menacingly at Fuji, began demonstrating his deadly technique. He aggressively unleashed a powerful barrage of attacks towards his opponent. In response, Ma Fuji swiftly remarked that Qian Qing was talking too much. He extended his hand and released a burst of fire towards his enemy. The intense flames engulfed Kunshan so thoroughly that he, shouting to the judge, decided to surrender immediately. Spectators were astonished that Chong Qing gave up after the first strike, though they weren't entirely surprised by his swift defeat. The judge, acknowledging the outcome, declared the winner as the owner of Hellfire, Marshal GWI. The judge then called for the next participants to enter the arena, the lone leader Long Wei On and the owner of the wind sword Lin Yi Heng. After the announcement, the judge was puzzled by Long Wei On's absence and wondered why he hadn't appeared yet. Meanwhile, outside the ring, Long Yan was contemplating how to arrange a dinner reservation at a top-tier restaurant to celebrate with Yan and discuss his victory. She anticipated that he would be entering the arena soon and saw this as a chance to build rapport with him. She was concerned that her previous words might have negatively impacted his composure before the fight, and she struggled to find a solution. During this time, Wyon stood behind a wall, reminiscing over a family photo filled with cherished memories. Seeing Long Yan from behind the wall, Wyon thought about stepping out to greet her, finding it a simple task. With her back turned, Long Yan felt a touch and initially thought it was Wei Young. Turning around, she discovered it was Jin Xiong, who remarked that she was only focused on the ungrateful child. He questioned her persistence, as he didn't want to pay her any attention. With a hopeful look, he remarked that he was the one who could keep her company. Long Yan responded that he was still too young and should not speak to her that way. Despite his father being her boss, she was not a mere toy for him. In reply, Zhongshan mentioned that the old man would be gone in a few years anyway, and suggested that since she valued her job, she should be more polite to him. She called Zhongshan vile and disagreeable. Suddenly it began to snow in the palace, and neither Zhongshan nor Long Yan could determine its origin. Long Yan tried to figure out the source of the snowfall but couldn't reach a conclusion. The snowfall was caused by Wyon, who possessed the power of a freezing hurricane. Jiang Chun quickly realized that this individual could potentially attack him. A massive wave of snow swept the junction directly into the ring. Observing this, Linehan guessed that it might be someone from the Milky Way faction, whose family controlled energy sources in Protoss. He had fought Long Ming for the throne and speculated that Wyon might have played a role in the easy defeat of Xiong. Meanwhile, Long Yan saw Wei and told him to wait. When Wei stopped, she expressed her surprise at his actions and gratitude for standing up for her. She hoped that he hadn't stopped loving her. Long Wei Yang passed by, clarifying that it wasn't true. He merely stopped Wei from moving forward. The spectators eagerly awaited his appearance, noting that he was the son of an S-rank Protoss guard and the nephew of the former Protoss Qing Long Min. Everyone was excited for his fight. His fans cheered, praising his handsomeness, expressing their love for him and wishing him good luck. Linear Han, the owner of the Wind Sword, was annoyed by the attention Long Wei Yang received. Despite his popularity and attractiveness, Linear found him infuriating. He believed Long Wei Yang was not intimidating and had already devised a plan to defeat him. Linear Huang approached the judge with a complaint, alleging that Long Wei Yang had assaulted an innocent spectator. He noted that the spectator was the son of a faction leader responsible for energy resources, and such behavior violated the principles of the guards who are meant to protect their people. Lin Heng agreed that Long Wei Yang should be disqualified. Fans jeered, saying that such behavior was unacceptable and questioning how he expected to win under these circumstances. Lin Yiheng dismissed their complaints, reasoning that they covered part of the costs of maintaining the guards. He believed Count Dracula wouldn't dare to intervene on Yan's behalf, and thus he thought the round was his. Count Dracula claimed he hadn't personally seen Wei Yang assault anyone, and asked Will Yue if she had witnessed anything. Will Yue replied that she had not seen anything. Count Dracula then instructed that Jin Zhongxun be taken to the hospital, and the competition would continue. Lin Yiheng thought Count Dracula was risking his relationship with his sponsor just for his sake. Long Wei Yang, noting that everything was settled, said the fight would begin, and that since he was using a weapon, Long Wei Yang should also be equipped similarly for fairness. Lin Yiheng was caught off guard and asked for a delay. Long Wei Yang ignored him and ended the fight with a single blow. Long Yan reflected on how much he had grown and felt proud of him. The announcement was made that the semifinals would start soon, with the first battle between the owner of Endless Darkness, Succubi, and the Blessed Daughter, Zhao Ping Wu. Participants were asked to prepare. Succubi, realizing they were up next, asked Zhao Ping if she was ready. Zhao Ping responded with a giggle, reassuring the owner not to worry. Zhao Ping then raised her hand and declared that she was conceding the fight. Zhao Ping explained that they were not true rivals. She had expended all her energy in the first battle and was unable to fight again. Succubi mentioned that she had anticipated this outcome when the opponents were announced a month ago. Zhao Ping felt embarrassed and acknowledged that nothing could be hidden from him. She had hoped to ensure the owner's advancement to the finals, thinking that regardless of the final outcome, only the strongest would be recognized there. Wu Yi announced that Zhao Ping was withdrawing from the fight, and Succubi would advance to the finals. She also mentioned that he would be promoted to Protoss Guard, with the final ranking to be announced after the competition. Warrior Clark felt incredibly fortunate, almost moved to tears, as such a beautiful opponent had conceded to him. The next match would be between Soul Eater, Long Lion, and Hellfire's owner, Matthew Guy. The winner would become the new guard. Long Wei Yang observed Matthew Guy and wondered why he was not being attacked. Matthew Guy summoned a massive pillar of flame. From this pillar emerged the form of a dragon. Succubi was surprised to see his ability take shape. Count Dracula noted that it was impressive for a beginner to unleash such a significant amount of energy. Long Wei Yang contemplated using a trump card, feeling confident. Matthew Guy created a dragon form from Hellfire and prepared to attack Long Wei Yang. Long Wei Yang considered the hidden power within Matthew Guy and questioned why it was sealed. The spectators were amazed by the displayed power and worried that the flames might spread to them. Will Yua expressed concern that Matthew Guy could harm the spectators and wondered what could be done to stop the fight. Count Dracula reassured her that it wasn't necessary. Matthew Guy attacked with his dragon breath. Long Wei Yang warned him not to underestimate him and set up an ice barrier in front of himself. The entity within Matthew Guy questioned if he thought such a barrier could stop him, dismissing it as a futile effort. After the explosion, Long Wei Yang coughed, surprising the possessed Matthew Guy by still being alive. Long Wei Yang was burned and nearly stripped of his clothing. He told Matthew Guy that his strike hadn't breached the ice barrier and that he had overlooked 2 additional factors. Long Wei Yang explained that the barrier obstructed Matthew Guy's view, causing cracks to appear in the reflection of the barrier. Long Wei Yang then attacked from behind, stating that the barrier had given him the opportunity to maneuver around him. Matthew Guy barely managed to dodge and admitted that he had underestimated Long Wei Yang's skill. Matthew Guy counterattacked and landed a hit on Long Wei Yang, declaring it to be the end. Long Wei Yang, enraged, spat out blood and was visibly affected by the blow. Long Yan was troubled by the situation, noting the change in Long Wei Yang's demeanor and his fierce pride despite being hit. Long Yan realized that Long Wei Yang was now incredibly furious. Long Wei Yang vowed not to let the matter rest easily. Matthew Guy blocked Long Wei Yang's attack with ease, dismissing it as insignificant. Long Wei Yang was astonished that Matthew Guy managed to stop his scythe with his bare hands. Long Wei Yang pondered that such a feat could only be achieved by an S-rank deity. The Predator was aware that his sudden attack required him to rely solely on his own strength and to exercise caution. He needed to keep his actions hidden from others, as there were guards everywhere. If they detected anything amiss, he wouldn't escape unscathed. Marshall began to sense something unusual. Matthew Guy, who was under the Predator's influence, believed the Predator had taken control to access the prosthesis. To him, the Predator seemed to be the strongest among the competitors. While winning the competition wasn't his primary goal, losing to the newcomer was also not something he had planned. Wang Shu observed that both competitors were exceptionally strong. She questioned whether BA could emerge victorious of them. Lisa believed that the semi-finalists were impressive and both deserved to win. After a fierce exchange of blows that left both parties exhausted, the Predator thought he hadn't anticipated such a challenge, but it was actually beneficial. The Predator understood that he couldn't push this body any further. If he conceded, no one would suspect anything, allowing him to proceed with his plans undisturbed. His relatives had been unable to enter Paradise previously due to his guards, which included 10 of the strongest S-rank guards. As he surveyed the arena, he noted that 6 of them were present. Besides the Long men who had perished, 3 were missing. Their absence from such a crucial event suggested something significant had occurred. The Predator realized that the color gift was now poorly guarded. He just needed to wait for the right moment, concede defeat, and escape without being noticed. Magai raised his hand and declared that he was conceding due to exhaustion. Long Wei Yang was taken aback by the surrender, thinking it might be a joke. He attempted to persuade Magai to reconsider, questioning if he truly had no other options or a hidden strategy. The Predator informed him that since he had survived the previous attack, victory was unattainable. Long Wei Yang remarked that someone who is passionate about fighting admitting defeat was very unlike him. The Predator couldn't grasp why people didn't understand when there was no point in trying if chances were clearly non-existent. Turning away, the Predator left, informing Long Wei Yang that he had conceded and that Yang had gotten off easily, advising him not to act otherwise. Long Wei Yang noted that the predator's behavior was different from the first round and found it very suspicious. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan listened to the announcement that Ma Fuji had conceded, and Long Wei Yang was declared the winner. The finalists, who had both received the title of guard, would soon compete in the final round. Zhao Ping thought the final battle against Long Ming's nephew would be intriguing. Mu Yuan recalled Long Wei Yang's unexpected assistance in the first round, and wondered if it was due to Long Ming's influence. Ma Fuji, under the predator's control, walked down the steps into the city. He noticed someone following him from the arena and asked their intentions. The man with a bag on his shoulder insisted that he wasn't Ma Fuji and demanded his identification. The predator inquired how the man knew he wasn't Ma Fuji, asking if they were acquainted. The man identified himself as Ma, the S-rank Protoss guard of the 8th Division, and claimed to be Ma Fuji's mentor. The predator realized that Ma had exposed him in the arena and that he was in danger. He questioned why Ma had come alone, wondering if he was seeking trouble. Ma slapped the predator and told him not to talk nonsense. The predator was confused about Ma's identity and fought with all his strength, but it was the body of his student. Ma's father kicked the predator and stated that he and Fuji had shared many experiences together. The mafia struck him with such force that he quickly fell to the ground. Ma Fai landed right after the predator did. He casually caught his bag as if nothing had happened. Ma Fai grabbed him by the leg and declared that it didn't matter who he was. Ma Fai demanded that Fuji's body be left behind, threatening to kill him even if he continued hiding in it. The predator cleared his throat and asked if Ma Fai was insane. Ma Fai responded that it wasn't the first time he'd heard such an accusation. The predator activated his ability and commanded his release. Ma Fai vanished, causing the predator to fall to the ground and hit his head. The predator felt a sense of satisfaction, even though he didn't know who Ma Fai was and it no longer mattered. He was resigned to remain in his prison forever. The souls of those he had previously devoured would gradually drain all his strength. The predator got up and noted that Ma Fai had delayed him slightly, but he needed to hurry to obtain the gift of light. As the finals of the competition were ongoing, Yang commented that B had already become a guard, indicating he was getting closer to the throne. However, he warned not to celebrate too soon, as Uncle Long Ming was both a teacher and someone close to him. Yang mentioned that he wanted to assist him, but first, he needed to demonstrate his own abilities. He had to prove he was worthy of taking Long Ming's place. Yang realized why he had helped him before. It was to assess whether he was suitable. Yang released his power and instructed him to show what he could do. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and black lightning crackled in all directions. Yang observed him and thought it was astonishing, wondering how he had managed to create the black lightning. The audience was bewildered by the terrifying atmosphere and was unaware of the immense power possessed by Su Xiaobai. Warrior Kohaku sensed an unsettling feeling, recalling the same terrifying energy from their previous battle. Liu Zhanqing remarked that both were monsters. Dean Liu noted that the energy resembled asuras. He realized Su Xiaobai had awakened and asked Mu Sha if they had summoned him. Mu Sha confirmed that it was indeed asura and that they hadn't summoned him. He had no idea how Su Xiaobai had managed to harness this power. It was evident that Su Xiaobai had combined two abilities. Su Xiaobai asked Yang what he thought now and if he was disappointed. Yang responded that Su Xiaobai was indeed exceptional, in addition to his uncle's endless darkness. Clearly, Su Xiaobai possessed his own unique ability. Su Xiaobai reminded Yang that he had previously been deemed an unworthy opponent, and that now everything had changed. He wouldn't be using endless darkness in the competition. Su Xiaobai charged forward to strike Yang, announcing he would use his own technique. Yang quickly raised an ice barrier. Su Xiaobai broke through the barrier and revealed that his technique was called spiritual lightning. Yang jumped back, reflecting that Su Xiaobai hadn't been very strong in the first round, and the full effect of his technique was still unclear. Yang felt a surge of anxiety. Yang noticed that Su Xiaobai continued to hit him with spiritual lightning. Mo observed that it was time to attack but didn't understand why the action had stopped. She noticed that not only had Su Xiaobai stopped, but both combatants had also frozen. Su Xiaobai declared that it was over. He should have already realized that his senses were under Su Xiaobai's control, making the fight pointless. He suggested giving up as victory was impossible. Will asked Count Dracula if causing fear and controlling an enemy's senses was a Sora ability. The Count confirmed this was correct. Yo inquired why spirits were usually used for summoning, and why Asura hadn't been summoned despite the opportunity to showcase strength to the Protoss inhabitants. The Count explained that Asura was an unusual spirit, and succubi lacked the power to control him. Summoning him would cause immense damage and risk rebellion. Instilling fear was a passive ability, thus less risky. Count Dracula noted that combining fear with lightning had enhanced the attack. A small wound was enough. The Count reflected on the minimal effort required for such a result, and realized Su Xiaobai was far from foolish. Su Xiaobai, still refusing to give up despite being immobilized, questioned the point of continuing the fight. Yang told him that by taking control of his senses, he should have admitted defeat. He criticized Su Xiaobai for being close-minded and not taking advantage of the situation. Yang added that if Su Xiaobai lost now, it would only be due to his own stubbornness. Yang used the glaciation technique, freezing the entire arena and encasing Su Xiaobai's legs in ice. Su Xiaobai looked around and saw the arena was completely frozen. Su Xiaobai remarked on Yang's stubbornness, expressing frustration at his refusal to give up despite being given the chance. Su Xiaobai had not anticipated a fight, especially one where the entire arena was frozen just to immobilize him. Su Xiaobai had forgotten that, as Yang controlled his senses, he could no longer hear or respond. Yang acknowledged Su Xiaobai's resistance as the first aside from his uncle. He recognized Su Xiaobai's talent but noted he had missed something crucial. Yang informed him that ice was his sixth sense. Su Xiaobai was taken aback. Yang explained that he had frozen the arena not to immobilize him but to locate him. Yang told Su Xiaobai to prepare himself as he summoned his deadly ice weapon. Yang called forth the sword Excalibur from the ice. Yang reflected on how he had already achieved the position of guard. He wondered why he had pushed things to this point and was concerned about possible consequences. Jianping prayed to the gods, urging Su Xiaobai to be cautious and avoid putting himself in danger. Spectators commented on the enormous and chilling sword, noting that no one had known Excalibur was under Yang's control. Su Xiaobai admired Yang's strength and admitted he had underestimated him. Su Xiaobai gathered a black sphere in his right hand, declaring that he would not yield since he was fighting with full strength. He was eager to see who would prevail. Su Xiaobai formed a massive sphere and hurled it toward Yang. Yang shouted that they would determine who was the strongest among them. Mu Yuan thought their strengths were evenly matched, and at this rate both might end up suffering. The black sphere and Excalibur collided, causing an explosion that shattered both into pieces. The spectators were stunned, unable to comprehend the power they had witnessed. They noticed something unusual in the sky. Su Xiaobai began to absorb energy from the endless darkness surrounding him. Li Xin watched the fight on TV at work, noting that Su Xiaobai's relentless training over the past month was paying off. Defeating Yang would significantly boost his guard rating. A powerful impact shook her completely. Li Xin was furious that all her popcorn had spilled and thought an earthquake might have occurred. Through the cameras, Li Xin saw Ma Fuji killing the academy guards and entering the room with the meteorite. She recognized him as one of the competition participants. Ma Fuji stepped over the corpses of the guards, sensing that he was very close to his goal. Ma Fuji smashed the door to the meteorite room with a single blow. Ma Fuji gazed at the meteorite, thinking he had finally achieved his most cherished dream, the gift of light. He believed it would help him surpass the spiritual level and become the pinnacle of evolution. Wu, the B-rank Protoss guard commander, attacked Ma Fuji with a sword, stating that by the Dean's orders, access to this area was forbidden. Ma Fuji grabbed Wu by the face and slammed him into the wall, demanding to know where he was going and warning him not to interfere at such a critical moment. Li Xin watched the entire scene through the cameras and saw Ma Fuji kill Wu instantly. She thought that if the B-rank commander couldn't stop him, there was nothing she could do. She had only come to escort Long Ming and Su Xiaobai to the Dean and decided to ignore what was happening. She chose to pretend she hadn't seen anything, as she wasn't willing to risk her life for business purposes. Yang regained his senses and thought the fight must have ended, or that Su Xiaobai's control had been released. Yang noticed that Su Xiaobai was absorbing energy and questioned him about his promise not to use endless darkness, asking for an explanation. Su Xiaobai explained that the ability was passive and barely under his control. Su Xiaobai added that he had returned his feelings as compensation. Yang cursed endless darkness, realizing that after destroying the sword he had no chance of victory. She realized that endless darkness operates independently of its owner's will, absorbing surrounding energy on its own. Not only had Su Xiaobai won the duel, but he had also become stronger, while Yang had weakened. Yang decided to leave since the fight was over, and he could not bear to see Su Xiaobai's defeat. Thunder clapped, and Dean Lu inquired about the source of the sound. Musha suggested it might be coming from his academy. The Predator knew everything was going according to plan. The S-rank guards would arrive soon, but it would be too late. The Predator thought about what he had sought for 10 years. Now, he could absorb the gift of light and exceed his current level. Li Xin formed a triangle with her fingers and said the word grab. Ma Fuji attempted to absorb the gift of light, but it vanished. He glanced at the door, frustrated that someone had used teleportation, and wondered how this had happened. Li Xin stated that while she didn't want to interfere in matters that weren't her own, as a Protoss resident, she couldn't stand by and watch the murder and theft of their greatest treasure. She refused to allow it. Ma Fuji demanded she stop talking and asked where she had teleported the gift of light. Li Xin told him it was none of his business. Tentacles wrapped around Li Xin's body, a technique she hadn't seen in the competition. She sensed something wrong with the dark energy and realized it didn't seem human. The Predator warned her that if she didn't want to die from suffocation, she needed to tell him where the core was within 5 seconds. She questioned whether threats would make a difference, understanding the risks. He wouldn't kill her because he needed to know where the gift of light was. Li Xin revealed that she had placed a seal on the gift of light before teleporting, blocking its connection with the outside world. Ma Fuji confirmed that he could no longer sense the core's energy. He was restrained and cautioned that if he killed her, he might lose focus on the search. Ma Fukui remarked on her cleverness for exploiting his vulnerability, noting that he truly couldn't kill her. He inquired about the possibility of torture instead. Ma Fukui started to strangle her with his tentacles, causing Li Xin to scream in agony. He questioned whether she had any information to reveal. After she managed to catch her breath, she revealed that he was in a place he would never be able to locate. Lan Chung hurried towards the Academy of Sciences, understanding that the light originated from there and that Li Xin was on duty. She hoped everything would turn out all right. She observed that she and Dean Lu were heading towards the Academy of Sciences. Count Dracula and 2 S-rank guards also arrived, and she understood that something serious had occurred. Lan King rushed to the academy, where she found bodies scattered everywhere, but Li Xin's body was not among them. She arrived at the location of the meteorite. Dean Lu appeared frightened and anxious about his core and the light-launching ability, believing the old man was losing his sanity over the mission. She looked around the room and saw Mafuzi's body, which had a gaping wound in his stomach. Lan Chung jumped down to Ma Fuji's body, thinking he must have quietly slipped away after the fight to come here, and realized he could be in serious trouble. Based on what she observed, it was odd that the wound appeared self-inflicted. She couldn't grasp what he was trying to conceal. She set him down and requested that if he was still alive, he should let her know. Ma Fukui started coughing up blood, and she was relieved to see that he was still breathing. Dean Lu brandished his blade and demanded to know where Li Xin was and where his core could be found. Dean Lu swung his blade once more, emphasizing the importance of knowing where it had gone, and demanded a quick answer to his question. Lanting responded that everything would come in due time and asked for patience until she finished her conversation with him. The old man was frustrated that Lan Chung had blocked his attacks twice and had prioritized discussing the secretary's life over his light gift. Dracula, who had been observing from the side, mentioned that there was no need for further fighting because the surveillance cameras were broken. He also noted that Ma Fuji might be the only witness who was on the verge of death, meaning they might not get any useful information. Dracula was well aware of who could help with Ma Fuji's treatment. He brought Fuji to Musha, who watched over him and helped him gradually regain consciousness. As Ma Fuji came to, he struggled to recognize who was in front of him, finding the face vaguely familiar. Once fully conscious, Fuji expressed his confusion about how he ended up there and how Musha had saved him. Musha replied that Fuji was a deserving student who had not wasted his training under teacher Ma Fei. Given the severity of his injuries, survival was unlikely for most, and he had faced many tough battles before. Fuji could no longer stay still and was eager to save his teacher from something that had imprisoned him. Fuji's enthusiasm made Musha realize that he resembled his teacher very much. Ma Fukui deeply regretted his failure to defeat the creature and felt responsible for the situation. Dracula reassured him, saying there was no need to worry about the teacher, who was very strong and would not easily die. He also asked Fuji to share what he knew, stating there was no need for him to go anywhere as he could handle everything himself. The scene shifted to a dark forest, where someone urged that they needed to leave quickly to avoid being caught by the guards. At that moment, another voice expressed frustration, revealing that their plan had apparently failed. A different voice, sounding surprised, mentioned that the body had been exchanged. This other voice belonged to the spiritual-level traitor, sorceress Yin Yu. She was surprised to see that the body she encountered belonged to a red-haired man and questioned why it had changed to a woman's. She wondered if others were so bored with her body. During this exchange, Yin Yu realized she had been conversing with the spiritual-level traitor, the Dark King Base, whose body alone knew the location of the light gifts. The traitor informed Yin Yu that they were running out of time and needed to move quickly, which Yin Yu replied that she needed him to wait for her. Standing behind a tree, the traitor of the six-eared monkey realized they were being tricked. They had been left behind and could potentially get lost if left alone. The scene flashed back with the realization of what was happening. Count Dracula identified the traitor as someone with the ability to inhabit other people's bodies. He hadn't dealt with such a spiritual-level issue in a long time and couldn't leave the city since all power was in his control. He tasked Li Sai and Feng Min with rescuing Li Xin, emphasizing the need to bring her back unharmed. As for the traitor, they were to kill him. Lisa acknowledged the task and vowed to complete it. Feng Min also confirmed his understanding of the task and readiness to carry it out. Suddenly, someone approached them, stating that they were prepared to join the mission. Lan Cheng also expressed her desire to accompany them. Su added that the teacher was his bodyguard and that he was fully responsible for ensuring her safety. Lan Cheng reiterated that she is a friend of Xiao Bai and wants to assist him. Musha was puzzled about why Yuan Yuan was his daughter-in-law and realized that his entire family might become predators. He felt anxious about resigning. Dean Lu suggested that since Xiao Bai was still young, it might be better for him not to join the mission. The enemy possessed a high spiritual level, and he might struggle to cope. Zhao Bi responded to the old man, saying that he was only concerned about his core and showed no interest in her survival. Lisa reassured him, saying that the task was not too challenging for her. It was better to avoid unnecessary risks. She could bring Li Xin back on her own. Musha defended Xiao Bai, arguing that they should not dampen his enthusiasm. Having defeated Wei and become a Protoss guard, this mission would serve as good training for him. Xiao Bai placed his trust in Musha, believing he was the only one who could persuade them. Musha was uncertain whether Dracula was opposing him or not and felt the urgency to act quickly. Dracula reassured him, saying he had no objections and that he should not think Dracula was angry. He even gave him a discount coupon. He then addressed Xiao Bai, noting that rushing might prevent him from being properly initiated into the guards. Therefore, he promptly initiated him into the Protoss defenders in front of everyone. Dracula also mentioned that he was ready to assign him to the role of strategist. At that moment, Fuji was surprised that he could overcome the long journey. After the appointment, Zhao Bi stated that the four of them would undertake the mission together and emphasized the importance of teamwork. He also shouted that they must rescue her at any cost. As they progressed, Xiao Bai recognized the road, recalling that he had become acquainted with the Protoss territory after the initial rounds of the competition. He was certain that, apart from the unexplored areas, there was also a zone marked as forbidden entry. Xiao Bai identified the area they were in as the guard's graveyard, a place notorious for being deadly to those who enter. Lisa, walking beside him, was puzzled by how Xiao Bai could remember this particular forest path among the thousands of similar routes. She noted that his good memory was impressive. Fang Mian remarked that Xiao Bai was an interesting person and mentioned he used his spare time to study maps. Xiao Bai noted that his habit of remembering details was from a past life. He expressed a desire to evade them, realizing he had likely reached the guard's graveyard and needed to catch up quickly. Wei complained about being bored, mentioning that he had joined them expecting a fight but felt misled. Yin Yu noted that the signal trap indicated the guards would soon catch up with them. Initially, she thought there were 4 pursuers, but then sensed that there were actually 5. Wei expressed his eagerness to fight and requested permission to detain them. Yin Yu questioned whether it was wise to take on 5 opponents alone and if Wei had thought it through. Bass instructed Yin Yu to handle the pursuers, while he had a more crucial task. Yin Yu asked what this important task was. Bass claimed that Yin Yu was merely being used. Bass explained that they did not know the full extent of their opponent's capabilities, and that taking risks was unnecessary. He needed to gather information about the location of the light gift from this body, which required a lot of energy and concentration. Therefore, Yin Yu was to protect him while he focused. Bass added that if they reached the guard's graveyard, it would mean they were safe. A large boulder was hurled at Xiao Bai, who realized it was an ambush. Lanting sliced through the boulder with 30 strikes of her blade. Lanting ordered them to stop hiding and reveal themselves. Yin Yu appeared before them and said she merely wanted to greet them. She warned them that passing further would require paying with their lives. Lisa retorted that she would be the one to pay for interfering. Lanting agreed with Lisa, noting that dealing with Yin Yu wouldn't take much time. Xiao Bai stepped forward, advising against making a fuss. He believed this was just a delay tactic and anticipated more traps. He suggested they needed a new plan. Fang Mian thought highly of him for not backing down in the face of danger. Lisa suggested that while dealing with Yin Yu, they should look for another chance to break through. If they encountered another trap, they should stick to the same plan, evade and move on without hesitation. Zhao Bi emphasized the need to catch up with the enemy before they reached the guard's graveyard and rescue Li Xin. Lisa admired Zhao Bi's quick assessment and strategic planning, noting that the strategy was effective and didn't seem like something a novice would come up with. Lan Cheng leaped forward, offering to delay Yin Yu while the others searched for a way to get through. She thought that if the intention was to delay them, it would be better for the stronger members to continue the pursuit. Lanting observed Yin Yu, noting that although she was alone against 4 opponents, she remained calm and exuded a sense of danger. Lanting considered it too risky to proceed recklessly. Lanting launched a series of attacks. Yin Yu defended herself against the assaults using her weaving bonds. The two exchanged rapid blows, but neither could land a hit. Their strikes were too swift for a typical observer to follow. Amid their fight, Xiao Bai called out, indicating that it was the perfect moment to move forward. Yin Yu declared that they wouldn't pass so easily. Her hair extended and went underground towards them. Using her power, she manipulated the earth to create blocks that obstructed their path. Lisa drew her sword and instructed them not to stop. She would handle the situation using Divine Light Yin. Yin Yu saw that Lisa had broken through her bonds and was baffled by how it was done. Xiao Bai leaped over Yin Yu and noted that they had managed to break through. Xiao Bai vowed that he would never give up and would bring Li Xin back. Yin Yu was angered that, although her bonds were broken, allowing 3 of them to escape was unacceptable. She furiously declared that if her failure to stop them caused her to lose Bass's favor, it would be Lang Jing's fault. Someone rushed past them at an incredible speed, leaving them both in shock. Lan Cheng recognized Dean Lu and realized he had been following them all along. Yin Yu realized she had been so focused on her own plan that she forgot about the 5th person. If their plan failed because of this oversight, Bass would never forgive her. Lanting commented that a predator's thinking, even at the spiritual level, remained primitive. Yin Yu asked what Lanting knew, and she responded that Bass had been focused solely on the light gift during his time in Protoss. Yin Yu continued, expressing her frustration at not having seen Bass for a month and the emotional toll it took on her. Lanting thought that Yin Yu's screaming was as disruptive as a nightcat's cry. Lanting fell to her knees, struggling to breathe. She realized the sound waves from Yin Yu's scream were affecting her brain and controlling her body. Yin Yu was herself confused about what had happened, not understanding her own capabilities. Yin Yu's scream emitted sound waves that could incapacitate someone, making them lose their fighting ability. She commanded the blades of bonds to strike the heart with sorrow. Yin Yu wished for Lan Cheng to experience the pain of love piercing her heart. Lanting wondered if she was really going to die here in such a manner. Xiao Bai and the team continued moving forward, with Wei commenting that he had expected Yin Yu to be unreliable and that the 3 of them had missed her. Feng Mian noticed another presence. The new arrival, sitting on a stone, claimed that he could deal with all 5 of them with a single blow. Feng Mian revealed that his favorite animal was the monkey and asked to be allowed to handle the task himself. One of the copies positioned behind him called Feng Mian arrogant. Feng Mian was surprised to see multiple copies present. The copy explained that the archway was skilled at cloning, with each copy possessing the same strength as the original. He was much stronger than a typical demonic-level representative. Feng Mian picked up the Always Club with one hand and told the others to continue the chase, warning them not to get in his way. Feng Mian activated the 7 Deadly Sins ability, specifically anger. A red pillar rose up to the clouds following its activation. Feng Mian declared that he would handle the monkeys himself and then catch up with the others. The succubus noted that Feng Mian seemed to have changed, almost like he was a different person. Lisa explained that Feng Mian had 7 personalities living within him and emphasized that this was not the time to dwell on it. They needed to hurry. The copy sitting on the stone remarked on Feng Mian's unusual strength and advised caution. Another copy complained about the bad breath of the one sitting on the stone and asked him to close his mouth. Feng Mian approached the copy, questioning what he was doing and whether he thought Feng Mian would be intimidated. Feng Mian slapped the copy, remarking that he was good at talking. The copy remarked that even Bass had never hit him in the face, yet here he was being struck. Feng Mian continued to beat him, not allowing him a moment to defend himself. He promised to keep attacking and expressed his intentions. The second copy lunged at Feng Mian, noting that he faced more than one opponent. Feng Mian swung his club but missed. He dodged the attack, causing Wei to lose sight of him and begin searching for his whereabouts. The battered copy indicated that Feng Mian was behind him. Feng Mian stood on the club, and Wei wondered how he had managed to get there and where the guard had gained such speed. Feng Mian leaped and kicked the copy, commenting that there were 6 others in Protoss who were even faster than him. Feng Mian compared the copy to a domestic animal, stating that a single blow would make him docile. Wei asked Bass if he had located the light gift yet, noting that their pursuers were formidable. He expressed concern that if they caught up, their Wei might not be able to handle the situation alone. Wei urged Bass to quickly find out the location of the core and then deal with the girl. Bass searched through Li Xin's memories. In one memory, Li Xin was sitting against a wall, severely beaten and wounded, feeling desperate and wanting someone to save her. A dead man approached Li Xin from behind. Lan Cheng intervened, piercing the dead man's head and saving Li Xin. Lanting approached Li Xin and told her that if she wanted to survive, she needed to follow her. The girl with the sword seemed familiar to Bass. He had seen her among the spectators at the competition, and she frequently appeared in Li Xin's memories. Bass discovered the location of the Gift of Light, which Li Xin had hidden inside Lan Cheng. Yin Yu pierced Lan Cheng, but she remained defiant and questioned what Yin Yu intended to do with her. Yin Yu was surprised that despite her severe injury, Lan Cheng continued to hold her sword and proved to be a formidable opponent. Yin Yu remarked that Lan Cheng's resistance wasn't due to an irresistible scream, but rather her difficult nature. Yin Yu declared that the entertainment was over and expressed a desire to hear Lan Cheng's screams of pain. She advanced towards Lan Cheng with her bonds of yin. Lan Cheng apologized to Li Xin. Accepting her fate, she acknowledged that she had failed to save her this time. Lan Cheng was enveloped in a golden sphere, shattering all of Yin Yu's attacking blades. Yin Yu was baffled by this unexpected strength, not realizing that Lan Cheng possessed such a powerful ability. Lan Cheng herself was perplexed by the sudden surge of power emanating from her chest. Yin Yu realized that the Gift of Light was inside Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng told Yin Yu that it seemed the heavens were on her side and reassured her not to fear because Lan Cheng's blade was incredibly swift. Yin Yu responded that she wasn't afraid but was thrilled because Lan Cheng had led her to the path of lifelong happiness. She envisioned presenting the Gift of Light to Bass and earning his affection. Lan Cheng tightened her grip on her sword and told Yin Yu she was dreaming. In a single stroke, Lan Cheng cut open Yin Yu before she could react. As Yin Yu fell, she thought this was the end. The Gift of Light was so close, and she lamented the missed opportunity. Lan King remarked that she was quite unfortunate. Even before her demise, Yin, you had a strong desire for Mr. Boss. A few years ago, at the age of 18, you sat on someone's bed and wept bitterly. The man was getting dressed and told you to stop crying and to keep the incident a secret. He threatened that if you told anyone, he would make your life miserable. Yin, you called him a scoundrel and questioned his humanity. He struck you forcefully because of those words. He told you that you needed to understand that if he hadn't sheltered you, you and your mother would have been prey for predators by morning. Holding your cheek, you listened as he said he spent a lot of money maintaining you, and you should remember his kindness. He demanded you repay your debt with your body. Yin, you stood on the edge of a high-rise building thinking that if you jumped, all your torment would end. Standing on your toes with your arms outstretched, you said goodbye to the unhappy world, hoping to be treated well in the afterlife. Bass approached from behind and said that death is not a solution. He told you that only strength can bring change. Bass commanded you to come to him and become his, promising to give you strength unknown to ordinary people. The man in fear shouted for you to leave and not come near him. You asked why he was so afraid. Yin, you asked if he didn't want you to repay him, suggesting this was a great chance to settle the debt. He pleaded with you not to take those words seriously. Yan, you mentioned that he was quite serious. He grabbed her leg, admitted his mistake, and begged her not to kill him. He promised to find other younger people for her to eat, as many as she wanted if she spared his life. She told him that she did not have a taste for human flesh. After killing him, she reflected on whether giving up her humanity for someone like him was worth it. Lansing was already leaving when her legs started to wrap around Yin's hair. She turned around and realized that she had not died from the blow. Yan, you said she felt bad, as if all her memories had been erased. She asked Lansing if she could help her. Wei inquired about the power of the gift of light since Bass, who was already strong, was striving hard to obtain it. Bass replied that Wei wouldn't understand until he reached his own strength limit. Bass explained that he had gone through a lot to reach the peak of his spiritual level and now felt lonely, thinking he had nothing left to strive for. He thought there was no one stronger than him, but he was mistaken. Bass revealed that he had lost to a young man from the human race. Wei was surprised and asked if he was joking about losing to a man. Bass replied that he was serious, describing the man as a true genius of battles. A few days later, he founded Protoss, known as Long Ming. If it weren't for the endless darkness, he wouldn't have lost. Bass said that when Long Ming died, he found his remains but didn't find the endless darkness with him, which posed a significant problem for him. Bass dreamed of receiving the gift of light, believing it would transform him beyond recognition. He hoped that with the gift of light, he could resist the power of the endless darkness, surpass his limitations, and overcome the spiritual level. He believed he would surpass Long Ming and become the strongest in the entire world. Wei remarked that they had arrived at the guard's cemetery. Wei suggested leaving a note for Yin Yu so she would know where to find them. Bass jumped down and said it was unnecessary as Yin Yu wouldn't come. When he asked her to delay the guards, he knew she couldn't resist them. Wei couldn't understand and asked Bast if he had planned to abandon her from the start, reminding him that they were all family. Bast replied that if he obtained the gift of light in exchange for Yin Yu, then it would all be worthwhile. He added that the concept of family was a human notion, and predators didn't need families. He called Wei to follow him, saying they might be able to hide from their pursuers. A ray of light flashed centimeters from Wei, who managed to dodge at the last moment. The blow scattered trees in all directions, and the wave crashed into the ground. Wei was relieved that he managed to dodge, thinking he would have been beheaded otherwise. Bast approached a crack in the ground and said he was impressed that it was made with a sword, which cut such a chasm. Bast remarked that it was no wonder Yin Yu couldn't handle them. Lisa ordered them to listen to her, warning that anyone who crossed the border would die without mercy. Bast said her statement was arrogant and that no S-rank could defeat him. Bast jumped over the depression and told Wei to come with him. Lisa responded that he asked for it. Lisa sped past Wei so quickly that he could barely keep up with his eyes, only thinking about how fast she was. Lisa buried her sword into the shield that Bass had managed to put up. Bass remarked that she wasn't lying since this body belonged to one of their men. However, Bass stated that she would never be able to kill him. He told her that after meeting a certain person, he created a shield based on the strength of that person's blow, questioning if she thought she was stronger. Lisa replied that she wasn't sure, but when it came to inflicting maximum physical damage, she had no equal in Protoss. Lisa's sword began to penetrate Bass's shield, shocking him greatly. He realized that if he didn't dodge in time, it would end badly for him. Bass managed to dodge, thinking she was excellent with a sword. However, she didn't take advantage of the opportunity and changed her trajectory. Bass suggested they also needed information about the location of the gift of light. Lisa admitted it didn't work the first time, as she hadn't practiced with a sword for a long time, though Bass knew she was lying. When Lisa pulled her sword from the ground, the earth began to split apart as if it were coming apart at the seams. Lisa told him that because of his current body, he wouldn't be able to fight at full strength and would need to return to his own body to fight her, as her next blow would hit the target. She asked to see his true strength as a spiritual-level predator. Lisa inquired if his ability was only to possess others. Bass responded that while he was in this body, she wouldn't dare kill him and asked whom she was trying to deceive with such childish tricks. Wei shouted at Lisa not to underestimate them, accusing her of ruining his hair with her blow and declaring that Wei wouldn't let it go. Wei swung at her, saying that she had asked for a 2-on-1 fight. Lisa turned to Wei and asked who said she was alone. Su Xiao leapt at Wei, causing his jaw to snap shut forcefully. Xiao Bai jumped off Wei's head and told Lisa to proceed with the plan. Bass wondered what they were planning. Zhao Bi started creating numerous spirit realms. Base recognized this energy as the same absorbed by the endless darkness. Su launched all the spiritual spheres at Bass, who realized it was an all-or-nothing situation. Bass shielded himself, thinking he lacked experience. He had used so much energy but only raised dust. Then he remembered his partner, whom he had completely forgotten while watching. Somehow, she posed the biggest danger to him. Lisa was already charging toward Bass. Bass began jumping to dodge Lisa's attacks and told them he had figured out their plan. Lisa told him he was mistaken and that nothing had worked out for him. Su grabbed Bass in a jujitsu choke and said their plan had succeeded. Bass couldn't understand what was happening as his strength left him. He realized that it was somehow Su who controlled the endless darkness. Xiao Bai confirmed this, telling Bass that once he absorbed all his power, he would leave Li Xin's body. Su began draining all of Bass's energy, surrounding them with a bright purple light. Wei realized that the endless darkness Bass feared was within this guy. Lisa was contemplating whether Su could handle this. It was over. Somehow Bei was holding Li Xin in his arms. She was unconscious. Lisa looked at him and thought he was impressive. She realized he wasn't as simple as he seemed. Li Xin was saved without a scratch, and Lisa marveled at how cleverly he had done it. Bei had used the shield he stole from Bass to protect Li Xin from any danger. Bei told her to rest well while she slept. He would wait until she regained consciousness, and then they would sort everything out. Bass laughed maniacally. Su asked what made him so happy. Bass said he had discovered not only the location of the gift of light, but also a way to take the endless darkness. Bass proclaimed that the heavens favored him and called himself the Chosen One. Su Bi said Bass was celebrating too early, noting that at least half of his power had been absorbed. Su stretched out his hands and asked if the remaining power would be enough for Bass to take away the endless darkness. Bass told him that he couldn't lose the same ability twice, regardless of how much energy Su Bi managed to absorb. Bass asked Wei to reveal his true appearance. Wei agreed to do so. Wei declared himself the Lord of the Underworld, capable of controlling the souls of the Kingdom of Shadows. Bass revealed that he didn't come to hide from them in the guard cemetery, which was the prison of his underworld. The many souls there were his source of replenishing strength. Bass smiled, saying that no one could defeat him here. Lisa acknowledged that they had underestimated him. Zhao Bi remarked that there was only one option left for them. They both agreed that they needed to deal with him and complete the mission. Meanwhile, deep within the guard cemetery, Father walked straight ahead, breaking everything in his path. Even when large stones obstructed his way, he did not change direction. He simply kept moving forward, even through the stones. Ma commented on the nature of this place, noting that he had walked all night but never found a way out. He saw souls flying somewhere and wondered if he had already dealt with these wandering souls. Why were they appearing again and in such large numbers? He thought the educational process had paid off and that the souls had decided to help him escape. Bass declared that thousands of souls had come at his call. Xiao Bai couldn't understand where so many souls had come from and was surprised Bass had killed so many people. Lisa said they couldn't let him consume all the souls. Bass began absorbing the souls, telling them to come and merge with him so they could continue living together. They wanted to attack Bass. Zhao Bi said it was bad because he was swallowing them all. They decided they needed to destroy him quickly. Wei jumped in front of them, saying that as long as he was there, no one would bother Bass. Lisa swung her sword and told Wei that he had asked for it. Wei realized he had made a mistake and did not expect her movements to be so fast. Lisa cut off Wei's head, and his body fell. Subi looked at Bass and said it was too late. Due to the large number of souls, Bass swelled like a balloon. He said he had devoured everyone, and all those souls filled him, making him feel limitless power. Bass swelled to his limit and exploded from the overflow of souls in his body. Bei was quite taken aback by the fact that Bass had managed to blow himself up. Lisa advised Xiao not to relax as the explosion was not lethal. Bass reincarnated as a soul devourer, a predator of the spiritual level. He immediately targeted Xiaobai and Lisa. He created a shield around himself and Lisa, instructing her to be cautious and to stay behind him. After Bass's attack subsided, the area around them was left with a crater several meters deep. Xiaobai remarked that the energy released with a single wave of his hand was so immense that, had it not been for the shield he borrowed from Bass, they would have been obliterated. Zhao Bi mentioned that the shield was at its limit and that they would need to dodge if attacked again. Lisa observed him and noted that although he had recently become an A-rank guard, he immediately rushed to protect them. She thought that while he might not seem reliable at first glance, he proved dependable in crucial moments. Bass realized that he had missed them, but he hadn't used his full strength, only about 70%. He wondered if this was the issue. Ma Fei emerged from the forest, seemingly unfazed and breaking through trees. He expressed relief at having finally exited and complained about the darkness he had been traversing. Bass looked at him in confusion, recognizing him and questioning if he was the same fool he remembered. Ma Fei looked back, trying to recall who Bass was, and asked who he was. Bass asked why Ma Fei had forgotten so quickly. Ma Fei responded that they had never met before. Bass decided it was no longer important and instead asked Ma Fei about the status of his spirit slaves. Showing his fist, Ma Fei claimed that he had taught a lesson to those in the forest and hoped for peace. Bass became furious, calling Ma Fei's father a bastard, as Bass had been gathering them for years. In his anger, Bass seemed to teleport and struck Ma Fei with all his might. Bi informed them that even though Bass was using only 70% of his strength, it was still more than sufficient to handle them. Ma Fei quickly got up and remarked that the blow was insufficient, promising to demonstrate real strength if given time. Ma Fei slung his bag over his shoulder, stating that they could fight another time. He needed to rush to Protoss to uncover the identity of the person who harmed his student. Xiao Bi and Lisa emerged from the crater, with Lisa informing Ma Fei that he didn't need to go to Protoss. The person he sought was already present. Ma Fei was surprised to learn that she was here as well. Bi pointed at Bass and revealed that he had not only possessed and used Ma Fei's body, but had also inflicted a fatal wound on him. Fortunately, Mu Sha had saved him. Ma Fei turned to Bass and asked why he had encountered him outside the arena. Bass explained that he hadn't immediately understood what Ma Fei was doing and commented that it was expected from someone with an empty mind. Ma Fei tossed his bag to Bass, who caught it and questioned the strange smell. Ma Fei then delivered a powerful blow to Bass's stomach, revealing that it was his spare underwear. The force of the blow sent Bass flying, leaving him bewildered by the explosive strength. Ma Fei unleashed his desperate power and declared that only he could defeat his student. Ma Fei's attack took the form of a dragon, which he called Dragon Style. Bass recognized the dragon form of the attack and realized that its power should not be underestimated. Bass intended to use his shield to protect himself, confident that it could withstand the attack. The dragon form passed through Bass. Xiaobai was astonished by the strength of an S-rank card and considered Ma Fei to be a formidable opponent. After the dragon form passed, Bass realized it had penetrated his living armor, making it extremely difficult to repair. The living armor, made from human souls, can withstand 3 fatal blows. Bass was infuriated with Ma Fei, feeling increasingly annoyed. It seemed that the feelings of hatred were mutual. Meanwhile, at the top of the sacred mountain, an alarm clock rang loudly throughout the house. Mu Yuan called out for her father to wake up and stop sleeping. Mushi, irritated by the alarm clock, broke it and lamented the foolishness of such devices. He was desperate to continue sleeping. Musha, sitting on the toilet with his favorite milk tea, yelled at Yuan, asking if she had cooked for the next day. When she didn't respond, Musha wondered where she could have gone. Yuan had left a note for him, stating that he would have to have breakfast alone and that Ma Fei was with her. Upon reading the note, Musha realized his determined daughter had cleverly orchestrated everything. All of his daughters were flying on the Blue Phoenix, with Ma Fei accompanying them. Zhao Ping thought that the owner and Chen had risked their lives to save Li Xin, and she couldn't stay out of it. Mu Yuan was surprised by her own actions, worried about what they would do if he suddenly died. Wang Shou was upset that he went with Qin without inviting her, feeling it was unfair. Mo Yan believed that Dean Lu must have followed them, as she was familiar with him. Xiao Bai needed to be cautious around him. Ma Fei was envious, noting that this foolish person seemed to be quite popular with the girls. As they flew over the forest, Ma Fei wondered about the widespread deforestation and if Li Xin was responsible for it. Zhao Ping responded that such destruction was not typical of her style. Someone called out to Chen Launching, who turned around, surprised to see her daughter-in-law's bird. Zhao Ping descended to her and advised her not to be concerned. She asked where the owner was and why they were not together. Launching explained that she had been delayed. Yan appeared before them, and Zhao Ping and Lan Xin immediately recognized her. Lan King questioned why Yan was pursuing them despite Launching having spared her life and shown leniency, expressing her frustration. Yan explained that she wasn't interested in fighting but felt responsible for the current situation and that Lan Xin should take responsibility. Zhao Ping sensed a predator's presence but noticed a different aura emanating from Yan. Lan Ting clarified that Yan was indeed a predator, but after her defeat, she had not died and was now closely following them. Launching pointed to the stone embedded in her chest, suggesting it might be the cause of her memory loss. Mu Yuan jumped off the bird and identified it as a purification effect. She recalled her father mentioning it and asked about the core of light. Mu Yan confirmed this and suggested that Li Xin, in desperation, must have hidden it in her. Mu Yuan explained that the purification process removes negative effects, but can also erase memories. She noted that Yan had been freed from the bloodthirstiness typical of predators. Yan reflected on this, realizing that since she was originally human and had shed the primary disadvantage of being a predator, it was incorrect to label her as such. Mu Yuan turned to Yan and invited her to join them with a smile. Mucha stepped outside and thought about resigning amicably, but his life seemed to be anything but peaceful. Ma Fei was engaged in combat with Bass and had begun successfully blocking Fei's attacks. Bass calmly dodged Li Xin's attacks. Xiao Bai noticed something unusual. Initially, he struggled to withstand Ma Fei, but now he was effortlessly repelling attacks from both sides. This discrepancy could pose a problem. Xiao Bai looked at the remains and realized he needed to come up with a quick solution. Ma Fei evaded one of Bass's attacks and remarked to Li Xin that Bass seemed to be growing stronger. Lisa confirmed this observation, noting that it was her first time encountering such a phenomenon. Bass taunted them, implying that they wouldn't grasp the situation and questioned their curiosity about his increasing strength. He explained that it was due to his nature as a predator, which made him inherently superior to humans. Xiao Bai shouted that this was false, while Su Xiao Bai speculated that Bass had absorbed many souls, but it took time for him to assimilate their energy. Xiao Bai pointed out that if what they had learned was correct, the longer the battle continued, the more Bass would evolve. He asked Bass if this was accurate. Bass acknowledged that Xiao Bai was not foolish and inquired how he had deduced his ability. Xiao Bai explained that it was simple, given his own experience with demonic abilities. 2 copies of Xiao Bai appeared behind Bass, preparing to strike him. With a single wave of his hand, Bass dealt with the copies and questioned if cloning was Xiao Bai's ability. Bass then pierced Zhao Ping with a beam attack. Bass told Xiao Bai that the soul was meant to be absorbed by him, but since Xiao Bai dared to use it, Bass would help him fulfill his wish to die quickly. Xiao Bi laughed and asked why Bass assumed he was the original. The copy vanished, and Bass realized that Xiao Bi had tricked him. Xiao Bai took control of Bass's body, leaving Bass unable to move. He was confused by the situation and felt intense fear, as though eyes were peering into his very soul. Ma Fei inquired about the nature of the mirage. Lisa explained that it wasn't a mirage but the eyes of Asura, which could immobilize enemies through fear. She was surprised that Xiao Bi possessed such power. Xiao Bai admitted that he hadn't used his power before, but had been forced to do so. He warned that if Bass wasn't killed, others would suffer. Xiao Bi, enraged, summoned the hands of Sora. Bass felt that Xiao Bi's killing intent was even stronger than that of a predator, and he couldn't understand how this was possible. Xiao Bi restrained Bass with one of Sora's hands. Bass realized he had lost control and couldn't move. He noticed that another layer of his spiritual armor had been shattered and declared that he would finish Bass off. Xiao Bi waved dismissively and said that this was not the end. He advised taking care of himself first and began attacking Bass with a flurry of punches. Lisa observed that souls were leaving Bass, realizing that they feared Asura far more than the Dark King. Bass felt that Xiao Bi had destroyed the final layer of his spiritual armor. Xiao Bi called out to his allies to attack Bass immediately. Ma Fei delivered a powerful kick and activated the Tiger Valley. He conveyed that everything was clear without needing to say more. Lisa turned to the Dark King and warned him to prepare to face consequences for his actions. As she spoke, she charged her arbitration assault ability and struck him. After executing the attack, she calmly declared that the verdict was delivered. Ma Fei added that the Dark King had chosen the wrong path. Bass, severely wounded and nearly cut in half, with an arm and a leg missing, refused to surrender as the gifts of light and darkness were within reach. He was determined not to back down. Xiao Bai, exhausted, hoped that this would be the end for Bass. Lisa observed Xiao Bi and thought his spiritual strength was so immense that it seemed difficult for him to maintain. Xiao Bi lost consciousness and began to collapse. Lisa caught him and felt embarrassed by the situation. She noticed how close he was to her and realized he was very handsome. Shy and embarrassed, she tried to turn away. Ma Fei commented on Lisa's flushed appearance and asked if she was hurt. Feeling awkward, Lisa pushed Xiao Bi away and told Ma Fei not to be silly, insisting that her complexion was perfectly normal. Ma Fei thought that Lisa was terrible at lying. Xiao Bi regained consciousness, complained of pain, and wondered why he had lost consciousness. He realized that controlling Sora's power required significant energy. Xiao Bai felt something was off and pondered what could be the issue. Xiao Bai pointed out that since the endless darkness hadn't activated, Bass was still alive. He urged them to finish him off quickly. Bass, realizing he had been discovered, made a final attempt to win by releasing his soul to transfer it to another body. Bass exhaled his soul in an attempt to take over Xiao Bai's body. Bass chuckled and remarked that this body contained both boundless darkness and the essence of Asura. He grinned and declared that now everything was entirely under his control. Lisa suggested that he should somehow escape from the body, given that he already knew the power of her strike. Bass inquired about what he would be attacked with and mentioned that this body was the best he had ever possessed. Ma approached Bass and instructed Leslie to keep her composure, as he had more experience with these situations. He assured her he would take care of it. Lisa asked him what his plan was. Ma Fei dashed towards Bass, stating that he would undoubtedly pulverize him. Bass intercepted Ma Fei's punch with a saw, blocking it with his arm. Ma Fei taunted him, suggesting that since he had blocked the left punch, he should now experience the right one. Bass replied that such moves were too predictable and ineffective. Bass warned that relying solely on physical strength would not be enough to defeat Asura. Ma delivered a powerful headbutt to Bass. Ma Fei commented that while his fists might not be enough to defeat Bass, his head was certainly stronger, knocking Bass out. Lisa was astonished that he had actually used his head to strike. Lisa reminded Ma Fei that he had claimed to be experienced in such matters and asked how they could now extract the predator from Sue Shelby's body. Ma admitted he hadn't thought of a solution yet and suggested trying another hit or two, hoping the scoundrel would exit on its own. Fang Mian approached and advised against Ma Fei's approach. Ma Fei inquired about the reason. Fang Mian clarified that Bass was in a dire situation and was unlikely to relinquish even a sliver of hope due to a few blows. He argued that the current approach was misguided. Ma asked what Fang Mian proposed, to which Fang Mian replied that in this scenario, the only solution was to destroy Bass and rely solely on Susie's strength. To defeat Bass, they needed to depend on Susie's power alone. Bass was astonished that as the Dark King, he was being overpowered by mere guards. Bass warned Suicidal B.I. that if he killed him here, he would claim this body permanently. Suicidal B.I. retorted that Bass was all talk. Suicidal B.I. began attacking Bass, declaring that he would reclaim his body. Bass dismissed him, saying that Suicidal B.I. was still too inexperienced and needed to age a few thousand years before trying to show off. He told Suicidal BI to improve and gain more experience before attempting to confront him. Lisa noted that Suicidal BI had already revealed all his skills and demonstrated his remarkable abilities. They wouldn't have succeeded so easily without him. She expressed concern that Suicidal BI now had to face a spiritual-level predator alone and asked if there was really no way they could assist. Fang Mian responded that they needed to see who was spiritually stronger and that they should simply wait until Suicidal BI regained consciousness. Ma Fei wondered what to do if Bass emerged victorious. Fang Mian explained that if Bass won, it would indicate that Suicidal BI's soul had been entirely dominated, and they would need to fulfill their duty as guards by killing Bass. Bass remarked on his own inexperience, emphasizing the importance of spiritual strength in this realm. He stated that it wasn't just the power of endless darkness or Asura, and questioned what he could achieve on his own. Suicidal BI smiled, acknowledging that Bass had reminded him of the significance of spiritual power in this place. Bass sensed a shift in his energy. Suicidal BI changed his appearance and offered his condolences, saying he had encountered something beyond his control. Bass was baffled, having never witnessed such a formidable display of spiritual power before. He wondered if it was some kind of illusion, but then realized it wasn't. In the spiritual realm, using abilities was impossible, and he was puzzled by this unexpected strength. Xiaobai explained that Bass didn't understand the struggles he had endured to acquire this body. Xiaobai asserted that he wouldn't allow a stranger to take it from him. Bass warned Xiaobai not to attempt to intimidate him, claiming he had faced such challenges countless times in the spiritual world without ever losing. Bass attempted to resist Xiaobai, stating that he would not let someone like him tarnish his reputation. Xiaobai became enraged and told Bass not to be so confident. Bass's body began disintegrating into fragments, leaving him feeling despondent and unable to cope. Suicidal BI's body hovered in the air, and Xiaobai, observing this, questioned why it was happening. Fang Mian explained that this indicated an intense struggle between their souls, and they were about to discover who would emerge victorious. Dean Lu thought that Bass had killed his subordinates and noted that Suicidal BI was also causing trouble. He was indifferent to which of them would wake up. Zhao Ping was confused by the situation and felt her pulse quicken. She speculated that something might have happened to the owner. Lisa caught Dean Lu's blade with her hand and remarked that after leaving Protoss, she had felt someone following them. She was surprised he chose to reveal himself now. Lisa inquired about Dean Lu's motives. Dean Lu realized that Lisa had risked herself to save him and pondered whether Suzy might be under some form of enchantment, as he was surprised to see someone other than Musha able to fight back. Dean Lu remarked that although they considered themselves S-rank, they doubted the boy's ability to defeat Bass. He suggested that rather than letting Bass harness endless darkness, it would be more prudent to eliminate him now. Dean Lu told Li Si that killing Bass immediately would complete their mission. Lisa, infuriated, crushed Dean Lu's blade in her hand. Lisa threw the broken blade fragments aside and told Dean Lu not to attempt to mislead them. She had confidence that Suicidal BI would prevail against Bass. Lisa warned Dean Lu that once Xiaobai awakened, he would be unable to lay a finger on him. Suicidal BI, with torn clothes, thanked Lisa for her support. Lisa recognized Suicidal BI's voice and realized he was regaining his strength. Xiaobai asked Lisa how her hand was feeling. Lisa admitted it was a bit painful, and reflecting on the situation, spoke her thoughts aloud. Suicidal BI used a piece of his jacket to bandage her wound. He mentioned that this would suffice for now. Lisa responded that it was unnecessary, as she was a paladin and could handle it herself. Suicidal BI offered to remove the bandage if she preferred, but Lisa decided to keep it on. The others silently observed the exchange. Fang Mian noted that, despite his ability not affecting her, Lisa appeared unusually embarrassed, something he had never seen before. Ma commented on the impressive gesture and prepared to bury Suicidal BI, having initially doubted his chances of victory. Dean Lu believed it was merely luck and not a chance occurrence, maintaining a calm demeanor, likening his composure to that of a boa constrictor. Suicidal BI approached Dean Lu and remarked that he wouldn't understand why he was still pursuing him. Dean Lu kept insisting on how to kill Bass, yet he seemed unconcerned about the actual threat. Suicidal BI informed Dean Lu that since he had arrived, he intended to settle old scores. Dean Lu was confused by the situation and felt an involuntary urge to retreat. He sensed a shift in the aura around him and speculated that suicidal BI might have absorbed Bass's energy. Suicidal BI questioned Dean Lu's hesitation, wondering if this wasn't what he had wanted. Dean Lu replied that provocations didn't affect him. Dean Lu explained that an S-rank guard couldn't engage in a fight casually because it constituted a duel. At least 10 witnesses were required to ensure that Dracula couldn't bring them to justice. Zhao Ping appeared suddenly and accused Dean Lu of using humans in his experiments to turn them into predators. She charged him with wanting to kill her master while trying to evade responsibility. Shelby's friends arrived, and Zhao Ping stated that they would all serve as witnesses, especially with 3 S-rank guards present. Suicidal BI was taken aback by their arrival. Dean Lu was frustrated by the unexpected assistance from Suicidal BI's allies. Ma Fukui was relieved and told Ma Fei that he was still alive. Ma Fei was angered and questioned who could have killed him. Ma Fukui tossed his bag to Ma Fei and offered to help carry it. Maggie was repelled by the foul odor emanating from the bag. Ma Fei explained that Ma Fukui was right, and the bag contained his spare underwear. Fang Mian found the situation increasingly intriguing. He was surprised that Suicidal BI had dared to challenge the dean and speculated that they must have had a long-standing feud. He was curious to see how the dean would respond. The dean accepted Suicidal BI's challenge, acknowledging the confrontation. Suicidal BI responded that the outcome would be determined after the fight. The dean summoned Mo Yan and mentioned that he knew she was present. Mo Yan, frightened, was puzzled about how he knew she had come along with everyone. Dean Lu informed her that he needed a new sword, as his own was broken. He suggested putting their past differences aside and asked her to lend him hers, proposing they move on from previous grievances. Suicidal BI approached Lisa and requested to borrow her sword. Lisa asked if he was sure he wanted to fight with a sword, noting that Dean Lu was a swordsman as skilled as she was. Suicidal BI explained that he wasn't trying to compete in his usual domain. He had thoroughly studied Dean Lu's techniques and was still absorbing the energy from Bass's souls. Suicidal BI reassured Li not to worry, expressing confidence in his victory. Dean Lu acknowledged that he had anticipated this day would come eventually, but was surprised it happened so soon. He claimed that defeating Suicidal BI would be effortless and mentioned that Suicidal BI was unaware of his full abilities. Dean Lu prepared to activate his skill, stating that he had earned his position through his abilities and that challenging him was a poor decision. Dean Lu announced that Suicidal BI would now witness his most powerful form. A bright green sphere enveloped Dean Lu while Suicidal BI stood by, watching to see what would unfold. Suicidal BI remarked that this display was fitting for an S-rank guard, noting that anyone would feel uneasy facing someone at their full strength. Dean Lu completed his transformation, revealing a younger version of himself, which he called his S-rank ability, Memory. This ability allowed him to revert to his youthful appearance. Dean Lu mentioned that only Musha had ever seen him in this state. Ma commented on the impressive appearance of Dean Lu's hair. Ma Fei quipped that Dean Lu's current youthful appearance was an example of how one could end up bald with age. Lisa, who had been a guard for a long time, had never seen Dean Lu's ability before. She recognized that using it was a significant risk, and she hoped Suicidal BI would be cautious. Suicidal BI was astonished by the ability to restore youth and wondered if his own vision had also been enhanced. Suicidal BI declared that this was his best effort. Dean Lu responded that his peak strength was at 27 years old. Dean Lu took off and charged at Suicidal BI to attack. Dean Lu moved so quickly that he seemed to vanish, commenting on his fencing skills. Zhao Ping was astonished, thinking that Dean Lu had disappeared. Mu Yuan was amazed by Dean Lu's speed, noting that it was impossible to keep up with him. Suicidal BI stood still, observing as Dean Lu reached his top speed. Dean Lu appeared behind Suicidal BI in an instant, declaring that the fight was over. Suicidal BI managed to react and block Dean Lu's attack. Dean Lu was surprised by Suicidal BI's ability to block his strike, reflecting on his own speed. Suicidal BI explained that absorbing the energy from thousands of Bass's souls had significantly enhanced his abilities, allowing him to anticipate every move. Lisa was thrilled, realizing that Suicidal BI had accurately assessed his strength from the start and that there was no need to worry. She felt she could trust him. Suicidal BI raised his free hand and addressed Dean Lu. He activated the soul spheres and warned Dean Lu that his actions were reckless and dangerous. Dean Lu criticized Suicidal BI for his deceptive tactics. Dean Lu retreated, realizing that the pursuing spheres were a trick. Dean Lu thought that if his vision hadn't been restored, he would have been defeated. Dean Lu struck the ground, causing stones to fly into the air. He remarked that Suicidal BI was unusually cruel for his age and described him as vicious. Dean Lu hurled all the stones at Suicidal BI with a gust of wind. Suicidal BI took a deep breath and declared that kindness had no place in combat. Zhao Ping admired Suicidal BI, realizing that he had repelled the attack using sound waves. Lin observed and noted that Suicidal BI had grown stronger. Suicidal BI told Dean Lu that even in his youth he wasn't a match for him. Dean Lu, identifying himself as an S-rank Protoss guard, questioned why an A-rank opponent like Suicidal BI thought he could defeat him and wondered about his sense of humor. Dean Lu attacked Suicidal BI, claiming that even with one hand he was sufficient to handle the fight. Suicidal BI counterattacked Dean Lu, challenging him to give it his best shot. They clashed and then stood still, frozen. Mu Yuan was astonished by their speed, noting that the movement was almost instantaneous. Wang Shu inquired about the outcome, hoping that Suicidal BI had won. Mo Yan was stunned and could only watch in silence, unable to speak. Suicidal BI managed to sever Dean Lu's hand and used Sora's evil eye technique to immobilize Dean Lu's sword, preventing any further movement. Dean Lu knelt, missing an arm, and questioned his own defeat. Huang was thrilled about Suicidal BI's victory. Mu Wen expressed his delight, praising Suicidal BI's impressive performance. Suicidal BI's father remarked to Ma Fei about how strong the young fighters were, and questioned why Ma Fei seemed so inept in comparison. Ma Fei remained silent, reflecting that Suicidal BI's teacher was clearly stronger than he was. Lisa hurried to Suicidal BI to check on his wound. Embarrassed, Lisa offered to heal him, reminding him that as a paladin she had the ability to do so. Suicidal BI shouted at her to stay back, indicating that the fight was not yet over. Suicidal BI, still injured, revealed that he had witnessed Dean Lu turn his subordinates into predators, and suspected that Dean Lu had been secretly working on creating an artificial predator. Suicidal BI, with a chest wound from Dean Lu's blade, confirmed his suspicion that agony was a key factor in becoming a predator, comparing Dean Lu's actions to those who tried to kill him. Suicidal BI warned Dean Lu not to feign death, as he was familiar with such tricks. Dean Lu laughed, acknowledging Suicidal BI's strength. Although he hadn't expected to lose, he insisted that to achieve his goal of uniting people and predators, he needed to kill Suicidal BI. Dean Lu, in pain, claimed that everything he did was for the benefit of the Protoss. Suicidal BI sensed Dean Lu's overwhelming power and a strong desire for blood. Zhao Ping recognized a familiar sensation but noted that the Dean's energy was far more intense. Mo Yan prayed for everyone to regain their composure and urged them not to be so stubborn. Dean Lu transformed into a massive predator. Lisa noted his enormous size while Suicidal BI observed in silence. Lisa commented that this transformation was not a human ability and implied that Dean Lu had been conducting secret experiments. Suicidal BI confirmed that the transformation was the result of Dean Lu's experiments on people. Dean Lu morphed into an artificial predator form created by B.I. Hong. Mu Yan trembled with fear and questioned what kind of creature Dean Lu had become. Ma Fei, terrified, remarked that Dean Lu appeared far more frightening than any spiritual-level predator. Yan commented that Dean Lu's transformed state was an abomination that sent chills down her spine. Dean Lu called out Suicidal BI's name, expressing his desire to see him dead. Mu Yan and Fang Mian, unable to bear it any longer, decided to step in. Fang Mian noted that the fight was supposed to be between Suicidal BI and Dean Lu. Fang Mian added that he couldn't stay indifferent now that Dean Lu had assumed this monstrous form. Ma Fei clenched his fists and agreed with Fang Mian, stating that although Dean Lu was a Protoss guard, he had sunk to a new low. Ma Fei warned Dean Lu that if he didn't stop, he wouldn't hold back. Dean Lu, however, continued to chant Suicidal BI's name. Ma Fei, now enraged, demanded that Dean Lu stop repeating someone else's name and face him directly. Suicidal BI observed Dean Lu and suggested that his madness might be a side effect of the transformation. Suicidal BI noted that even in his unconscious state, Dean Lu did not forget his name. It seemed he was determined to obtain the endless darkness and would stop at nothing to kill him. Mo-yan confirmed this, explaining that Dean Lu's experiment had failed and that he needed the endless darkness to make progress in his research. She admitted that this was the first time she had seen Dean Lu in such a form and was uncertain how to deal with him. Mo-yan advised that they should not rely on his human nature and should consider their remaining options. Ma Fei offered himself as the expert needed to handle Dean Lu, suggesting that if anyone was to kill him, it would be him. Dean Lu fired a green beam from his eyes at Ma Fei, who was on his chest, while repeatedly calling out suicidal Bi's name. Ma Fei dodged the attack and declared that he was now Dean Lu's opponent. Ma Fei asked if he had the audacity to confront him. Dean Lu extended his hand and directed an attack at Ma Fei. Ma Fei, worried about his mentor, noted that he had been thrown a considerable distance. Ma Fei stood up, acknowledging that the transformation had significantly increased Dean Lu's strength. He was relieved that his skull was tough, or things might have been much worse. Dean Lu's eyes searched for suicidal Bi. Suicidal Bi warned that Dean Lu was about to attack everyone indiscriminately. Dean Lu prepared another beam from his eyes, declaring his intent to kill suicidal Bi. The beams shot out in erratic directions as Dean Lu repeated his threat to kill suicidal Bi. A piece of wood impaled Mu Yuan's leg, causing her to collapse and become immobile. Dean Lu aimed another beam at Mu Yuan, who thought this would be her end. However, nothing happened. Her father intervened to protect her, and she questioned why he was there. Her father reassured her not to fear anything as long as he was with her. Dean Lu continued his chaotic assault, threatening to kill everyone. The area was filled with explosions, and attempts to escape were futile. An explosion near Zhao Ping sent her flying several meters away from the blast. Mo-yan, terrified, tried to crawl to safety. Musha called out to Dean Lu, questioning why he was causing so much destruction and lamenting that with one problem gone, another always arose. Musha remarked that it was challenging for him to see through Dean Lu's transformed appearance. Zhao Ping noticed Musha's presence as well. Lisa observed that Dean Lu looked terrified, as if he might lose consciousness. She wondered what could be so frightening to him. Xiaobai explained that Dean Lu's fear was merely an instinctive response, a reflexive reaction to danger. Musha approached a tree and expressed his disappointment that it was him disturbing his peace in retirement. Musha easily uprooted the tree, stating that injuring his daughter was unforgivable. He pleaded not to be judged harshly for his actions. Fang Mian reflected on the fact that Musha was reputed to be the strongest of all the guards, and this was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. Musha leaped to Dean Lu's level and struck him with full force, declaring the blow was for his daughter. The impact drove Dean Lu's face into the ground. Her father thought it was absurd that Musha could knock Dean Lu down with a single strike. Observers were in awe of the disparity in strength, realizing the magnitude of the S-rank level. Mu Yan was surprised by the protective shield surrounding them. Zhao Ping asked Lisa to tend to the girl's injuries. Lisa thought it was foolish for Dean Lu to need help more than others did. Xiaobai noted that if Musha hadn't arrived in time, the situation would have been dire. Dean Lu stood up, vowing to kill everyone present. Musha hurled a tree at Dean Lu's face, questioning if his sanity had returned, and offered to help him learn from his mistakes. Musha moved around Dean Lu with incredible speed, resembling a whirlwind. Fang Mian struggled to keep up with Musha's rapid movements. Lan King was astonished that Musha had managed to destroy all of Dean Lu's eyes simultaneously. Xiaobai reflected on Musha's swift actions and thought about the true strength of the guard. Musha landed and addressed Dean Lu, saying they were colleagues and that he had no desire to kill him. He urged the dean not to repeat his actions. Dean Lu continued to mutter that everyone should die. Dean Lu charged a green sphere above him. He fired a beam at Musha, proclaiming that they should all perish. Moon yelled at her father to turn around. Musha faced Dean Lu and blew out a straw he had been holding in his mouth. Musha watched as the beam was halted mid-flight and failed to reach its target. Mark was astonished that a simple straw could achieve this. Fang Mian was stunned, realizing that Musha had managed to intercept and nullify the dean's lethal attack. Celebi observed that not only did Musha stop the beam, but the straw also pierced through it, shattering the dean's head. After the battle, Musha remarked that if Dean Lu had not chosen the wrong path, he might have made a good guard. Musha turned away from the dean's body, reflecting that it was unfortunate he had to be stopped, as he could have ended up like those 5 others. Musha looked at the group and questioned what the 3 of them were doing there. suggesting they seemed confused about the situation. All Ma Fei could respond with was that it was nothing. Musha decided to take his leave, mentioning he had important matters to attend to. Ma could only wish him a safe journey. Lisa was treating Mu Yuan's leg when she expressed her frustration about being left behind and questioned the importance of Musha's business. Musha replied humorously that he was leaving because Nishu was offering milk tea at half price that day and asked Lisa not to make him choose between his priorities. Musha flew towards Protoss, asking Xiaobai to take care of Mu Yuan in his absence. Xiaobai, slightly stunned, assured that he would look after her. Mu Yuan pointed to the sky and told everyone to look up. Lisa, still treating Mu Yuan, was surprised by the sight above. The energy in the sky was immense and came from the Dean. Lisa noted that the energy contained the Dean's knowledge and that absorbing it could greatly enhance someone's strength. Mu Yuan was puzzled as to why Xiaobai didn't want to absorb the energy. Lisa asked Xiaobai if he didn't need it. Xiaobai explained that he had already absorbed the power of tens of thousands of vast souls, and assimilating more energy would be overwhelming for his body. Xiaobai added that the energy should be considered a trophy for Musha, who had the right to claim it. Over a month later, at just past 6 o'clock in the morning, Xiaobai was at his estate. Xiaobai rubbed his eyes, wondering if it was time to get up. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked by what he saw. Yin Yu was there, urging him to wake up. Xiaobai blushed and asked Yin Yu not to overstep boundaries. Yin Yu reassured him that everything was fine, explaining that she had been watching over him all night and had taken the chance to slip in unnoticed. Yin Yu admitted that she wanted him to appreciate her presence. Xiaobai noted that while Yin Yu had regained her human nature, her lustfulness had only intensified, making her even more forward. Xiaobai worried that leaving things as they were might lead to inevitable complications, and wondered why he faced such challenges. He contemplated his next steps early in the morning. Yin Yu commented on Xiaobai's well-built physique, admiring the scar as adding to his masculinity. Yin Yu remarked on the beauty of human male bodies and how her imagination was running wild. Xiaobai jumped out of bed, asking her not to provoke him and to be more restrained in her actions. Launching entered the room, remarking that as soon as she left, Yin Yu had taken the opportunity to enter his room. She warned Yin Yu that such behavior might lead to consequences. Yin Yu tried to explain, saying her actions were misunderstood and that she had only come to wake Xiaobai up, not to seduce him. Xiaobai looked at Launching, silently asking for help. Lan King advised Xiaobai not to let his guard down and expressed confidence in him, reminding him of the important day ahead. Xiaobai recalled the significance of the day, the ceremony where Count Dracula was to promote him to S rank. Yin Yu, looking out the window, expressed her surprise at the occasion. She told Xiaobai that his potential promotion was due to his role in stopping the Dean. Xiaobai agreed, but noted that it was not solely his achievement. Chen and others had also contributed to handling the situation. As Xiaobai dressed, he clarified that Musha had been the one to defeat the Dean, not him. Fully dressed, Xiaobai said that if Dracula wanted to reward him, a modest rank increase would suffice. Being promoted directly to S rank seemed excessive. Xiaobai left his estate to visit Count Dracula and find out his true thoughts on the matter. The scene shifted to Count Dracula's estate. The estate guards were puzzled by the approaching visitor for some time. As the stranger neared, he asked if Count Dracula lived there, finding the situation unusual. A guard told him to leave since an important event was about to start, and all tramps were barred from the area. Xiaobai commented that the stranger didn't look like a tramp and appeared quite unusual. The guard recognized the stranger and called out his name. The name shouted by the guard made the stranger pause. Xiaobai, unsure what to call the stranger, invited him to join him if he was willing. The stranger thanked Xiaobai for the offer. Removing his headdress, the stranger introduced himself as Kunai, an S-rank Protoss guard from the 4th Squad. Xiaobai introduced himself in return and expressed his pleasure at meeting Kunai. The nearby guards were astonished that Kunai, known for retreating from society and sealing his sword for years, was in the 4th Squad and seldom attended such events. As they passed through security, Xiaobai remarked on the grandeur of Dracula's manor. Kunai responded that the manor seemed merely a place to relax and questioned the need for such opulence. Kunai also inquired about Xiaobai's friend Chen, asking if everything was well with her. Xiaobai was puzzled about how Kunai knew Chen and why he referred to her as his friend. Kunai explained that he and Chen were old friends who had lost touch and hadn't seen each other in a long time. Xiaobai reassured Kunai that Chen was doing fine and wondered if Kunai had come to the event specifically to inquire about her. At that moment, a female voice addressed Xiaobai, acknowledging his achievements, returning the gift of light, defeating Bass, and being comparable in fencing to Dean Liu. She noted that Xiaobai had become the youngest S-rank guard in history. The voice belonged to Biu Mo, a swordswoman, head of a sword school, and a guard from the 5th Division of the S-rank Protoss. She was skeptical about Xiaobai's reputation and believed the claims might be exaggerated rumors. Biu Mo expressed interest in Xiaobai, finding him intriguing. Xiaobai replied that perhaps Biu Mo hadn't fully made up her mind yet. Biu Mo challenged Xiaobai to demonstrate his abilities and summoned several swords to descend from the sky. Swords began falling from above, signaling that Biu Mo was serious about her challenge. Xiaobai was taken aback by the sudden and serious nature of the attack. Seeing the situation, Xiaobai used his magic bell to halt the falling swords, showing that he wouldn't be easily overwhelmed. Xiaobai commented that, like Kunai's friend Chen, he would not allow himself to be easily defeated. Xiaobai was impressed by Kunai's ability to stop such a formidable attack. Biu Mo was irritated by the interruption and told Xiaobai not to interfere in her challenge. She wanted to test his skills. Xiaobai pointed out that the day was meant for his promotion, not for fighting. Biu Mo found Xiaobai's response dull and uninteresting. From the top of the manor, Lisa observed Biu Mo's behavior with displeasure. Lisa landed and struck the ground with her sword, declaring that she wouldn't allow Biu Mo to attack Xiaobai. Xiaobai was stunned to see Lisa there and struggled to believe it. Xiaobai considered that there might be many positive outcomes for him in this situation. Biu Mo didn't understand Lisa's interference, insisting she was just playing with Xiaobai and that it shouldn't concern her. Biu Mo remarked on Lisa's quick reactions and mentioned that she seemed to like Xiaobai. Lisa denied any such feelings and dismissed Biu Mo's comments as nonsense. Kunai observed Xiaobai's abilities and was not surprised that Dracula would appreciate them. He noted that Xiaobai, despite being young, had already mastered significant skills. Biu Mo expressed her frustration, demanding to be allowed in to teach Lisa a lesson. Lisa remained unfazed and warned Biu Mo not to expect mercy if she attacked Xiaobai. Biu Mo challenged Lisa and criticized her for being out of touch with past efforts. Lisa told Biu Mo to address her concerns elsewhere while Xiaobai silently listened. Xiaobai asked why they were fighting. Kunai explained that the world is full of unknowns and that Protoss is not their home. He mentioned that they came from 2 warring countries. Xiaobai was surprised to learn about other countries. Kunai elaborated that many states on their mainland had fallen into decay due to predator attacks and no longer existed. He continued that only a few small states remained, which Protoss supports financially and protects. In return, their best warriors become Protoss guards. Lisa, the paladin, is the strongest warrior in the western country known for its knights. Biu Mo, a swordmaster from a mysterious eastern land where female fencers are revered, heads the Shushan School of Swordsmen. Count Dracula appeared with Ma Fei and Feng Mian, stating he hadn't called them to watch a fight but to calm everyone down quickly. Dracula's mere presence was so overwhelming that it made everyone, including Xiaobai, feel intense pressure. Xiaobai realized Dracula was on a completely different level, comparable to Musha's strength. Xiaobai was surprised to see a helicopter approaching. Xiaobai recognized that it was Long Yan's mother, and he thought she made a dramatic entrance. Long Yan disembarked from the helicopter and noted that everyone had gathered, which was odd since no promotion was planned. Long Yan fixed her gaze on Xiaobai. Xiaobai wondered why she was staring at him so intently and speculated it might be due to his defeat of her son. Dracula announced that now everyone was present, they should begin discussing Xiaobai's situation. Xiaobai leaned in and whispered to Lisa. Xiaobai told Lisa he only pulled her aside because the situation was escalating, and he didn't want her to get out of control. He asked her not to be upset with him. Lisa felt embarrassed, wondering if their relationship had progressed to a level where secrets were shared. She thought things were moving too fast. Dracula praised Xiaobai for his performance in retrieving the Gift of Light and for helping to stop Dean Liu. Consequently, Dracula decided to promote Xiaobai to S rank and make him a member of the 10th Division. Long Yan, who was in the 10th Division herself, wondered why Dracula didn't promote Xiaobai to the 9th Division instead. Dracula asked if anyone had any objections to the promotion. Long Yan said she had no objections, thinking it best not to oppose Dracula. Lisa reflected on Xiaobai's capabilities and realized he deserved the S-rank designation. He was, after all, the youngest S-rank guard in history. Biu Mo, while acknowledging Xiaobai's strength, disliked seeing him with Lisa. She decided to take action. Biu Mo raised her hand and voiced her opposition. She argued that the Protoss guards not only protect Protoss, but also small states. She believed S-rank should be awarded for military achievements, and expressed concern that promoting a newcomer without visible merit could cause unrest among her people. Dracula reassured her that Xiaobai's abilities had been confirmed by Lisa and Ma Fei, so there was no need for concern. Biu Mo responded that her people had not witnessed Xiaobai's skills firsthand. Dracula asked what it would take to convince her of Xiaobai's rank. Biu Mo suggested that Dracula allow Xiaobai to accompany her to her country. Biu Mo further proposed that if Xiaobai could defeat the students of her school, she would acknowledge his strength. Xiaobai was surprised by this demand and questioned who the students were. Lisa explained that Biu Mo's students were the main strength of their country and that even she couldn't match them. Xiaobai felt that such a condition was inappropriate and asked Dracula to refuse this demand. Dracula told Xiaobai that since Biu Mo doubted him, he would need to travel to Biu Mo's kingdom, defeat the warriors there, and prove the strength of the Protoss Guard. Lisa was shocked and feared the situation might be perilous. Biu Mo anticipated that once they arrived, Xiaobai would realize he had overestimated his own abilities. Dracula informed everyone that while Xiaobai's promotion was confirmed, there was another crucial matter to discuss. He asked them to follow him for further details. Xiaobai suspected that the promotion was not the main reason for the meeting and wondered why all the S-rank guards were summoned. Dracula then presented a corpse and identified it as Lei Jun, an A-rank guard from the 2nd Division. Biu Mo inspected the body and noted that the guard had been stabbed to death. Despite Lei Jun's strength, she was puzzled by how such a death could occur. Biu Mo observed that the wound suggested a highly skilled assassin and asked who the perpetrator might be. Dracula instructed her to touch the wound to understand more. Upon touching the wound, Biu Mo recoiled in horror, recognizing it as the work of the bloodthirsty king. Dracula confirmed that it was indeed the bloodthirsty king and expressed his shock at encountering him again, as he had thought the king was long dead. Xiaobai asked who the bloodthirsty king was, realizing it might be the reason Dracula had summoned everyone. Biu Mo turned pale with fear, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Biu Mo explained that the bloodthirsty king was not a single person, but 5 individuals, each extremely dangerous. She pointed out how expertly Lei Jun was killed. Biu Mo revealed that one of these bloodthirsty kings had once been a guard but was wanted for killing a comrade. Xiaobai was astonished and questioned how such a criminal could have been a guard. Kunai confirmed Biu Mo's statement, identifying the deceased as his former disciple and one of the 5 bloodthirsty kings from the 5th Division. Meanwhile, on the border of the female fencer's kingdom, a figure with a dark aura sat on a cliff, gazing into the distance. He was informed of Lei Jun's death and questioned what action he planned to take. The bloodthirsty king acknowledged the guard's death, saying it was deserved. The hooded figure warned that killing a guard would draw unwanted attention. He revealed he had returned not to follow their plan, but to reclaim what was rightfully his. Kunai asked to delay for a moment and requested to speak with Lantern about something. Xiaobai assured Kunai he would assist in any way possible. Kunai invited Lantern to visit the small temple he had established in his hometown for a discussion. Xiaobai promised to convey Kunai's message to Lantern. Biu Mo reminded Xiaobai not to forget his responsibilities after their conversation. Biu Mo warned Xiaobai to stay and not think about running away. Xiaobai assured her he would win and would not escape. An hour later, Xiaobai and Biu Mo traveled to the Kingdom of Women. Biu Mo mentioned that her country's origin was tied to the unique ability of an SSR-rank virtuoso swordsman, a skill that could be taught to others. Biu Mo explained that only women were taught this ability, leading to an all-female population in her country. She noted that while she had met men in Protoss, this was her first time returning home with one and asked him to be respectful. Biu Mo noticed that Xiaobai didn't seem to react, wondering why he wasn't paying attention to her, especially since she was considered the most beautiful in her country. Xiaobai thought about Kunai's respectful attitude towards Lantern and wondered if it related to Kunai's disciple, the bloodthirsty king. Biu Mo pressed close to Xiao Bai, causing him to feel surprised and confused by the sensation. Biu Mo embraced Xiao Bai and complimented his bravery for disregarding her previous comments. She then asked him what he truly remembered about Lisa, asserting that she was much more beautiful. Biu Mo wondered why Xiao Bai wasn't paying attention to her praise and felt he should acknowledge her appearance. Xiao Bai suspected that the sect leader might be flirting with him and worried that her students might be the same. Biu Mo pressed on, asking Xiao Bai to compare her beauty with Lisa's. Xiao Bai tried to deflect, stating that this wasn't the time for such discussions. Xiao Bai became frustrated, yelling that he had no control over their current location. After falling into the water, Xiao Bai emerged and was relieved he could swim, having learned since elementary school. As he looked around, Xiao Bai questioned what kind of place this country of women was. The local girls were confused about Xiao Bai's identity, with some thinking he was a predator and others noting he was human but unlike them. They were puzzled by his lack of breasts. Biu Mo appeared before them and the girls bowed, greeting her as the head. Biu Mo told the girls to stop with the formalities and not to make such a fuss. Xiao Bai noted her change in demeanor, wondering if it was due to her role with the students. Biu Mo instructed the girls to bring the man who had fallen into the water to her for interrogation that night. The girls realized the person in question was a man, not a woman. The girls exclaimed in shock that he was indeed a man. They were intrigued by the rarity of seeing a man. Some girls speculated that men must be people without breasts. Many of the girls were immediately smitten, with one feeling a pleasant shiver upon seeing him, and another expressing that simply looking wasn't enough. They found men fascinating. Du Chang mentioned that men were rare and suggested taking Xiao Bai to the city square for everyone to see. Biu Mo interrupted, instructing them to stop admiring his looks and accusing him of being bothersome after arriving in their country. Xiao Bai protested, claiming it was the opposite and that Biu Mo was being frivolous. The girls were outraged at Xiao Bai's comments about their leader, with some calling for him to be captured and made a eunuch. Xiao Bai was stunned at how easily the girls were misled. Du Chang and Wu Shan restrained Xiao Bai and began leading him away. Xiao Bai asked where they were taking him. Muskan told Xiao Bai to be quiet, as the head had forbidden talking. Du Chang added that the head considered men dangerous and advised avoiding contact with them. They brought Xiao Bai to his destination, instructing him to wait there for the head to come for him. Xiao Bai easily broke free from his restraints, thinking that Biu Mo must not have meant to seriously imprison him. Removing his blindfold, Xiao Bai realized Biu Mo had gone to great lengths to bring him here, though he didn't understand her motives. Hearing water splashing, Xiao Bai hid behind a rock, guessing that it was Biu Mo swimming in the lake. Biu Mo in the water asked Xiao Bai if he hadn't seen enough of her yet. Xiao Bai was surprised she noticed him, while Biu Mo smirked at him. Xiao Bai felt awkward about accidentally peeping and apologized, not expecting her to be bathing there. Biu Mo floated closer, acknowledging that while she might not be as innocent as Lisa, she was certainly more feminine. She told him that because he had seen her naked, he would be held accountable for it. She questioned his silence, and Mo replied that he didn't want to take responsibility for her. She then remarked that he was the type who would enjoy himself and then immediately leave. He was about to ask what responsibility she was referring to, wondering what it truly meant. Biu Mo stood up from the water and interrupted him, assuring him not to worry. She said she wouldn't pressure him into marriage, as she wasn't like that. Xiao asked what she actually wanted. She responded that she wanted them to spend the night together and assured him she wouldn't hold it against him in the future. Ciao. Bi noted that he seemed to realize it was a trick and asked what she thought she could achieve with this. Ciao. Bi began to explain how she had worked hard to bring him there and that she didn't want him to meet her students. However, she was mainly thinking of herself. Xiao Bai, emerging from behind that although she had planned well, spending the night together probably wasn't her true intent. He wanted to mention something about geckos. As he stepped out from behind the stone, Biu Mo grabbed him and kissed him. Xiao Bi was taken aback by the kiss, realizing it was his first one. Bai Yu. Mo said he wanted to discuss something about geckos and assured her it was fine. Bai Yu. Mo inquired why he seemed so troubled and why he was acting unwell. Shower. Bi concealed his pain from the seal and assured her he was fine. Bai Yu. Mo thought she was overly concerned about something minor and considered that she and Lee Soy were making slow progress. A bright explosion lit up the sky, resembling fireworks. Zhao Bi wondered what it was. "By you." Mo explained that it was a distress signal and speculated that perhaps predators had attacked. She said she needed to go help. Xiao Bai blocked her path, insisting she couldn't go fight in her current state. He ordered her to get dressed first, promising he would help them. The residents were fleeing and shouting that predators had attacked. They had breached the gate, making it extremely dangerous, and everyone needed to escape. A girl pleaded for them to wait for her because she couldn't run fast enough. The girl stumbled over a stone and fell, fearing she was doomed. A demonic-level predator, a boar, approached her. It commented that the rumors about their country being populated only by girls were true, and assured her he wouldn't make a mistake this time. Terrified, the girl begged him not to come closer and asked what he wanted. The boar approached her, admiring her figure and expressing his preference for women like her. He asked if she would become his wife. The girl was stunned by the question and couldn't respond. The boar, licking his lips and drooling, declared that her silence meant consent and invited her to the newlyweds' room. Suddenly, something pierced the boar's tongue from above. The boar saw a hole in his tongue, screamed in pain, and demanded to know who dared to attack him. Xiao Bai was responsible for the hole in his tongue and sarcastically asked if boars still got married. Xiao Bai shielded the girl with his body, reassuring her not to be afraid and told her to handle the situation. He wondered how someone as beautiful as her could be expected to marry someone like the boar. The girl was astonished that he saved her, recognizing him as the libertine the head had mentioned. The boar, enraged, insulted Xiao Bai for meddling in matters that weren't his business. The boar swung his club, shouting that anyone opposing him must die. The boar began attacking Xiao Bai, mocking him for thinking he could interfere. After the boar stopped, he saw only craters where Xiao Bai had been, claiming there was no trace left of him. The boar pointed at the girl, saying he wanted more than just her. The boar, drooling, commented that all the girls here were desirable. Xiao Bai prepared to strike the boar and questioned what he was dreaming about. He suggested that he could help the boar wake up. Zhao Bi decapitated the boar with a single blow. The girl thought the predator had killed several guards, indicating his strength, but was amazed that Xiao Bi had defeated him so easily. Xiao Bai asked the girl if she was all right. She replied that she was slightly injured, but it was nothing serious. She mentioned that he was nothing like how the chief had described him and asked what kind of person he was. He introduced himself as Succubi, the new Protoss guard. She was astonished that he was the same Succubi who had defeated Lu Jun. She marveled at meeting him and how he had saved her. She was bewildered, trying to understand what was happening and how they knew about him. Xiao Bi warned that more trouble was expected tonight, and asked if she knew how many predators had invaded. She informed him that there were at least 100 predators, including their leader. A spiritual-level predator approached Xiao Bi, inquiring if he was the one who killed the boar's leader. Xiao Bi confirmed that he was referring to the boar and that he had indeed killed him. The predator ordered his skeleton to kill Xiao Bi. Xiao Bai activated his abilities, advising the girl to move further away. Xiao Bi boasted that he could handle so many minor threats at once. The predator commanded his skeletons to advance without fear, even if it meant their deaths. With a single blow, Xiao Bi wiped out all the skeletons and the predator itself. Surprised, he remarked that he might have gone overboard and hoped Chief Bi wouldn't hold him accountable for the damage. The girl expressed strong doubts about that. A cloaked figure watched the city from the mountain, confirming that the information was accurate and the endless darkness was upon them. Zhao Tianyu asked the cloaked man what their next move would be and if he wanted her to intervene and bring him in. The cloaked man replied that it wasn't the right time yet. Zhao Tianyu wondered how he could remain so calm with the endless darkness so close, and asked if it was because of Biu Mo. He advised her not to underestimate Biu Mo, noting that although she was only 18, she led the fencing school and the entire country of women, a significant achievement. The cloaked man stated that in fencing, Biu Mo was as skilled as the two Protoss guards, and that he had never encountered anyone braver or more determined than her. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the country of women, predators had invaded the city, complaining that the pig and skeletons had taken all the best spoils. The predators aimed to claim all the beautiful women for themselves, being advised to handle them gently to avoid causing injuries. Mo confronted the crowd of predators, declaring that anyone wanting to enter her country would first have to defeat her, as she would personally deal with them all. The predators burst into loud laughter at her challenge. The ghost-level predator told her that there were tens of thousands of them present and questioned how she planned to kill them all. He asked if she was insane and warned that even if the head of the school arrived, they would devour her. He then told Mo that she was very beautiful and offered her the chance to become his, promising to spare her life in return. He asked how she would respond to his proposal. Mo cut him off and asked who he thought she was. Mo responded that she was the head of the sect. The predators were confused about what to do next. The scouts informed them that the head was not in the city, leaving the country without defenders. Mo warned them not to even think about escaping, declaring that she would finish them all off. The predators in the back couldn't see what was happening in the front and speculated about the situation. One predator mentioned that there were too many people to see clearly. They urged the predators to retreat quickly, warning that those who didn't would be left behind. The predators shouted that the entrance to the country was guarded by Mo. Mo killed everyone who tried to flee, and the predators thought she had gone mad. Mo dealt with all the invaders, killing a total of 18,207 monsters. Xiaobai approached her and praised her for handling so many monsters on her own with such dignity. He acknowledged that her reputation as a skilled fencer was well-deserved. She looked at him and remarked that flattery wouldn't change the fact that the city was now in ruins. Mo said they needed to hurry into the city to deal with the remaining predators, stressing that they could not stay there any longer. Xiaobai grabbed her hand, surprising Mo and making her wonder what he wanted. He commented that the situation was no longer appealing. Xiaobai mentioned that he and his subordinates had handled the predators, while the sanitary team took care of the wounded. He had also developed a comprehensive plan for protecting the city. Xiaobai offered to assist her with all these tasks. Mo was surprised that he had managed so much so quickly and was giving orders on every issue. She wondered why he was so involved, considering it was his first time there. Xiaobai asked her to come with him, as they had another important matter to address. Mo inquired about what it was. Xiaobai explained that he wanted to avenge the dead, destroy the monster's lair, and eliminate the threat at its source. Mo said she couldn't join him, questioning if it was too late now. She clarified that as the head of the country of women, she was responsible for her students and couldn't leave. She asked for his understanding. Xiaobai acknowledged her concern, stating that she had two main reasons to worry. He elaborated that the first concern was that if she left now and the predators attacked again, it would create problems. The second was that the area was very rugged, making it uncertain whether she could find the predators' hideout. Mo was astonished and asked how he had figured this out, wondering if he could read minds. Xiaobai said there was no need to guess her thoughts. He agreed that staying behind was a wise decision, but noted that wealth and honor often require taking risks. Mo didn't understand this saying. Xiaobai said that according to his calculations, she had 4 options. The first option was to defeat the predators and prevent them from returning soon. However, others might try to take advantage of the situation. But if they saw that Mo had returned, they would likely be deterred from interfering. The second option was that, given both sides had suffered losses, the enemy might think they stayed behind to recuperate. Meanwhile, Xiaobai and Mo could reach their lair and launch a surprise attack. The third option involved deliberately letting one of the predators escape to follow him, which would reveal their hideout. The fourth option noted that predators are herd creatures that need to feed on people or weaker relatives to grow stronger. They rarely appear in large numbers unless they have a common reason to unite. Xiaobai presented all the options and left the decision to her. He asked if she would ignore her responsibilities, take it easy, and follow her heart. Xiaobai expressed a desire to personally eliminate those responsible for the incident. Mo agreed with him, admitting she had underestimated him. She agreed it was time to finish them off. A frightened scavenger predator reported that during his rounds, he saw the head of the fencing sect. He had followed her to Protoss, but hadn't expected her to return so soon. The scavenger predator, kneeling, begged for mercy. Feathers from the depths of the cave flew out and pierced his body. His mistress emerged, accusing him of causing the deaths of tens of thousands of her subordinates overnight. His mistress, a spiritual-level predator known as Eagle Shippen, told him that his escape and plea for mercy were in vain. She declared that even if he died 1,000 times, it wouldn't lessen her anger. Shippen killed her subordinate and decided she needed to remember Byumo's name. Xiaobai punched a hole in the cave wall, announcing that he had found the lair. Shippen was puzzled by his presence in a country of women. Shippen remarked on Xiaobai's ability to locate her lair in such a remote area and asked him who he was. Xiaobai told her to relax, explaining that he was simply guiding the way. Xiaobai announced that someone behind him wanted to speak with Shippen. Byumo's sword flew toward Shippen with great speed. Shippen blocked the sword with her wings to avoid being killed. Although the sword was deflected, Shippen was still slammed into the wall by the force. She realized that without her wings, she would be in serious trouble, and recognized that these two were formidable opponents she couldn't afford to underestimate. Shippen questioned how they dared to confront her and demanded to know who they were. Byumo introduced herself, stating that she was from the swordsman sect. Shippen acknowledged that it was fortunate Byumo had arrived because she was about to deal with her. Byumo said she would handle the situation and attacked Shippen, who responded with a counterattack. Shippen was frightened, realizing she couldn't match Byumo's strength. Shippen decided it was time to retreat and flew away. Byumo warned Shippen that escaping wouldn't be so easy and that she wouldn't get far with her wings. Shippen thought Byumo was powerful and doubted she could win on the ground. She believed she had a better chance in the sky. Shippen was confident that no one could fly faster than she could. She planned to show Byumo if she followed, or if not, safely reach her backup. Shippen knew that soon the talisman would summon a new army of predators. Her siblings and allies would attack the country of women again, this time with success. She anticipated that when the time came, they would capture the inhabitants of the country for her allies' use. Shippen hoped to acquire their exceptional abilities, which she believed were not transferable to men. Xiaobai managed to leap onto her as she soared away and asked her to fly slower, or he might not be able to keep up. Shippen was confused. Despite having time, she didn't seem to notice anything. Xiaobai mentioned that he had been present from the start. Zhao Bi glanced at her and remarked that he didn't want to disturb her when he saw her giggling to herself. She confronted him, calling him a scoundrel and demanding he let her go, threatening to kill him otherwise. Xiao Bi told her that the ground was too far away and she couldn't just open her hands. He likened it to a super-fast air taxi. If he let her go, she would vanish instantly. Xiao Bi activated the endless darkness and said they would need to see if it could kill him. Shippen asked what was happening, feeling strangely as if all her strength was draining away. She pleaded with him to release her, warning she couldn't hold on much longer. Following her plea, they began to plummet. They fell from a great height, and the impact of their fall caused a powerful explosion. Xiaobai bound Shippen, stating that she wouldn't be able to escape now. Shippen felt embarrassed and remarked that in all her years, she had never seen anyone tied up like that. She inquired about where he had learned such a technique. Xiao Bi hesitantly said he had seen it on TV, but that wasn't important. Xiaobai considered that the bird had a spiritual level, similar to Yin Yu's strength, suggesting it would be difficult for it to organize such a large group of predators. Xiao Bi realized she was someone's puppet and needed to find out who was pulling the strings. Xiao Bi told Uma that torture was his specialty and asked her to just observe. Mo found this suggestion questionable. Xiaobai started lightly slapping Chopin's face to revive her, informing her that he hadn't absorbed all her power yet, and told her not to feign unconsciousness. Shippen regained consciousness and noticed how Xiaobai had tied her up. She screamed at him, demanding to know what he had done and expressing her confusion about his intentions. Xiaobai replied that he hadn't done anything to her. He simply asked her to reveal who had ordered the attack on the country of women, promising that he wouldn't harm her if she cooperated. Shippen told him not to get his hopes up, stating she wouldn't divulge anything. She believed it wouldn't benefit her in any way. Xiaobai noted that she was already aware of his ability. He explained that every time he touched a woman, her strength drained away, and he would continue this until she complied. Uma was surprised to learn that endless darkness had such an effect. She wondered if Xiaobai had tried it on her. Xiaobai hovered over Shippen and told her that no matter what, if she refused to speak, he would find a way to make her talk. Shippen began to imagine various unpleasant scenarios, thinking that this might be how he would force her to reveal information. She told herself to stop thinking about such things, reminding herself that they were from different clans and such actions were inappropriate. Xiaobai licked his lips and said that if she wasn't going to cooperate, he would have to start using other methods. Shipping shouted that the pervert should not come near her, but eventually she gave in and agreed to talk, pleading with him not to touch her. Shipping then told Xiaobai everything she knew. He asked about the funeral banner talisman. Shipping explained that a man in dark robes had given her the talisman. She couldn't see his face and had no idea where it came from. Shipping revealed that the talisman was functional. She explained that it required blood to activate and would summon predators weaker than its creator. She persuaded them to fight on her behalf. Xiaobai concluded that the man in black had likely advised her to attack the country of women. Shipping clarified that it wasn't quite like that. She had naively believed Xiao Ruanfan's words and had acted against the country of women voluntarily. Xiao Bi remembered that Xiao Ruanfan was the demon associated with a mountain pass. He realized that the man in black wouldn't have simply given her the talisman. She was being used without her knowledge. Xiaobai noted that he hadn't seen any talisman at her home and asked where it was. She responded that the talisman was with her, but since she was tied up, he would have to find it himself. Xiaobai asked for the exact location, suspecting it might be some sort of trick. Shipping grew angry, insisting that she was tied up and there were no tricks involved. She said she had already provided all the information she had and left it up to them to believe her. Mo mentioned that if the talisman was indeed with her, it could only be in one place. Xiaobai, not figuring it out, asked Mo where it might be stored. Mo replied that it was in the safest place. Shipping confirmed that Mo was correct. Mo began searching through Shipping's belongings and noted that it wasn't there but a bit further away. Mo retrieved the talisman. Xiaobai commented that it was too small and questioned whether it was fake. Shipping assured him that it was genuine. Shipping explained that while the talisman appeared small now, it would enlarge and activate its power with a drop of blood. Xiaobai concluded that the talisman was a clue. Though they had used it, it was Shipping's actions that had harmed the country. Xiaobai declared that until they understood how the talisman worked, Shipping would remain in the land of women, and she would be tortured in prison. Mo was told to wait in the meantime. Xiaobai asked if Shipping had anything else to add. Mo offered to take her to prison, suggesting that they should wait until tomorrow, as she didn't want to return today. Xiaobai and Mo sat by the lake shore, listening to the croaking of toads and enjoying the beautiful view before them. Xiaobai realized this was his first time in such a situation and felt uncertain about what to do. He decided he needed to come up with something to talk about to ease the awkwardness. Mo turned to Xiaobai and expressed her gratitude, saying that she felt calm whenever he was around. Xiaobai replied that there was no need for thanks. He had promised to help her with revenge, but they had only found a talisman and a bird, and nothing more. Mo acknowledged his efforts. Mo admitted that she had initially brought him to the land of women to irritate Li Su. She said that not only did he not complain, but he also helped when trouble arose. Mo shared that she had taken over as sect master when she was 18 and had also been burdened with the responsibility of defending her country. She continued, explaining that neighboring countries had been falling one by one, yet she worked hard to ensure her own country's survival. Over the years, this burden had become overwhelming. Xiaobai thought about how becoming the head of a country at such a young age, especially during difficult times, must have been an unimaginable challenge. Mo stretched and mentioned that despite the busy day, it was the first time she felt so at ease. She asked Xiaobai if he knew why she was so happy. Mo, feeling embarrassed, admitted that it was because she had met someone she could rely on. Xiaobai asked her to repeat herself as he hadn't quite heard her. Mo repeated that she had met someone she could rely on. Xiaobai pointed at himself and asked if she was referring to him. Mo approached him, calling his question foolish and asking who else she could be referring to. She mentioned that it was her first time spending the night outside her home and requested that he be more gentle. Xiaobai was startled and said that her behavior was inappropriate, finding the situation to be progressing too quickly for him. Mo recounted that her mentor had once told her that men were untrustworthy, but she now saw that this was not true. She clarified that her previous words didn't reflect reality. She asked Xiaobai if he truly had no feelings for her. Xiaobai was nervous and felt awkward. realizing that the leader of the country of women had this side to her. He looked at Umamo and wondered if he could be considered a man if he didn't have any feelings despite what he saw. Xiaobai was afraid of Long Mingxiel and believed he could overcome it. Zhao Bi's eyes lit up with excitement as he declared that he could no longer contain his patience and would not hold back any longer. The seal continued to function, causing him to roll on the ground in agony, screaming from the intense pain. Umamo explained that when Xiaobai thought of something vulgar, the seal inflicted such severe pain that it made him wish to die. Umamo asked if the lizard technique was truly affecting him. Xiaobai, through his pain, questioned how she knew about it, noting that such matters aren't commonly discussed. Umamo revealed that the lizard technique was developed in her country by her mentor, who created the sealing method. Umamo also shared that she was as powerful as Dracula and had extraordinary beauty in her youth. She recounted that a Casanova had once deceived her feelings, and in retaliation, she not only blinded him but also invented the lizard sealing technique. Xiaobai asked if the Casanova was someone specific, but he didn't have time to finish his question. Umamo confirmed that it was Dean Liu who had deceived her mentor with his natural charm. As a result, all the women in her country despised him. Xiaobai realized why the girl's eyes had sparkled when she saw him. It was due to Dean Liu's actions. Umamo explained that, according to her country's tradition, every girl who turned 20 must leave home to find a husband. If she has a son, she must care for him herself, but if she has a daughter, she must give her up for upbringing and fencing training. Umamo wanted to prevent what happened to her mentor from happening to her country's residents. She developed a technique to address this and passed it on to her. She mentioned that Xiaobai was fortunate to have met her because she could easily remove the seal. Xiaobai was surprised and asked if she was telling the truth. Umamo confirmed that it was true but instructed him to undress so she could examine him. Umamo examined him and noted that the technique was functioning. Although it was slightly different from what her mentor taught her, the principle was the same, and she assured him she could handle it. Umamo took out her sword and said she would act quickly. Xiaobai, alarmed, asked why she needed a sword. Umamo explained that the seal had to be cut. There was no other way. She reassured him that her sword was precise and swift. Umamo began cutting the seal with her sword, assuring Xiaobai that she would avoid touching anything unnecessary. Xiaobai felt no immediate pain, but he sensed his blood and qi starting to boil. He felt power building up throughout his body, about to erupt. Zhao Bi informed Umamo that Xiaobai had a fever and couldn't hold back. It felt like his body was about to burst. Xiaobai's clothes were shredded, and he yelled that the pain was unbearable. Umamo, surprised, dropped her sword. She was astonished that all of Xiaobai's sealed power had been released. Xiaobai pushed Umamo to the ground, confessing that he couldn't control himself. Umamo, feeling embarrassed, told him that he could do as he wished. He asked her if he really could, and she affirmed that he could. Shipping wondered what was happening and thought they had forgotten she was there. Lisa sat on the Protos wall, contemplating what Su Shou might be doing and whether he was being tortured. She feared that Su Shou was suffering greatly and believed he had been dragged to hell, feeling a strong urge to rescue him. Lisa resolved to go to him and instructed him to wait for her as she would arrive soon. Umamo woke up feeling exceptionally pleased, never imagining it could be so good. She attributed it to the long period during which Xiaobai had been sealed. She described him as being like a tiger at night. Xiaobai awoke, confused by his surroundings, and recognized the sensation of silk, which felt as soft as a goddess's skin. Once fully awake, Xiaobai noticed that he was holding stockings. He remembered the stockings and removed them from Umamo's head, lazily turning his gaze. Umamo, lying next to him, mentioned that he had completely satisfied her the previous night. Xiaobai began covering himself with Umamo's clothes, explaining that the effects were due to the seal being removed. His strength had surged, clouding his mind, and he was unaware of his actions for a while. Umamo embraced him from behind, assuring him that it was okay because he was now hers. She warned him that if he deceived her, she would put the seal back on him. Meanwhile, in Protoss territory on the 7th bridge, a car was leaving the city. The car was being driven by Zhao Ping, who asked if Chen and Master Kunai had known each other for a long time, noting that Chen had never mentioned Kunai. Chen revealed that he was once a servant in Kunai's family. Pen was surprised, noting that Chen had been a guard in the 4th Squad and came from a wealthy family. Chen explained that this was an old story, and that Kunai was not yet a monk at that time. They arrived at their destination. Bin mentioned that they needed to wait for the master before heading to see the head of the country of women. Ping inquired about Chen's feelings, noticing that he seemed sad. Zhao Ping wondered why he was feeling this way in his homeland. Zhao Ping saw an abandoned village and realized it was the same village where she had lived as a child. Memories flooded back, including the tragic loss of her entire family. A man told her that he needed to kill all his relatives to sharpen his blade in battle, and she was the last one. He swung his blade, claiming it wouldn't cause harm quickly. Master Kunai emerged and greeted Lang Qin, expressing that he had been waiting for her for a long time. Zhao Ping expressed her pleasure at meeting him and asked why he had sought a meeting. Kunai explained that his life was nearing its end, but he had one final matter to address, which he wanted to entrust to her. Xiaobai had managed to shorten his feathers and questioned if this was normal, feeling somewhat awkward. Umamo reassured him that he would get used to it. Umamo commented that his clothes had torn due to the overwhelming power he exhibited. She said she wouldn't let him walk around naked in front of her students. Umamo eagerly anticipated returning home so she could personally take measurements for new clothes to ensure a perfect fit for Xiaobai, including neck, chest, waist, hips, and shoulder width. Shipping noted that Umamo seemed eager to take measurements, observing that she didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. Xiaobai led Shipping on a rope, while Umamo flew nearby on a sword, warning her not to try any tricks. Shipping pondered where she had gone wrong in her life. As they got up, Xiaobai heard someone questioning what they had done. He recognized the voice as very familiar. Lisa warned that if she didn't see him that day, there would be trouble. The guards informed her that Xiaobai had left with the main person and was not present. Zhao Ping called out to her, asking who she was. Lisa recognized the voice and thought it was his. Lisa turned around to see his bare torso and noted how muscular he was. Xiaobai inquired about the reason for her visit and why she was looking for him. Lisa questioned whether she was dreaming as she saw Xiaobai's body, which surprised her. Lisa began to bleed, and Xiaobai, not understanding what was happening, asked if she was injured. Umamo mused that Lisa's pursuit of Xiaobai had led her right to her door and admired Lisa's persistence. An hour later at Umamo's house, Lisa regained consciousness and felt embarrassed about fainting in front of them. Xiaobai noted that she had lost a lot of blood and fainted because of it. He had prepared a soup with dates and lotus seeds to help with anemia. Xiaobai urged her to eat the soup before it got cold and advised her to be careful not to burn herself. Lisa thanked him and thought he was very considerate. Lisa thought that being together with Xiaobai would make her very happy. Xiaobai was puzzled by the source of the blood and mentioned he had examined her but found no injuries. Lisa, feeling embarrassed, claimed it was due to dry weather and that she had internal heat causing her nose to bleed. She insisted it was normal. Xiaobai became embarrassed when he noticed that her blanket had fallen off. Lisa was confused about the blanket Xiaobai mentioned. He assured her it was fine, saying it had just fallen. Realizing she was naked, Lisa began to scream and demand to know where her clothes were. Xiaobai explained that her clothes were stained with blood but had been cleaned. Lisa asked Xiaobai if he planned to do anything after seeing her naked body. Xiaobai told her not to make assumptions. He only made soup for her and had no other intentions. Lisa reflected on things that didn't actually happen. Umamo entered the room and told Lisa not to worry about unnecessary thoughts. She mentioned that she had instructed the maid to wash Lisa's clothes and that Lisa was already very inspired. Umamo placed Lisa's clothes on the bed and urged her to get dressed quickly. Lisa asked why Umamo was being so kind and questioned her motives. Umamo replied that she wasn't as petty as Lisa thought. As her guest, she wouldn't offend her. She also mentioned that their country was in trouble. Umamo added that since they had attracted external attention, they might need Lisa's help. After leaving the room and walking through the courtyard, Umamo asked them to wait briefly as she needed to give instructions to her students. She thought she would still have time to spend with Xiaobai that night. Lisa tugged on Xiaobai's clothes. When he turned to her, she asked what was wrong. Lisa questioned whether Xiaobai had already proven everything needed and if Umamo had caused him any trouble. Xiaobai felt embarrassed and thought that Lisa was right. Understanding why she brought him here and seeing her interest in him, he didn't want to upset her. Xiaobai whispered to Lisa not to worry, as he had figured out how to handle the situation. Umamo asked what they were whispering about. Lisa asked Umamo if she was using her position as head to make Xiaobai's life harder as a guard. Umamo assured Lisa that wasn't the case, as she cared deeply for Xiaobai and would never do such a thing. Lisa, annoyed, questioned the meaning behind Umamo's expression and what she was planning. Umamo replied that Lisa could think whatever she wanted and advised her not to interfere. Xiaobai covered his face, reflecting that they hadn't even managed to get along for 5 minutes. As they left Umamo's house, the nearby girls were excited to see their leader. The villagers discussed how Xiaobai, whom they recognized as a hero who defeated Dean Lu, had been very helpful. Someone had asked why the leader had called him a libertine. They speculated that Umamo might fear he was pretending and could incite unrest. One girl remarked on Xiaobai's handsomeness and strength, expressing a desire to be closer to him. Umamo commanded everyone to be quiet and listen. Umamo announced that they had recently been attacked by a large number of predators. Although they won, there were many casualties, and they needed to stay vigilant. She urged them to unite and protect their country. Umamo continued her motivational speech, emphasizing that despite their country's small size, they must not let others push them around and should retaliate if attacked. The women of the country were inspired by Umamo's speech, though she cautioned them not to let their guard down. Xiaobai admired Umamo's ability to boost morale and thought she deserved her title as the head of the country, considering her extraordinary qualities. A girl approached Xiaobai, asking if he remembered her. She thanked him for saving her the previous day and introduced herself as the daughter of the elder of the swordsmanship sect, Shou Kaixin. Lighting a cigarette, the girl warned that she hadn't advised Xiaobai to get close to her. She mentioned needing to discuss something important with Umamo. Umamo asked if the girl had found any leads in the case she had been assigned. The girl confirmed she had found a lead. The person's name was Aniji, the elder of the swordsmanship sect. Aniji revealed that the mourning banner given to her was linked to the legendary Grandmaster Noah, who had committed suicide. Umamo requested Aniji to share everything she had learned. They gathered in the living room, where Aniji explained that the late Master Noah had fought with the previous leader, so she knew some details about him. She mentioned that Master Noah had mastered complex ancient Western techniques and was renowned for creating magical artifacts, now commonly known as talismans. Aniji described Noah as possessing a highly sinister SSR rank ability called exfoliation, which allowed him to strip people of their abilities and transfer them into objects or talismans. To make his talismans unique, Noah sought out rare abilities, making him a wanted figure in every country. Aniji added that Noah was not only a talented master, but also an avid collector of unique abilities, with each rare ability increasing his interest. Umamo concluded that their attackers were targeting them because of these abilities. Xiaobai hesitantly admitted that he believed their attack was due to him. Aniji confirmed this, stating that it was indeed his presence that had brought trouble to their country. Aniji warned that yesterday's attack might have been a reconnaissance mission. She advised Xiaobai to leave immediately to avoid even greater danger. Lisa, frustrated, questioned the logic of dragging Xiaobai here only to drive him away. She felt they were treating him unfairly. Aniji remarked that sacrificing one person for the sake of a man was a poor trade-off and was being sneaky. Umamo stood up, defending Xiaobai. She said she didn't see him as a coward who would cling to life. She pointed out that he had protected them from predators the previous day and asserted that he was important to her. Umamo declared that it didn't matter who the master was. Even if the Lord God himself came, no one would be allowed to harm Xiaobai. Umamo repeated loudly that Xiaobai was her man and no one would be allowed to touch him. Lisa vowed to protect Xiaobai with her life. Yun believed her mother was mistaken, stating that Xiaobai was their benefactor and they couldn't abandon him. Lisa asked Umamo to clarify when Xiaobai had become hers, and Umamo inquired if Lisa didn't already know. Xiaobai worried that a confrontation was imminent, while Lisa questioned what she had gotten him into. Umamo explained that last night they had shared the bond of husband and wife, and thus she considered him hers. Lisa was stunned and retreated to a corner. Following Lisa, Shu Kyun also moved to a corner. Lisa apologized, saying she shouldn't have come and wished that she had been eaten by the Boar King instead. Xiaobai thought he had unintentionally hurt several girls, and Umamo responded that he was being too shy. Aniji asked Xiaobai if his decision was final, given the country's past troubles and the potential dangers he might face. Umamo answered confidently that she agreed with the decision. Xiaobai noted Umamo's immediate and unwavering response, realizing she was truly willing to go to great lengths for him. Aniji thought that the former leader was similar to Umamo, both blinded by love. Aniji concluded that since the decision was made, they must comply and prepare thoroughly. Elder Anne stated that to defeat the bloodthirsty king, they would need combat power comparable to that of a nation. Japan, imprisoned and distressed, wondered why her brothers hadn't yet come to her rescue. The confinement was so stifling that she felt suffocated, but she knew she could overcome it. The Green Lion, sipping tea, remarked on its pleasant aroma and calming effect. He inquired about the type of water used to make it. The spiritual-level predator, god of prosperity Bi Qiang, explained that the tea was called Below Chun. He had learned how to prepare it from people and mentioned that if he liked it, he would have his subordinates plant their entire mountain with tea so they could drink it abundantly. The Green Lion thought their little sister would enjoy the tea. He noted that she was young and strong-willed, said a few words, and then went off to search for her. The Green Lion felt he had not raised her well and decided to look for her. Someone struck the predator at the cave entrance with such force that it was thrown inside. After the hit, the predator's eyes lit up with pleasure. He was surprised to find that he enjoyed the blows, comparing the sensation to the pleasure of being with a woman. The Green Lion, enraged, called her a vicious snake. Zhao Tianyu approached them, and the Green Lion remarked on her surprising strength and bravery for causing trouble in his territory. The Green Lion, fuming, crushed his teacup and questioned why she was provoking him. Zhao Tianyu, denying any intention to provoke, asked if they didn't want to find their little sister. She then took out Chopin's pen and claimed to know her whereabouts. Bi Qiang recognized the pen as her feather and asked where she had obtained it. Zhao Tianyu's appearance seemed predatory, making Bi Qiang feel like he was on the verge of death. Zhao Tianyu revealed that their little sister was imprisoned in the underground prison of the country of women. She suggested that the only way to rescue her was to combine their forces and attack the country. The Green Lion responded, saying that attacking was easier said than done. He pointed out that the head of the country, Biu Mo, and her subordinates were formidable opponents. Zhao Tianyu reassured him, mentioning that she possessed 2 talismans that would aid in retrieving their little sister. Zhang inquired about the source of the radiance. The Green Lion cut in, noting that the radiance came from the Stone of Overcoming. Zhao Tianyu explained that these 2 shards would temporarily elevate their power to divine levels. Biu Mo observed that Xiao Bi had been studying the map all evening and asked if he was tired. Xiao Bi replied that he wasn't tired and that she could go ahead while he stayed behind, as there wasn't much time left. Lisa advised not to disturb him, as he was busy planning the defense and the battle strategy. Biu Mo expressed that she wasn't aware and that Lisa might not have reminded her. She asked why Lisa was in her office. Lisa responded that as Xiao Bi was a Protoss guard, it was her duty to ensure his safety. Xiao Bi mentioned he had an idea. The girls listened as Xiao Bi stated that the enemy's attack was likely to gauge their strength and that they were already aware of their defensive positions. Xiao Bi noted that since the enemy attacked at night and they operated during the day, they needed a strategy that would surprise the enemy and turn their disadvantage into an advantage. Lisa thought he had become truly wise. Biu Mo found the idea reasonable and worthy of her man's ingenuity. She was eager to try it out due to its boldness. Biu Mo was informed that there were visitors from Protoss. She approached the door, wondering who would come at such a late hour. When Biu Mo opened the door, she found Lang Chen and Zhao Ping standing before her. They greeted her and introduced themselves as Protoss guards who had come to see their master. Zhao Bi approached the door, acknowledging that Zhao Ping had arrived. Biu Mo wondered if he considered her his master. Zhao Ping remarked on the numerous predator corpses they encountered on their way, noting that there had apparently been a battle. Zhao Ping embraced Zhao Bi, expressing her concern for him and being relieved that he was unharmed. Zhao Bi returned the hug, smiling, and assured her that he was fine and had not been injured. Biu Mo, unable to contain her curiosity, asked what was going on with the hugging and who these people were. Biu Mo questioned if they had come to the land of women to protect Zhao Bi, suggesting that she had heard a similar excuse before. Lisa thought that Biu Mo was mocking her. Xiao Bi confirmed that it was true. He explained that Zhao Ping and Chen had come to guard him. Since his arrival in Protoss, they had been responsible for his care. Xiao Bi mentioned that Zhao Ping had quietly supported him financially and explained the situation, while Chen had protected him every night. He added that Chen had been guarding him from outside and ensuring his safety. Xiao Bi said that they were not just bodyguards, but also friends and family. Biu Mo thought that Xiao Bi was a man of strong morals and decided not to be petty or jealous. She realized she had been too quick to judge. Zhao Ping added that not only she and Chen, but all the sisters admired him and followed him out of genuine affection. Biu Mo inquired if there were other bodyguards. Xiao Bi felt a sense of unease. Zhao Ping began listing those who came to protect Xiao Bi, starting with herself, then Chen, Li Xin, and Wang Xiyu. Later, Mu Yan and Yan Yu moved into their house as well, all dedicated to his protection. Zhao Ping also recalled Mu Yuan, noting that she was his daughter-in-law. Zhao Bi felt a chill and was struck with fear. Biu Mo, feeling angry, demanded an explanation from Zhao Bi. Under Biu Mo's intense questioning, Zhao Bi explained his life in Protoss in detail. While he continued to stir her jealousy, she came to realize that not everything was under his control. Xiao Bi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that their conflict had finally come to an end. Xiao Bi descended the steps, noting that Chen seemed to have changed somehow. Xiao Bi asked Chen if she was hiding anything from him. A dark aura emanated from Chen's sword. She assured him that she was fine and advised him to focus on how to defeat the bloodthirsty Qing instead. Zhao Bi thought he might be imagining things, but felt that Chen was under significant stress. Lisa sat by the lake, contemplating her lack of resolve. She regretted not taking initiative earlier, thinking that if she had, she and Zhao Bi could have been together. Lisa heard rustling in the trees, turned around, and was surprised. Zhao Tianyu emerged from the trees and was equally surprised by the encounter. Zhao Tianyu recognized Lisa and wondered about her presence. She thought it was unfortunate to encounter such a formidable opponent in the land of women. Lisa stated that she was not a resident of this country and questioned Zhao Tianyu about her reasons for being there in the middle of the night. Zhao Tianyu realized that Lisa had no idea who she was and advised her not to panic. Zhao Tianyu mentioned that she was merely passing through and asked not to be noticed. She assured Lisa that she would not be a bother. Lisa drew her sword, noting the high-level predator scent on Zhao Tianyu. She found it highly suspicious, especially given Zhao Tianyu's presence near the country of women. Lisa accused Zhao Tianyu of being an accomplice to the bloodthirsty Qing. Zhao Tianyu admitted that Lisa was astute for figuring it out. She questioned what Lisa intended to do about it. Lisa charged at Zhao Tianyu, declaring that she was about to take action. Lisa swung her sword, but Zhao Tianyu dodged with a series of jumps, creating distance to avoid further attacks. Zhao Tianyu acknowledged the validity of her reputation, but advised against attacking strangers impulsively. Zhao Tianyu activated her ability, releasing a poison into the air. Lisa shut her airways, realizing that the poison was not affecting her through breathing. Zhao Tianyu explained that her poison, known as the poison of obscenity, does not enter through the respiratory tract. Lisa was confused about this particular poison. Zhao Tianyu clarified that the poison permeates through even the smallest pores and spreads rapidly. She added that only her lover could neutralize the poison. Lisa wondered how she and Zhao Bi could possibly counteract such a vile poison. Lisa began to experience disturbing thoughts and felt the urgent need to escape. Zhao Tianyu warned that resisting would only accelerate the poison's effect. Zhao Tianyu told Lisa to quickly find her lover, as failure to do so by morning would result in her death. Lisa, overwhelmed by indecent thoughts, realized she could not just wait for death. She needed to take action. Lisa resolved to return to Zhao Bi, believing that if her beloved was around, he would be able to neutralize the poison. Zhao Ping called out to inform Zhao Bi that dinner was ready. Zhao Ping heard water running and realized Zhao Bi was in the shower. Zhao Ping entered the bathroom, noticing that the glass was slightly translucent. Unsure of what to do, she decided to wait in another room until he finished, thinking this was normal. Biu Mo walked around the yard, reflecting that she had lost her temper and that jealousy was unusual for her. Despite the many girls around Xiao Bi, she felt none had made significant progress with him. Biu Mo resolved that only she held a special place in his heart and decided to make a stronger effort to win him over that night. Biu Mo entered Xiao Bi's room, inviting him to sleep together. Zhao Ping informed her that Xiao Bi was currently in the shower. Mo became angry and questioned Zhao Ping's presence in his room at such a late hour. Zhao Ping explained she had come to bring him some food. A heavy thud was heard, suggesting a possible earthquake, and some speculated that the Bloody King might be involved. Lisa returned just in time, stating that she needed to be with Zhao Bi to stop the poison's effect. Lanting observed Lisa running into the house, thinking another person had arrived. She wondered if they were all gathering to play mahjong and whether Xiao Bi could handle it. Zhao Tianyu continued through the forest, feeling content that Lisa had fled. She believed the degree of poisoning was sufficient to become infectious. Zhao Tianyu thought that if she could spread the poison throughout the country, it would be a significant aid to her. Xiao Bai, having finished his shower, felt refreshed and planned to enhance the country's defenses to prevent any invasions and protect them. Upon entering the room, Xiao Bai found the infected girls and heard from Mo that she was displeased and needed to decide on a suitable punishment. Zhao Ping mentioned that it was cold outside and that Xiao Bi needed a substantial meal to satisfy his hunger. Xiao Bai, blushing, tossed aside the brush and asked what was happening. He questioned if this was some kind of test. Unable to control herself, Lisa rushed at him and kissed him. Xiao Bai was taken aback by her sudden kiss. They fell onto the bed, and Xiao Bai thought that this was not how things should be. The Lisa he knew wouldn't act this way, and he suspected someone might be manipulating her mind. Lisa pleaded with Zhao Bi to save her. She mustered her courage to approach him, saying that time was short and only he could help her. Xiao Bai realized that the poison was affecting her actions. Mo lay beside them, reminding Xiao Bai not to focus all his attention on Lisa, as she also needed his affection. Zhao Ping was nearby too, expressing that this was her first time coming to him and hoping he wouldn't reject her. Xiao Bai considered that if the poison spread to everyone in the country, the consequences would be catastrophic. Determined to address the situation, Xiao Bai stood on the bed and resolved to take action. He activated Endless Darkness, aiming to extract the poison from them and deal with the side effects himself. His main priority was to prevent the poison from spreading throughout the country. Even though he wanted to help those affected, he couldn't ignore their compromised minds. Xiao Bai noticed blood dripping from his nose and realized that the poison was a powerful aphrodisiac. Resisting its effects only seemed to worsen the situation. Mo, frightened, tried to wake Xiao Bai, asking what was wrong with him and expressing her fear of becoming a young widow. Zhao Ping noticed that Xiao Bai was regaining consciousness, but was unsure of what had happened to him. Lisa explained that Xiao Bai's condition was due to the poison, which he had taken upon himself to save them. Mo, being a paladin, offered to save Xiao Bai, but Lisa pointed out that her abilities wouldn't be effective in this situation. Lisa clarified that to neutralize the poison, it was necessary to balance yin and yang. Lisa undressed and declared that it was her fault and she would make it right. She intended to help Xiao Bai rid himself of the poison personally. Mo was shocked and confused, not understanding why Lisa was taking such drastic actions, especially when Xiao Bai had previously helped them all. Mo argued that since Xiao Bai had helped them, they should now return the favor. Zhao Ping assured Mo that they would do their best to rid Xiao Bai of the poison, and Mo told him not to worry, believing he would be fine. Lisa, acknowledging her role as the main cause of the problem, insisted on helping to resolve it. Xiao Bai found himself outside, noticing the snow and cold weather but feeling warmth and comfort instead. Mo reassured him that they would warm him up properly. Lunching, perched on the roof, kept watch and noted their energetic start. Lunching recalled the sword Master Kunai had given her, which he had used throughout his travels. Kunai had expressed regret for giving it to her, acknowledging his mistake as irreparable. Kunai had prayed daily for the sword to be freed from cruelty and wished to pass it on to Madame Chen, believing her soul remained pure. Launching responded that the sword was tainted with her family's blood and questioned if a few lines of prayer could truly cleanse it. She thought Kunai should have known better. Lunching ordered Kunai to dispose of the sword quickly and bid him farewell. Kunai explained that the sword could not be destroyed because it contained the souls of her family members. Lunching asked for clarification on this. Kunai clarified that the sword was not named Evil Spirits because it led people astray. The real reason for the name was that the souls of those who died by the sword would be enslaved, becoming a source of power for it over time. Eternal life could not be granted to them. Kunai said that to save innocent souls, one would need to use the sword's gift of light, which helps purify evil. Kunai believed that if Lunching took possession of the sword, it would be the most fitting end for him. Lunching contemplated whether she could control the Muramasa sword. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest arrived at Master Kunai's pagoda. The visitor removed his mask and remarked that it had been a long time since he saw mentor Kunai. He introduced himself as Lunching's older brother Abu and asked if he could reclaim what was rightfully his. Kunai noted that Abu had returned after many years of exile with still the same wrong judgments. Kunai told Abu that if he wanted the sword, he would have to go through him first. With a dramatic gesture, Abu drew his sword and mentioned he didn't want to fight Kunai because of his age. Abu then attacked Kunai, advising him to take better care of his health. Master Kunai calmly blocked Abu's attack without moving. Kunai commented that a strike capable of penetrating his defense was truly commendable. Kunai remarked that a fleeting moment of humanity led him astray. Kunai unleashed his power, stating that this might be his last chance to rectify past mistakes. He asked Bumi if he was prepared to die again. Bumi, impressed by Kunai's vision, inquired if Kunai was truly determined to kill him. Kunai responded that since Bumi had returned and confronted him, there was no other outcome. He prepared to attack, declaring that his hand would not falter this time. Bumi managed to block Kunai's attack with one hand, commenting that Kunai had become weaker. Kunai told Bumi not to be so arrogant and to strengthen his attacks. Bumi was astonished that Kunai was using techniques from the Buddha Arhat, realizing Kunai still had surprises in store. Kunai's attack broke Bumi's arm, though Bumi still controlled his blade. Kunai leaped and noted that Bumi had strayed from his previous fighting style. Kunai explained that martial arts strength lies not in the blade's sharpness, but in the heart. He continued that understanding this was essential to truly bear the title of warrior. Kunai then stated he would evaporate Bumi's water technique if used. Bumi lay at the lake's bottom, covered in blood, and questioned how much energy it took Kunai to evaporate the entire lake. He admitted that, despite his SSR rank technique, he lacked some of his teacher's guidance. Bumi used his water technique, managing to absorb some of the lake's water. Kunai effortlessly repelled Bumi's attack, asserting that Bumi's efforts were in vain because this would be his day of death. Kunai approached Bumi, declaring he would finish what he started. He told Bumi to die and become part of his homeland's land, which would be the last good deed he could do for his teacher. Kunai stated that throughout his life, he had harmed 206 people and 7 Protoss guards. He vowed not to forgive his past wrongs, and representing the Protoss, would bring Bumi to justice. Kunai wondered how Bumi would respond. Bumi retorted that Kunai was being pompous, and it was Kunai who had made him this way as his teacher. Bumi added that Kunai should appreciate the destroyed village, as Kunai had contributed to its downfall. Bumi said that if it weren't for Kunai's influence, he would have lived a normal life, inherited his father's dojo, and fulfilled his duties as a brother. He noted that everything went wrong after Kunai gave him the Muramasa sword, and it was unfair to blame him alone. Kunai acknowledged his mistake, admitting he had misjudged Bumi's ability to resist him. Kunai decided to atone for his mistake by committing suicide. Bumi would die with him. Bumi replied that Kunai's overconfidence would ultimately lead to his downfall. At that moment, Kunai was stabbed in the back by someone approaching from behind. Kunai was bewildered, unable to understand what had just happened or who had attacked him. He struggled to believe there was someone else behind him. Kunai thought it was the end for him, realizing he wouldn't have time to correct his mistake. Bumi sought forgiveness, saying that everyone who had seen his second personality was long dead, and Kunai would not be an exception. Kunai asked Bumi why he was so confident in his attack from behind, given that he possessed the Buddha's ability, which could repel any attack. Bumi explained that Kunai could only repel one technique at a time. By using several unusual techniques simultaneously, Bumi forced Kunai to sacrifice his protective abilities. Kunai reflected that at least Bumi had managed to imitate his teacher's abilities effectively. Bumi felt a call from his long-awaited return, having endured years of miserable exile. He awaited the Muramasa sword's return, and now his master had come. The scene then shifted to Byumo's estate. Lanting wondered why she was feeling cold, as it was unusual for her. She had a bad feeling and decided to take a hot bath at dawn. Xiaobai felt remorse for the previous night's events, unsure of what would happen when they woke up. He looked in the mirror, recalling the red train they had brought yesterday. He suspected that the poison might have been activated by the ability since he had swallowed it, and now it affected him. Since coming to Protoss, Xiaobai had relied on the power of endless darkness, which placed him on par with other S-rank guards. He noticed that the absorbed energy from Dean Liu was not having the usual effect, similar to a game mechanic where higher levels require significantly more experience. BA had advised him that to overcome the barrier, he needed to master his own abilities. Mastering them all would make his power limitless. Zhao Ping observed that the owner had woken up, noting that the poison had adversely affected him. Biu Mo commented that it seemed the three of them had done a good job. Lisa explained that due to the emergency, they had to neutralize the poison's effects. There was a specific reason for this. She also added that since this had happened, she should become his. Xiaobai agreed, acknowledging that they could all become his. He thought to himself that he felt like a complete animal. Xiaobai asked Biu Mo if there was a large, private training ground on her estate where no one would intrude.